In today's show, we're going to be going over my complete Amazon PPC strategy. And this includes the automation software that we use today in our agency. What you're going to see today is our exact standard operating procedure that we use in our agency. Now, I've made this because I need to train people. And so when I train people, I want them to have video walkthroughs. I want them to be looking over my shoulder while I'm doing things. Now, to become experienced and to become good at Amazon PPC, you just have to have the right strategy, and then you have to just practice it over and over again. And so in our agency, we've seen pretty much everything over the hundreds of clients that we've helped. And so we've tried to put that into a course, but the best thing you can do is practice. Now, what we're going to go through today is a series of me being live like I am right now. So please put any questions that you have in the comments down below. Let me know what questions you have when I'm going through all these different lessons, and we can answer them here live today. So I'd love to answer your questions live. So please put those down in the comments below. But what we're going to be doing is going through a series of me talking like this live, and then pre-recorded videos of the SOP and the training lessons that we actually use in our agency. And so we're going to walk through exactly what we do in our agency. I said it over and over again, just so I can reiterate the point. And you're going to hear me say things over and over again. And when I say things over and over again, that means you have to know it to be successful in e-commerce today, to be successful with your Amazon selling, to be successful with your Amazon PPC. Now we're going to walk through a couple different stages today with these videos. The first stage is going to be what I call the foundation. You have to have a great foundation to be able to launch PPC on. Foundation includes, what does your listing look like? What are you building? What does your product look like? Does it differentiate itself? I'll go through all that in our foundational series, because if you don't have a good foundation, you're not going to have a good conversion rate. If you don't have a good conversion rate, you're never going to climb the organic rank, because Amazon's never going to show you. And then your Amazon PPC is going to fail. It's as simple as that. No conversion rate, you're going to fail. And you're going to hear me say this a lot today too. Amazon wants two things. They want sales and high conversion rate. If you have a high sales velocity and a high conversion rate, they're going to move you up in the organic ranking. If you don't, they're going to sink you down. So that's why this foundation piece is so important. The next step we're going to walk into then is the scale process. How do you scale your Amazon PPC? And I've showed that in a previous video. And if you're doing under $10,000 a month, I highly recommend going back to my other Amazon PPC course that doesn't show you anything with automation or no software, so you can understand the basics. But today we're going to show you how to scale with software. And the software that we use is Quartile. We don't use it like Quartile uses it. We use it in our own way. They've opened up their software for us to use, and that's what we do. And so we're going to go through foundation, how to scale with the software, how to optimize with the software. That's going to be stage 3 is optimization. How do we optimize week to week, month to month, quarter to quarter, year over year? And then we're going to go into monitoring. Once we go into monitoring, you're going to see how we track our stats and what tools we use for that. And then we're also going to talk about orientation. I'm going to get you oriented with the software that we use. I'm going to walk you through the back end of it so you can actually see what that looks like and know exactly how to launch campaigns in it, how to monitor campaigns, and how to do everything with that, how to change your target ACoS and everything like that. After we do that, we have the foundation. We're going to scale. We're going to orient you. We're going to optimize. Then we're going to monitor. And then I'm going to teach you a couple business techniques and how to scale your business to something to be bigger than what you have it right now. And I'll give you a hint. It's the who. Who is going to help you scale? Not how, not what, it's who. And we'll get into that a little bit more later. And then finally, I have a bonus section for you that's going to give you a couple mini PPC strategy sessions. Each one of those mini strategy sessions could boost your revenue by $1,000 a month, $1,000 a day. Just depends on how big you are right now. But they're just these little tiny nuggets, what my mentor likes to call Scooby snacks. And there's going to be these about 5 different Scooby snacks that if you implemented one of them today, then you will take your business further than you ever thought possible if you just implement these little Scooby snacks. And that's going to be at the end. So stay tuned till the end. I'm excited to jump into this. So let's jump into video number 1. This is going to be my 5 key strategies for success with Amazon PPC. All right, let's jump in. To get started with Amazon PPC, you need to understand 5 key strategies around Amazon PPC. You need to grasp these strategies. If you don't grasp these strategies, you'll never be successful with Amazon, only because Amazon PPC, anything in general, you need to rely on strategies. That's going to be your base, your foundation. When you understand the foundation of what you're building on, then everything else becomes a lot easier because you're understanding what you're doing instead of just, what was that again? I had to do that because of this. And instead of memorizing, understanding strategy and a foundation. So the number one strategy is never run out of stock. Amazon is a game of momentum. When you have high sales velocity with a high conversion rate, you're going to move up in the organic ranks. As soon as you run out of stock, then your organic rank plummets because sales velocity goes to 0. High sales velocity, high conversion rate, you're going to increase your organic rank. 0 sales velocity, your organic rank tanks and you have to build that much harder to bring it back up again. So make sure you're never running out of inventory, and don't do your inventory management in spreadsheets. Spreadsheets are dead. I'm telling you right now that if you don't have an inventory management system, it will cost you thousands of dollars at the beginning of your journey and hundreds of thousands of dollars at the end of your journey. How do I know? Because it cost me probably close to $500,000 to $1 million. Number one, I lost $250,000 by stocking out of 4 of my 5 best sellers. And then number two, I ordered too much inventory and had millions of dollars sitting on a shelf. And I had $50,000 in bills due and I only had $1,000 left in the bank because all my inventory was on a shelf. Learn from my mistakes, have an inventory management system in place. That's a software that dynamically updates. We have one called Profitable Pineapple Express. Inventory management, go to profitablepineappleexpress.com and you can check that out. We have a free 14-day trial. And if you're doing under 200 orders a month, then it's absolutely free to you. And then it just scales up as your orders increase. So make sure you head to profitablepineappleexpress.com. So number one, never run out of stock. Number two, Pareto's principle, or the 80-20 rule. If you guys have been following me for any period of time, you know I love the 80-20 strategy, which is 20% of your inputs produce 80% of your results. I say it over and over again because it is a principle. It's not even a strategy, it's a principle. If you understand that 20% of your inputs create 80% of your results in everything in life, you'll get life. I mean, it's just that simple. So how does this apply to Amazon? 20% of your products are producing 80% of your results. 20% of your advertising is producing 80% of your results. Usually that's sponsored products. That's why in this course and in my free masterclass, we're going to focus on sponsored products and just a little bit on sponsored brands and display. But sponsored products is going to be the main focus of this whole thing. So 20% of your products produce 80% of your results. 20% of your advertising produces 80% of your results. So focus on those. 20% of your search terms inside that advertising produce 80% of your revenue. And so just think about that conceptually, like you're doing all this work, but only 20% of it's actually paying off. So if we consolidate and condense all of your efforts, 100% of your efforts into that 20%, your profit increases, your organic rank increases, your sales increase, everything increases as a result of that. So focus on the 80-20. And so after this video, what I want you to do is go over to Amazon, find your detailed page reports, and I'll probably flip over to my screen so you can see me do it here in just a little bit. And you're going to download that and you're going to look at your top 20% of your products. And you're just going to focus on those. Don't worry about the rest. Trust me when I say your profit will increase, your sales will increase. And actually the ones that you're not focusing on will actually increase as well because you're creating a bigger brand presence. Let me flip over to my screen and then we're going to check out the top 20% and how to pull that from your products. So let me flip over real quick. All right, so here we are inside Seller Central, and you're just going to come up here, and you're going to go over to Reports and Business Reports. Once you're in Business Reports, you're just going to come down here to detail page sales by traffic and child item. What I like to do is usually go a year out. And so we have full 12 months of data, and then I'm just going to download the CSV. After I download that CSV, I'm just going to pull up a Google Sheets, and I'm going to go Import, and then we're going to go to Upload, Browse, and Business Reports. I'm going to go to Insert New Sheet. All right, and you can see all my child ASINs here. I don't really care much about anything in here. There's a couple things that I like to keep, like unit session percentage. That's going to tell me my conversion rate, essentially. Not quite, but close enough. And then order product sales. So right there. Because what we're doing here, there's just one objective is we're trying to find the 20% of products that produce 80% of your results. So I'm going to highlight everything and go to sort range. We're going to do it by ordered product sales from Z to A. And then as you can see here, let me get rid of all this extra. All right, so let's take a look at this. All right, so you can see that right here, if you add everything up, I'm making $25,667 over the trailing 12 months. This is our test brand, by the way. We don't do much with this brand, but you can see right here that 13,000 of that 26,000 is one product. So I'm probably just going to focus everything around that one product. But if we scroll down a little bit more, you can see that out of, let's just get rid of these ones that are pretty much zero, all these. So we have 12 products. So 20% of 12 is 3. So you can look at these 3 products, make up 16,000. And so that's not quite 80%, but pretty close. It's approximately 70% of our revenue. And so what we're going to do is we're going to focus mainly just on this top one, because these are all variations of each other. So this top one's going to get the majority of the sales, and then they'll spill over to the variation. So I'm going to focus all my advertising around that one top one. So when you're looking at the 80-20, make sure you're focusing on the products that are making the results. And then later on in this, we'll talk about the 20% of search terms that are producing 80% of your results as well. Key strategy number 3 is focusing to get organic rank growth. This kind of goes back to strategy 1, but it's so important. I wanted to put it in here twice and just kind of talk through it a little bit more. So we talked about how high conversion rate, high sales velocity leads to more organic rank. Now, when we're looking at search terms and we're looking at keywords to find a bid on, we're looking for ones that we think are going to convert high for our product. Higher conversion rate equals more sales. More sales equals higher organic rank. And what this goes back to with Amazon PPC is you don't necessarily want to focus on ACoS as a metric, advertising cost of sale. We want to focus more on TACoS, total advertising cost of sale. And the reason that is because with ACoS, that's so individual depending on your category. You may need to run a high ACoS in order to bring your TACoS down. And I know that sounds counterintuitive, but if you have a high converting search term and you advertise hard on that high converting search term, you are going to move up into the rank of not only that keyword or that search term, but the rest of the search terms in that keyword silo. And so therefore, as your organic rank increases, your TACoS goes down. And a quick example will illustrate this a lot better. We sold eyelid wipes, and you'll see that a lot, eyelid wipes in this training. Our eyelid wipes sold for the word sty treatment at 30% or more conversion rate. We sold 4 sales a day on the exact match keyword sty treatment. So we had a single keyword exact match campaign for sty treatment. It had a 30% or higher conversion rate. It sold 4 sales a day, but the ACoS was 150%. Now, most of you out there, most of you newer Amazon sellers would pause that keyword, pause that campaign because the ACoS was out of control, but you didn't look at the big picture. That actually drove our organic ranks so much that it brought our TACoS down, therefore making us more profitable as a result. So don't look at ACoS of individual campaigns. Look at ACoS from an account-wide basis. And as long as your account-wide ACoS is meeting your threshold, meeting your goal, don't worry about those high ACoS campaigns, because if they're converting high, they have high sales velocity, they're actually bringing down your TACoS and helping out your overall business grow profitably. So keep that in mind. Number 4 is focusing on continuity or subscription-based products. If you're selling a plastic widget from China and you found it as an opportunity, then your lunch is going to be eaten by the other Chinese sellers. Now, with continuity and subscription, you acquire a customer and then they come back and buy from you over and over and over again. And this creates a steady revenue stream. It creates customer loyalty. It creates lifetime value. With iLove, our average order value is about $65. Most people would make all their decisions based on that average order value of $65. We had a lifetime value of $350 for our customers. So with our ACoS strategy, we actually went after a really high ACoS and a high TACoS. Our TACoS at one point was 42%. That sounds crazy. That means that for every $100,000 we made, we spent $42,000 in advertising. We were in massive customer acquisition mode. And that helped us gain a lot of customers and sell for multi-million dollars later on because we were building assets. This also, when you focus on continuity and subscription, it reduces your marketing costs. So once you have them in there on subscription, you never have to market to that person again. And again, this increases your business valuation. When you have people on subscription, you're going to be worth a lot more. Instead of selling for a 2x multiple, you'll sell for a 4 to 6x multiple because you have that continuity in place. There's a reason software businesses have such a high valuation. So how do you do this with Amazon? Subscribe and save. So focus on subscribe and save. You can put a massive coupon on subscribe and save, 50% off your first subscribe and save order to get them on a subscription. But don't give that coupon on if they just buy one time. You can also do membership sites with content and courses. That's another way to do subscriptions. And then our agency is subscription. And so when you buy from our agency or when you hire our agency, you're on a subscription model. And so keep that in mind. Finally, number 5 is the illusion of product selection on Amazon. I kind of alluded to this in number 4, but if you've found and built your business on finding the right product that everybody teaches and they've taught since 2013, you're dead. You have about 12 to 18 months until that product will no longer make you any money. So you have to keep coming out with new products all the time, and you can't focus on what you have right now because it's going to be gone in a year and a half. When you focus on continuity and create a real business with loyal customers, you don't have to worry about that as much because they're going to get hooked on your product and come back more and more and more. Whereas if you focus on product selection, you're going to be dead in the water soon. You need to focus on people selection. You need to focus on serving a problem, real problem. Entrepreneurship is not focusing on finding the right product and selling it to people. Entrepreneurship is finding problems in the world and solving them for other people. And you will become more wealthy if you start focusing on helping other people versus finding the right product and gaming the Amazon system. So stop focusing on product selection, start focusing on people selection and building that audience. Make sure you serve that audience. Don't just worry about getting the audience, but serve them without anything expected in return. Your action items for this video is to never, ever, ever, ever run out of stock. Amazon's algorithm focuses on 2 things, sales velocity and high conversion rate. When you have those 2 things, you go up in the organic rank. The problem is when you stock out, you go to 0 in sales velocity and your organic rank is going to tank. Go check out profitablepineappleexpress.com. That's our inventory management software. You get a free 14-day trial at profitablepineappleexpress.com. Our software dynamically updates every single hour based on your sales velocity, whereas in spreadsheets are outdated right when you input the data. Number 2, apply Pareto's principle everywhere in your business. Pareto's principle states 20% of inputs produce 80% of your results. So find the 20% of products that produce 80% of your revenue and focus on those products. Find the 20% of search terms that produce 80% of your revenue and focus on those search terms. We'll go over that in a later chapter. Find the 20% of customers that are producing 80% of your revenue and focus on those customers. Apply Pareto's principle everywhere in life. So find the products that are producing the results like I showed you in my screen share and focus just on those. Number 3 is focusing on an account-wide ACoS rather than individual campaign level ACoS or individual keywords or search term level ACoSs. Because you can have a high ACoS, but it's still bringing your TACoS down. Because TACoS should be the measurement that you measure in this total advertising cost of sale. Your total advertising cost of sale. If that goes down, your profit goes up. And so you may have individual campaigns that have a high ACoS, but let those run because they're contributing to high conversion rates and high sales velocity. Number 4 is focusing on subscription models. You have to come out with consumables. It's going to bring your lifetime value of your customer up. It's going to give your valuation of your company. It's going to be a higher valuation as a result of consumables and subscription. So focus on continuity and subscription. Number 5, shift from focusing on product selection to problem solving. Be an entrepreneur. Solve a problem in the world. Stop finding opportunities. You can be an opportunist, which is a product selector, or you can be a real entrepreneur and focus on solving a real problem. If you enjoyed this video, please share it with someone that you think might benefit from. All right, so that was my 5 key strategies with Amazon PPC. You have to understand those key strategies in order to move forward. Again, this is the first part of our foundation series. What we're going to jump into next is keyword research. I'm going to emphasize how important keyword research is during this video over and over again, because keyword research is the most important part to the foundation. If you get your keyword research wrong, you're going to be fighting an uphill battle your entire life of that product. If you get it right, it becomes a hill, a little bunny hill. And then you can just push the boulder right up and over the bunny hill. That's how important keyword research is. It's the difference between a mountain and a hill. Do you want to push your boulder up a mountain or a little bunny hill? But before I get into that, I wanted to say good morning to Larry. Larry says, good morning, Travis. Looking forward to your teaching today. Thanks for doing it. You're welcome, Larry. Thanks for always checking in with us and emailing me back like you do. And then I'm going to butcher your name, but Odowanma. Thanks for the masterclass. Thank you for watching. So appreciate you guys being here. If you guys have questions over anything that we're doing, put them down in the comments below. And if it's during the video, just say, hey, what do you mean by this? And I will be able to get to you and help you. So put those questions, comments down below and let me know what you're thinking of the video so far. If you have what I like to call, my mentor likes to call a braingasm, something that just like pops that you just were like, wow, I've never thought of it that way. Put that in the comments below. I want to know what you find useful in this course. So if you hear something that just strikes a nerve, or that makes you have that quote unquote braingasm, put it down in the comments below. All right, let's jump into keyword research. This is the most important piece to Amazon and Amazon selling is keyword research. Now, a lot of people don't like to do keyword research, and this is probably the most important thing that you can do for Amazon. Yes, I've said that twice already because it is that important. But before I get into showing you how I actually do keyword research, I'm going to flip it over to my screen and actually show you how I do Amazon keyword research and how I categorize it. I want to go over some basic principles of keyword research first. Now, the key thing is to know Amazon's algorithm. For keywords, search terms, whatever you want to call them, Amazon is an algorithm that wants two things. They want high conversion rate and they want sales velocity. Sales. That's essentially what they want. They want sales that convert at a high rate. And so if you can have a product listing page that has a high conversion rate and makes a lot of sales, then you will shoot up in the organic ranking because Amazon wants sales. That's all they want. They're a shopping center. They want to show people what is relevant for what they're searching for. So when you're looking at keywords, you want to focus them around high converting keywords. High converting keywords that have a moderate amount of search volume. You don't have to go after the top search volume ones at the beginning. You want to go after the middle ones first, ones that people aren't going after. And I'm going to show you how to find those search terms today and those keywords today where nobody's going after them, where they might not be in anybody's title. The cost per click might be a little lower. And we're going to use a tool called Keywords on Fire for that. And it's a really cool tool. I'm going to show you how to download it and look at the data and everything in just a little bit. But I want you to understand, Amazon wants high converting keywords, high conversion rate, lots of sales. That is what they want. Now, here's the thing. When you find these ones that don't have high search volume, but they have kind of that middle of the road search volume, when you start to sell for those, what Amazon will do is it will start to rank you for all the words in the keyword silo. So I'll give you an example here real quick. Sty treatment. We sold eyelid wipes and we ranked really high for sty treatment. Well, since we converted at north of 30% for sty treatment, and we sold about 4 sales a day on that specific search term, we got increase in rank for sty treatment, of course, but every word that had sty in it, because Amazon knows what keywords are related. And so you're going to shoot up for that. And something else I want to go over before we jump into my screen share is the different types of keywords. There are 4 different types of keywords, and each one has different properties. So some have higher conversion rates, some have lower conversion rates. Some are going to cost more, some are going to cost less. So the first keyword I want to go over is your competitor keyword, because this is the easiest one to understand, is your competition. So these are keywords around what your competitors' brand names are. I never recommend going after these right at the beginning, especially, but it's even harder to go after them even when you're an established brand too, because when somebody's searching for a brand name, they're going to buy that brand most likely. And you have to try to convince them why your brand is better, even though they've been using this brand for years. So those are going to be the most expensive and usually the lowest converting is your competitor brand names. Now, the next one down the list is a browse keyword. And then the next one down is shopping. And I want to go all the way down to the bottom right now is your brand name. When you put keywords in around your brand name, those are going to be the best converting keywords. And I'm going to go over this a little bit later when I'm actually showing you how to do this. But brand name is going to be your highest converting and your cheapest cost per click. So we have the most expensive at the top, your competitor brand names. We got our cheapest clicks, highest converting at the bottom. That's your brand name. Now, browse and shop. Let's talk about these. Browse converts less than shop. And the reason is because the buyer's intent. And so people that are just browsing usually don't have a high buying intent. They're just in research mode or browsing mode. People that are shopping for a specific product have a high buying intent. High buying intent for these shop keywords is going to mean higher conversion rate, lower costs. Whereas if they're just browsing, it's going to cost more and it's going to be lower converting. Therefore, those search terms, you may want to go after them later, but not now. You want to go after shop keywords. Shop keywords, again, are ones that have high buying intent. An example explains this best. If I sold eyelid wipes, eyelid wipes, people, when they search in eyelid wipes, they have a high buying intent for buying eyelid wipes. That's what they're searching for. But we also rank for terms like blepharitis and stye treatment and dry eye. And so when somebody types in dry eye treatment, that's a browse-based keyword. They don't know what they're looking for specifically in the product. They just know they want something for dry eye treatment. And so that's a browse-based keyword. Another example, let's go to the mall. And let's say you're a salesman at a mall. Somebody walks in and you say, hey, how can I help you today? And they said, oh, I'm just browsing. Buyer intent is very low with that shopper. And that's because they're just browsing. Now, woman number 2 or man number 2 walks into the store and you say, hey, how can I help you? I'm looking for a pair of black shoes in size 13. High buying intent. That person is going to convert more than the person that's just browsing. So who would you focus on? You'd focus on the person with the high buying intent. And we're going to do that same thing with keywords. We're going to focus on the keywords that have high buying intent, not the ones that are browsing. This is especially important when you're launching a product. When you're launching a product, you have to have high converting keywords. If you don't have high converting keywords, then Amazon will not rank you organically. High conversion rate, sales velocity. Those are the 2 things you want. All right. Enough of the principles and enough of the background. If you guys have any questions on that after this video or during this video, put them in the comments below. Let me switch over to my screen and I'm going to show you exactly how I do keyword research with Keywords on Fire. I'm going to go over that browse, shop, brand, competitor categories as well. So let me switch over to my screen and we'll go into that. Inside ZonGuru, this is what I use for keyword analysis. You can use whatever tool you like best. I'm just going to show you how I do keyword analysis with ZonGuru, and then I'm going to show you how we create those campaigns in the backend in Campaign Manager. So let's jump in. So our example has been eyelid wipes. And so what I'm going to do is name that session, this session name eyelid wipes. And I'm going to go to add products by phrases. You should have a general idea of what your best selling keyword is or search term, only because you pick the product. And so if you pick the product, it's got probably a base seed keyword around it. Ours is eyelid wipes. It can be sunglasses. It can be eye cream. It can be face wash. It can be any of those, rubber spatula. And so what I'm going to do is search phrase. So I'm going to click that, put eyelid wipes into here. Then I'm going to click search. All right, so the results have pulled up. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to select every product that applies to ours. It looks like all of these do. So I'm just going to select, you can select up to 25 of them. And as long as they're relevant, here's our product right here. And I'm just going to keep going. I like to get as much data as possible. So I'm going to keep going. And I'm going to select all 25 because we can. More data, the better. And there we got 25. So now we're going to click add products. You can see it's going to fill in all these ASINs. We're then going to name our session eyelid wipes, run keyword analysis. This will take close to about 10 to 20 minutes, depending on how much data you're bringing in. All right, so our data has pulled up here. And you can see a couple different things here. You can see the keyword value. And so what this is just an estimated combined monthly revenue. Our ZG score is just how relevant that keyword is for this search for eyelid wipes. You can see the search volume right here as well. And then you can see some other metrics here like PPC bid, ratings, things like that. What I like to do is come up here to the gear icon and then hit export to CSV. And it's going to export it. And then I like to go to a Google Sheet and I like to import it. So I will go to File, Import, and then Upload. Once we go to Browse, we can then pull that into here. Then what I like to do is just eliminate some of these things. Like you can eliminate some of this stuff like currency because it's all in the same currency. I like search volume. These two, I don't care as much unless you're launching. This is telling you how many you need to give away essentially in order per day in order to get to the top of page 1 or get close to the top of page 1. This talks about the units sold on that and average ratings and price. For this video, I'm not going to use any of those, so I'm just going to delete them. This tells you how many keyword titles are broadly matched in the title for that particular keyword. So eyelid wipes, 88% of page 1 has eyelid wipes in the title. 16% has ACoS lid scrubs. That's a trademark term. So that's probably the people that actually sell that. Same thing with Optase and Clearadex. 4% have those in the title. Most likely the brand names that are associated with those. Eye wipes, only 52% of the title are in the title. And so that's an opportunity. Only half the listings on page 1 have eye wipes in the title. That might be an opportunity for you to come in and seal that. So we'll go over that here in just a little bit. I like to keep that and maybe keep the exact match title in the PPC bin. I'm going to get rid of these 3. And then I don't care the organic rank of all these other ones, but I do want to keep the organic rank for my product. So I highlighted it right there. And this is a lot of data, so don't get mixed up in the data. Just know that you can use each data piece and you can go as deep as you want, but you don't have to go incredibly deep. So now what I like to do is sort it by search volume, which is this category or this column right here. So I'm going to highlight everything, sort range by search volume. Go Z to A. So the highest ones first. And what I'm looking for here is just things that I can put into my negative phrase, things I can put into my negative exact to help with that. So coconut oil, those are 2 things I do not have in my product. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a separate sheet here. I'm going to call this negative list. So we're going to make negative phrase. Like I discussed before, a negative phrase is essentially a term that you don't want to rank for at all. And the example I gave before was, I sell an eye cream. I don't want to rank for hand, foot, body. So if somebody's searching for body cream, I don't want to show up for that. So that's a negative phrase. I want body to be in there because I don't want to show up for that. So in this example, coconut. Coconut has nothing to do with my product. And so I want to make sure I do not show up for coconut. So that's that word right there. So I'm just going to delete it now. Tea tree oil. We're not tea tree oil. We're not argan oil. And so those 2 things I'm going to put into negative exact because our product does have tea tree oil in it, but it is not tea tree oil. And so we want to make sure Amazon specifies that because it's eyelid wipes with tea tree oil and it might show up for tea tree oil exact. I don't want to show up because people that are typing in tea tree oil exact are looking for tea tree oil, not what I have. And so those 2 keywords are out as well. Style treatment, this is a browse-based keyword. And so I'm just going to colors are arbitrary. I'm just going to color this one purple. So purple is browse, and that's a browse-based keyword. I'm just going to put that in there so you can see it. A browse-based keyword is going to be a little more expensive. You can see a 371 PPC bid, and the conversion rate is going to be lower as a result. Now, nobody should have this in their title because if they say they are a style treatment, that means that they have an FDA claim because they're claiming they treat a disease. You can't do that. So ACoS is a competitor. So I'm going to make that yellow, and yellow is competition. Brooder, competitor, competition. You don't have to put that in there. I'm just putting it in there just so you can kind of see what my color references are. ACoS, competition. Brooder, ACoS, allergy, competition. Allergy is a browse keyword. Somebody that's searching for allergy doesn't know what they're looking for yet, so that's a browse keyword. Eyelid wipes. Here's our first shop keyword. So a shop keyword being that people that are looking for eyelid wipes are looking to buy eyelid wipes. So they're shopping for that particular keyword and product. So we're going to do that. Now I'm going to go through this and I'm going to do probably the top 50 here, and then we'll jump in a little bit ahead. All right, now we have narrowed it down to our top 150 keywords that we got in that search result. And you can see we're down to about 148. And now what you can see is that I have them categorized into 4 different categories. Purple being browse keywords, meaning they're browsing for something, they don't know exactly what they want. Blue being eyelid wipes or eye wipes, being very specific. These are shop-based keywords. They're specifically shopping for a particular product. They know exactly what they want. Yellow being competition. I don't like to go after competitors' keywords because they're expensive and you're going to have a lower conversion rate, especially when you're launching, but even when you're scaling. If you want to increase your organic rank, you need to go after search terms that have a high conversion rate potential, or they already have proven to you that they have a high conversion rate. So make sure you keep that in mind when you're launching. Don't go after your competition. I actually like to put our competition into our negative phrase because it can save you a significant amount of money. So let's do that real quick. So we got Avanova right here. That's a competitor. We got Blefadex right here. That's a competitor. And when you put these in phrase, it will pretty much eliminate all 3 of these. So we'll get rid of those. And then we'll get rid of this Avanova one too. Brooder, that's another competitor. So we'll put Brooder in right here. And again, I don't like to show up for those. So I'm going to turn all these and I'm going to delete them all. I don't even want to look at them. Clearadex, we're going to put that right there. And then we're going to delete them all. And then we can start to analyze some of these too, but let's keep looking. So ACoS, this is a big one. This is our biggest player in our space. So we're going to delete that one. And let's see, that's spelled correctly. Now I'm going to scroll down a little bit more. There's ACoS again. Just going to delete that. And ACoS again. Here's Hypochlor and Ibiza and Ivisa. So we're going to do all 3 of those, bring them up here, put them all in. Now I just want the brand name though, because again, it's going to be very costly to go against these competitors because they have that market part, that segment of the market tied up.
Here's ACoS again. So let me find all my competition. I'm going to put them in my negative phrase list, and then we'll get back to this. All right, so we've got all our competition out, and now we're looking to find keywords that we want to go after. So what I like to do is find 5 to 10 keywords to make exact match campaigns for. Now these keywords, I want them to be longer tail, meaning they don't have the highest search volume, so they're not right here at the top. They're more towards the middle, and there's huge opportunity, meaning that there may not be that keyword in the title as much on this page 1, and then we're not showing up for it maybe organically, so we need to fix that as well. So let's go through that. So we're looking for blue keywords, and so these ones with the higher search volume, you want these blue ones, of course, to be in your title. That way you index for them and you show up higher in the search results for those. But that may not necessarily mean we want to advertise for them. We will later on, but at the beginning, we may not want to, because we want to look for high converting keywords that we can nail. So here's a good example. Eyelid cleaning wipes. Eyelid being 2 words. So only 4% of people have it in their title in both exact match and broad match. And we're already ranked, our product is ranked 12th for that. So putting this in your title, but also advertising for it is going to be huge for you. So I'm going to just completely highlight that one. Eyelid scrub is even a good one, because you can see 56% have it broad, 12% have it exact. So there's 2 good ones that get pretty decent search volume of about 3,500, which is high in this category. Lid scrubs for eyes. Lid scrubs is actually a trademark term, and I know that just because of my research, so I would avoid that one. Eye wipes for dry eyes, that would be considered an FDA claim, so I would avoid that one. As you can see, 0% have that in there. So that's why, because it's a claim. Eye cleaning wipes again. So eye cleaning wipes and eyelid cleaning wipes both have nobody's using this in the title. And so if you put this into the title, if you put eyelid cleaning wipes into the title, you're going to show up really fast for these. You're going to vault from number 8 to number 1, number 12 to number 1, because nobody else is going after that. If we add cleansing in, you can see that is still pretty low. 20% use it in the title, 44%. So I like that word as well. And then eye wipes for blepharitis is a claim. Lid scrub is a trademark term, so I'm going to avoid those. Tea tree eyelid cleanser. Only 8% have it in exact, and we are a tea tree eyelid cleanser, so I'm going to put that one in as well. I'm going to avoid all the purple ones because I don't want to go after brows yet. We're not an eye rinse, so I'm actually going to put rinse over in the negative phrase. Put it right there, and I'm going to delete it. Tea tree eye wipes. 0% of people have tea tree eye wipes in the title. You can see we're already ranked number 3 for that. And then let's say we said tea tree eye wipes for people. 0% have those in the title. We could rank high for those very quickly. It may sound a little funny, but that's what people are searching for. You can see 3,000 searches a month if you put tea tree eye wipes for people in the category. And then tea tree wipes right here. This would cover the broad. You can see that a lot of people have broad, but nobody has it exact yet. Baby eye wipes, that's an opportunity to come out with baby eye wipes because there's not many people that have it. Let's see, how many do we have so far? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if you have more budget, go for 10. So let's find a couple more. Eye cleaner wipes. Nobody has it in their title. Pretty high PPC bid. A little bit of search volume, so we'll add that one too. Tea tree eyelid wipes, 581. You can see a lot of people have it in their title. Tea tree eyelid cleansing wipes. It's a long tail. Let's do that one too. So you kind of get the idea. We're looking for high search volume. 813 is okay still. I mean, that's still 30 people a day looking for that. And if you have a high conversion rate, you're going to move up in all of these keywords in this category. But we'll start at the top. And so what I'm going to do is just show you how to make an exact match campaign. I like to go after exact match first, especially when I'm launching, because again, high conversion. You want high conversion and high volume keywords, which will then drive organic rank, which will then decrease your costs and increase your profits. So let me say that one more time. High volume, high converting keywords will increase your organic rank, which will then increase your profits. So just keep that in mind as you're doing this. That should be going in the back of your head at all times. So let's just do eyelid cleaning wipes. I'm a big fan of single keyword ad campaigns. So we're going to come in here to create campaign.
I'm going to pull that video off because we're going to be going into how to create campaigns later on in this training. That was for a previous lesson that we did. So we've got 2 of our foundational pieces, 5 key strategies for Amazon PPC, and then how to do keyword research and the difference between browse keywords, shop keywords, competitive keywords, and then brand name keywords, and that buyer's intent on each of those, and which ones are going to be higher converting, which ones are going to be lower converting, which ones are going to be cheaper, which ones are going to be more expensive. This is such a crucial piece to your Amazon PPC because you want to go after high converting keywords, especially when you're launching. But if you want to scale your Amazon PPC, going after those high converting keywords is going to reduce your TACoS. It's going to reduce your ACoS. It's going to increase your profit, and make you more profitable. Now, in order to expand and go after a broader market, you'll go higher up in the funnel. So the bottom of the funnel is your brand name. The next step is your shop keywords, and then your browse keywords, and then your competitor keywords. If you stay at that bottom, you're going to have a higher conversion rate, cheaper clicks. You're going to be more profitable. As you move up, you're going to become less profitable, and it's going to get more expensive. And so staying down here is going to be more profitable. But if you want to make your business bigger, you're going to have to start going up towards the top of that funnel. But for most brands that are doing under $5 million a year, I always recommend staying down by that bottom part of the funnel. And then once you get to about $5 million, you'll have a lot of extra money then with EBITDA. Then you can start going after the top of the funnel because it's going to get a lot more expensive. It's going to cost more to acquire a customer. So keep that in mind. All right, a couple questions. Phil says, thanks, Travis. Always a pleasure to watch your useful videos. Thanks, Phil, for watching. SL says, is this actually live or is it a pre-recorded video? And you're just making it seem like it's live. It's both. And so I am live right now, obviously, because I'm answering your question. But this is also pre-recorded. If I didn't pre-record my screen shares, you guys would be bored out of your mind watching me do my screens. So I do that because it speeds up the process. Otherwise, this video would be 10 hours long of me doing everything, and I'd be absolutely exhausted. And so the pre-recorded videos are in there because we can edit them, zoom in, let you guys see a lot better. So that's why we do that. So just keep that in mind. Have you posted these screen shares before? These look familiar. So right now, the foundation series is my foundation series for every training that I do around Amazon PPC. That's why it's called the foundation. And so, yes, some of these are the same, but then when we get into the launch and scale section, we're going to be talking about software and everything later. So with that being said, I want to jump into chapter 2 or 3, and this is going to be Amazon listing optimization. Again, we're on the foundation series. You cannot scale Amazon PPC unless you have a great foundation. If you do, and if you try, everybody that tells me their PPC is unprofitable and they can't get sales, I look at their listing and it's just like, yes, you missed the foundation. You don't have reviews. Your keyword research is terrible. Your bullets talk about features and not benefits. Your pictures suck. So you have to have the foundation down. So let's jump into the next video, which is going to be all around Amazon listing optimization. We're going to be showing you a 7-step Amazon listing optimization, and we're going to show you actually how to create a listing as well. So we're going to show you how to optimize your listing using some different tools that we use inside the agency, and then we're going to show you how to make a listing from scratch as well. So this is going to be one of the longer chapters in our free Amazon PPC masterclass, but believe me when I say that this is one of the most important things you can do. Keyword research, which we did in the previous lesson, you're going to see it pop up again here, and this right here is going to determine if you're indexed for keywords, if you're relevant for keywords for advertising. And so this lesson is vital, and you need to watch this lesson over and over again until you get it. And if you have any questions, you need to make sure you put them down in the comments down below, because if you have questions, I guarantee somebody else does. And we want to make sure you have this completely clear before we get into it, or before you go on to Amazon advertising, because you have to have a good listing in order to send traffic. If you don't have a good listing, traffic doesn't matter because it won't convert, and then your whole listing will suffer. Because the main thing that you need to focus on is conversion rate. And the higher your conversion rate, the more sales you're going to make. The more sales you're going to make, the more Amazon's going to rank you higher organically. The higher you rank organically, the more profit you're going to make. So I'm beating this point home for a reason, because it's that important. Now, I'm bringing in Tony. He's one of our top account managers here inside the agency and one of our top marketing analysts in the agency. His expertise is in everything Amazon PPC and listing optimization, but also with Google Ads. So he pretty much knows everything in our agency. He's been with me for about 2 years at the time of this recording. So excited to bring him on, and he's going to go over the 7-step Amazon listing optimization. Tony, take it away.
Thanks, Travis. So in this part of the video, I'm going to show you guys how to utilize Listing Optimizer through ZonGuru. As you know, the foundation of everything Amazon is your listing. And with ZonGuru, we can actually put ourselves against competitors and see where we stack up in terms of search terms and keyword opportunities. And that can actually take us to the next level in terms of advertising, in terms of organic ranking, and so on. So that being said, let's just dive right into it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to do it manually, and then I'll show you how to utilize ChatGPT, which is essentially embedded in ZonGuru, to create a listing from scratch and also add to your current listing. So what I'm going to do is start the session name with eyelid wipes, ZG. You can name it however you'd like. And then I'll go add import from keywords on fire from what we utilized in the past. Click here, all keywords, and then we'll get our list of keywords. From there, we're going to add our first listing here, which will be our product. And then now we have 1 out of 8 listings added. We're going to add some competitors now. So I'll search eyelid wipes as the main keyword, and we'll find our competitors. We have ACoS, Sustain, Novaha, Optase. What is that, 6 now? 5. I can't count today. Cleardex, 6. Let's go a little bit further down. And you can add whoever you like, but adding the main ones that I know. 7, 1 more, LumiViz, 8. Perfect. Once I hit finish, we're actually going to see our optimization score in action. So we said we know where we're stacking up here, and we have our competitors here. You'll see our competitors are well optimized in terms of search volume and combined revenue overall. So what I'm going to do is actually look at them for examples. You'll see how they write their copy, and you can kind of explore and see any opportunities that you're not adding to your listing from there. One thing that's really important, guys, and please understand this, be careful with putting competitor names in your listings, in addition to putting anything that's not allowed in advertising. Any type of structure function claim, you got to be careful with that. Amazon will take your listing down, no questions asked, and then you could potentially get in big trouble for having branded keywords on the back end. I've seen some things happen with like lawsuits and things like that, so you really want to be careful with that. Make sure you're well informed about your space, and I can tell you from personal experience, I've seen, especially in the supplement space, a lot of supplement companies do brands on the back end. They're just waiting to get in trouble. I don't know why they're doing it. They're going to get sued. It is what it is. Play the more ethical route so that you don't get in big trouble in the long term and not have to deal with any issues on the back end or anything that basically takes you away from selling on Amazon. Now, my rant is over. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at our listing, and I like to let you guys know in terms of optimization, you want your best keywords in the title, mainly because your optimization score will go up if you add more to the title. So we have 176 out of 200. We should be able to use the maximum 200, and we can add additional keywords to that. So what I'll do is I'll look at this eyelid wipes, exfoliate. We already have eyelid wipes in the title already, so that's actually redundant. We actually don't need to do that. So we can actually change, instead of eyelid wipes, obviously the title needs to make sense. You could put eyelid scrubs and then see how the optimization score goes from there. I saw an opportunity with scrubs somewhere around here, and then you see, boom, optimization score goes up. One thing I want to say too is if you hide used, you already know what keywords you've been utilizing, and now you can go in and look for opportunities based on keywords on fire. As you can see here, a lot of it is around competitors. Be careful with the competitors. We'll see here, like there's words like lids. Sometimes you actually can have typos in your copy that will help you with ranking. So if I put, let's say we have eyelid wipes, we're already using that in the title. We can actually turn this, and we have wipe here. Two things I want to mention on this is if I turn eye to eye and lid, this actually might help our search term ranking because it's a typo. If you want to put typos on the back end, I highly recommend that because boom, your optimization score will go up. You'll have lid covered, and then you just keep going from there. Like I said, if you're using eyelids plural, that's redundant. Essentially, you're already using it in the bullet points. You have in the search terms, you can get rid of that. You want to make sure you have both the singular and plural, especially in your space, because you'll have customers searching search terms with typos. You'll have customers searching search terms with, singular and plural, with, keywords like eyelid wipes. Eyelid wipe could be a target. Eyelids wipes could be a target. It doesn't make sense, but that could be something that people are searching. You want to have these kind of words in your title, bullet points, description. And most important with this, and how I look at it is you want your title to make sense. You want your best performing keywords in the title. Bullet points, you want them to make sense. You want to have your benefits in your bullet points. Description, you want it to make sense. You want to add whatever you can that basically has a selling point to your product. When you create A+ content, and this is something we could talk about in the future, but A+ content actually covers the description. Just be aware, you can actually still put keywords in your description on the back end to essentially help with your optimization score. So like here, you have 2,000 characters. The sky's the limit here. You have opportunity to add more to it. And then your search terms, you have your bytes. If anything does not make sense, like I said, typos, Spanish keywords, things like that, you can actually add them to the search terms on the back end, which will help with optimization as well. Now we have MediViz here. The brand is MediViz. You can actually get rid of that because it's essentially redundant. You already have it in the title. Optimization score won't be affected by that. So as you can see here, You'll see keywords like plus, and you'll see keywords like hygienic. If it's like plus, people are there's like search term volume. If it makes sense, you can add it. Hygienic, obviously, we got to add that. Hypoallergenic, you can add. Not quite 100% sure on allergy, but make sure, if I make this mistake, make sure that you don't do the same mistake I did, but just make sure in your space that you can't say certain words, and then you see optimization score goes up. Now I could spend a lot of time on this. We can add cleanser and things like that, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and update title, bullet points, etc. And then I'll show you how to create a listing from scratch using ZonGuru. So we'll hit AI generate, brand name is Mediviz. And then what we'll do is probably grab the title here. Negative keywords, you want to grab it from our list. There. You'll see that there's competitors in there too. Shouldn't be an issue, so not separating by comma, but just in case. And then what this will do is when we have our negative phrase, this will actually get rid of that in our copy. But still, you want to be careful that you're not essentially putting things that should not be in your title. Regardless, this will not help you get away with the structure function claims, branded names on the back end. You really want to look at your title because even though we use ChatGPT, remember ChatGPT is not perfect. We'll do professional. And AI is generating the title, and you could do this with your bullet points. You can do this in the description. You could do it in the search terms, and let's see what it does. He added some extra things, eyelid bumps, etc. Boom, ZonGuru score went up. Now we could do this again with the bullet points. What I'll do is bullet number 1, do this. A field must be less than 200. Okay, let's see here. Stop it here and see. Let's see what it does. This is the fun part with AI is when they take everything from keywords on fire, they're like, all right, let's look for opportunities. We're going to add more to this and then see what happens. Dang, I filled it up a lot. Let's see where it goes. Keeps going up. Remember, you want to make sure there's no structure function claims. This is problematic. I believe dermatitis is problematic as well, if I'm not mistaken. So you want to be careful with this. If you put styes, it's probably going to get flagged, especially in this space. So let's see what happens when I get rid of that. I don't know if a competitor has it or not, but I had dropped a bit. You want to be careful with those kind of keywords because even if it gives you a ZonGuru optimization score that's going up, like I said, structure function claim, you can get in big trouble for that. So I showed you how to basically do it manually, and then you can also use AI to fluff it up if you need some inspiration. And it basically it fills up the character count. And I think with that, you can apply that to all the bullet points. I want to make a main point for this description here. This is so important. So the description is 2,000 characters. This is where I see a lot of opportunity through listings that will help out with and optimize for our clients, in addition to even my personal brand. I went on the back end of the description to look for opportunities on keywords on fire that I may not have added on the bullet points because they're not benefits oriented. But what we'll do is it'll make an awesome description. It'll make an awesome description of your product. It will mention benefits. It will mention features. But in addition to that, it's going to add keywords that it may find through keywords on fire. Remember, you want to make sure, and you can see it went up a bit. You want to make sure that they're not using unethical keywords. You're not using keywords that are, branded, structure function claim, etc. Just please look at the keywords when you start doing this. One more time, I want to reiterate that. Look at your keywords, make sure there's no brands, make sure there's no structure function claims. Just do it ethically and be careful. Be careful with sty. You'll probably be better off with, and that caught my eye. You'll be editing things like that. Make sure your butt is covered. And then from there, you have it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to remove one of these listings. I'm going to add a new one. And I'm actually going to create from scratch. And let's see what it does. So we'll create it from scratch. Add blank listing. We'll say, I want to make some cool name for Tony Store eyelid wipes. That's terrible. We're going to use this as an example. Add listing Tony Store eyelid wipes. We're going to hit finish. Now you can publish on Amazon, guys. There's a publish on Amazon button. I prefer to manually do it on Amazon. I just don't, just from personal experience, that's what I do when I edit this. But we got Tony Store eyelid wipes, AI generate. What I'm going to do is have the AI generate the entire thing. We'll put Tony Store. Sounds so weird. And then product description, we'll put eyelid wipes, 30 count. And then negative keywords, we'll put competitors. Whoops. put the competitors here. I don't think the commas matter. We'll try it out and see what happens. ZonGuru's loading. We're gonna be more witty. No, we're gonna be funny. See what it does for us. So it's gonna look at keywords on fire here, and it's gonna create. I just hate the Tony Store name. It's so goofy now. I guess this is gonna be on YouTube. It's kind of funny. Looking back at this, I'll probably be like, yikes, I can't believe I did that. But we got the bullet points coming up. We got description, search terms, and then we'll see what happens. You gotta have fun, guys. You gotta have fun. I mean, working with Profitable Pineapple, it's all fun here. It's all fun. It's all wins. We like to see our clients win. We like to have fun. You're not gonna see Tony Store in real life. You know, we're a little bit more professional than that. But you can see here, essentially, let's see. Ooh, good optimization score right from the get. So Tony Store's eyelid wipes, funny, refreshing eye care for dry eyes and blepharitis, 30 count, easy to use. It could be kind of funny, I guess. Welcome to Tony Store with priorities with a dash of humor. It just created a brand for me. Eyelid wipes with a dash of humor. Do you have itchy? These wipes are the superheroes of eye care. See how ZonGuru and ChatGPT can be very fun. But like I said, you want to make sure there isn't anything that's a structure function claim. You want to make sure you cover your butt there. And from there, you basically work on optimizing your listing and so on. Some of my clients really like using this tool for creating new listings from scratch. I had a client creating a new product, and we're going through that process of finding keyword opportunities. And we're like, let's use ZonGuru for this. And we have a well-optimized listing before launch. So once we have that, we have product that's going towards Amazon FBA, we'll have the listing set up, or even FBM to start selling. And we're good to go there because we have that prepared in advance. But anyway, from there, what we can do is you want to strengthen every aspect of your listing. And there is stuff that's going to go beyond ZonGuru, and it's going to go into a few main points. You want your title to contain over 125 characters. You want 5 bullet points. Some spaces in some industries, you can have more than 5, but make sure you have 5 bullet points. You want to have over 150 characters in those bullet points. And then you want your listing that contains 7 pictures. And this is going to actually affect the optimization score. You can see here, title, optimization, bullet points, description when you add that. But then it's also going to affect everything on your listing in terms of, how aesthetic your listing looks, how professional it looks. You want to make sure you have those 7 pictures. Lifestyle photo, I can show you from here. So you have your pictures that cover. You can actually upload videos too, and uploading videos actually puts more, it's going to make your listing a lot more optimized, and customers are going to be watching those videos, and it may help with conversions as well. So you have the main product image, you have, your lifestyle photo, and then you can kind of mention some things. Benefits, you want to have benefits mostly. Don't worry too much about the features, and you want to make sure you cover all those bases, and just essentially maximize your listing opportunities. Now you can look at competitors in the space and see what they're doing. And we'll look at our most optimized here, Clearadex, and you could see what they're doing. I'm actually sad for them because the fact that they're well optimized on the back end and their images kind of suck is interesting to me. No offense. I just think that they can do better. Just make sure you look at your competitors and make sure, like, this is much better. So you have your mentions, you have your bullet points, opportunities, and then you have other bullet points that you can utilize. Make sure you cover, and this is good step by step, make sure you cover your bases like this. Have some sort of Amazon listing friendly images, and just make sure you have that. So when customers click, not just from their title, they have extra things to look for. And when they see videos, they see these nice images, they're going to be more inclined to purchase. And you can see here, purchases are great, reviews are good, purchases are great. Probably update the listing images a little bit, but overall looks good. And then you have the A+ content that covers description. This is really well done here. So from there, obviously the most important thing is your ratings. You want your review ratings to be really high up there. And what you're going to do with that, and I'll show you how to utilize that through ZonGuru, is if you go and click on customer engagement and you go to review automator, it's actually where you build reviews. So if I check this button with ZonGuru, ZonGuru is going to automatically request reviews to customers who purchase your products. And all you have to do is hit this checkbox here, and you're good to go. And then it starts running, and then you'll start to see reviews come in. Ideally, everything. Once you have your listing optimized, the next best thing, you know, when you have your images, videos, etc., you want your reviews to be up. Now, lastly, when it comes to reviews, guys, the most important thing is to build up your reviews. Once you have your listing images optimized, your videos, your benefits, your bullet points, all that stuff is optimized, you want to work towards getting your reviews. As you know, reviews are everything that builds credibility to your brand and to your product. If you have terrible reviews, chances are you might have to look at your product and see if there's any issues. Hopefully your product doesn't suck. Hopefully it's just some rough experience. Lastly, I wanted to talk about reviews. Reviews are everything credibility for your brand, guys. You want to make sure you have a high review rating. You want to make sure that your reviews say really great things about your products. You know, you have these good reviews, best eyelid wipes ever. These are the reviews that you want. Top critical review, decent product. Regardless of that top critical review, that's a good top critical review. It's not anything that's like, this product sucks, blah, blah, blah. Your critical, basically this critical review just tells me that this is a good product, because it's not something that's like a 1-star, it's terrible, it tastes like whatever, you know, it burns my eyes or whatever it is in your space. You want to make sure that your product does not suck. And when you can get that and you get the review volume there, the momentum and that snowball effect will start to come in with Amazon, because everything revolves around your star rating on Amazon. The most important thing to understand, guys, is in most spaces, from personal experience, I saw around 4.3 and above to be 4.5 stars on Amazon. Anything below 4.3 is going to immediately put the star, basically your star rating look like 4 stars on Amazon. So let's actually look for that. All right, so there's a 4-star right here. It's a 4.2. So like I said, 4 stars, it's a 4.2 star. If it's a 4.3, it'll turn into a 4.5 star. Let me see if there's a 4.3 around here. These are pretty good ratings. 4.4 is still 4.5. So essentially what I'm getting at is make sure your ratings are above 4.3. Make sure, and this will impact conversion rate significantly if it's under 4.3. And I can tell you from personal experience, I've seen what happened with some clients and some brands where the ratings went down because of a product that didn't turn out so hot recently. You know, they tried a new formulation, things like that. That all can have an impact. So make sure your product is great. Make sure your product is loved by your customers. Make sure, you know, with that, your most top critical review, and that's a sign of a good product when your most critical review is like, it's a decent product. All in all, guys, to simplify everything, basically to refine your listing as a whole, especially through ZonGuru, your title. You want to make your title as keyword rich as possible. Look for the big opportunity keywords on ZonGuru for your title. You want to target any opportunities you might find in the space when you're doing your keyword research. Look for any gaps, because with those gaps, you can actually capitalize on an opportunity there. With images, invest in professional photos. You want to have professional images. I showed you some examples of opportunities where some brands could improve upon. And then I showed you an example of a brand that has pretty cool images. So make sure you're looking at what competitors are doing in the space and get some professional photos done, because that is essential for your images. With bullet points, you want to highlight the main benefits. You know, everyone has their features. You want to highlight the benefits. Focus on what's going to benefit them in the long term in using your product consistently. You want to then, with the bullet points, make the bullet points make sense, but also include keywords that help with your ranking. If you can't add them into the title, the next best thing is adding them into the bullet points. And then from there, you can essentially go into the description next. And then you build off from there, and you just build this whole experience on your Amazon listing to optimize it. And it's like your customer sees the title, and then they see the images. They're like, oh, you know, title was great. Images are looking professional. Product looks amazing. We're looking at the reviews. Reviews are great. Bullet points. It all leads them down to the purchase process. So you really want to make sure it's well optimized. You want to make sure you're covering all the things that they're searching for and all the specifics that they're searching for in your copy. This is why we want to be specific in our keywords. And this is why we do the negative phrases, because we want to really drive the overall sales volume. Sales volume is everything on Amazon, and that will drive your organic ranking upwards. It'll drive your relevancy in keyword opportunities and so on. So it's essential to just go through this entire process. Utilize ZonGuru as your, I guess you could say, utilize ZonGuru as your stepping stone to optimizing your listing as best as you possibly can. Make sure you're not putting anything that's troublesome in the keywords, and then make sure that you're not having competitors in your brands. And with that being said, guys, that's pretty much it. If you need any help with this, feel free to email me at tony@profitablepineapple.com. If you have any questions, always happy to help. Back to you, Travis.
All right, to summarize the 7 steps for Amazon listing optimization. Step number 1, doing your keyword research. Keyword research, like I said, is the most vital role. I'm going to repeat it over and over again. You guys are going to get sick of me hearing it in this course because you're only on chapter 2 and you're going to hear me say over and over again, go after keywords, go after keywords that have a high conversion, because high conversion leads to higher organic rank, which leads to higher sales velocity, which means better organic rank, which means more sales, which means more profit. And so you want to focus on keywords that are going to convert for your listing. So keyword research is the most important thing. And we showed you how to do that on Keywords on Fire in this video and in the previous video. That's how important it is. I wanted to show you how I did it, and then I wanted to show you how Tony did it. And you can see we do it very similarly. Step number 2 is analyze those keywords for market opportunities. See if there's a gap in different keywords like eye wipes for people. Nobody's putting that in their listing. It sounds weird, but it gets searched all the time. And so take advantage of that, because when you get pushed up and have that exactly in your title, it's going to push you up in the whole keyword silo for eyelid wipes. Now, step 3, utilize Listing Optimizer by ZonGuru. There's so much opportunity there to analyze all of your listing. And so that brings us to step 4, which is compare your listing to your competitors inside Listing Optimizer. And so check your title, your bullets, your description, your ratings, your reviews, and you can see where your listing falls short compared to other people. Step 5 is the strength of those titles, bullets, backend search terms, and your ratings and reviews. So we're going to look at the keyword side of things, and then we're going to look at the actual strength of your bullets and titles and everything. Step number 6 is building up those reviews. Make sure that you have an automated review requester on. ZonGuru has that built in. You saw Tony switch it on. It was that simple. That is really how simple it is. Step number 7, final step, is use Listing Optimizer to make data-driven changes. So the keyword research you did, add those into the title, add those into the bullets, use the AI inside Listing Optimizer to really help you, but don't let that be the end all be all. Avoid competitors in your listing, even in the back end. That is the #1 cause for lawsuits on Amazon. I talked to Jeff Schick. He's an attorney in this space. He said the #1 cause is IP infringement, which is putting your competition in the back end. And there are tools now that we can scrape that. So you better believe that attorneys are scraping back ends, looking for that to then present opportunities to brands to go after other people because they like to get paid. And so I hope this video was helpful. We also showed you a brief glimpse on how to create a listing from scratch, and that doesn't take long at all. So I hope this video was helpful. If you found it helpful, give some kudos to Tony down in the comments down below. Give him a thumbs up, and then share this with another brand owner that might benefit from this. This is chapter 2 of our free Amazon PPC masterclass. So if you haven't subscribed, I'm in doctor mode now. If you haven't subscribed to our free Amazon PPC masterclass, you can do that at profitablepineapple.com. I'm not lying when I say that it is better than any paid course out there. So make sure you head to profitablepineapple.com, sign up for that free PPC masterclass, and we will see you in chapter 3.
All right. So again, give Tony kudos down in the comments down below. Tell him a compliment. Tell him how great his hair looks in that video, because his hair is fantastic. I'm just saying that because I'm jealous because he has hair and I don't, or it's going away at least, 40s problems. Anyway, lots of questions came in during that video, but I want you guys to understand we're an hour into this training, and all we've talked about is keywords. I want you guys to realize how important keywords are. That is why we just spent the first hour on keywords. You have to conceptualize what keywords are and how important they are with your bidding strategy, with everything you do with Amazon PPC, with everything you do on Amazon. The foundation, your keywords are so important. Let's jump into some questions. We're going to jump into a short chapter 3. And then a lot of you have commented that this looks the same as your other video that you did. And you are correct, because the foundation doesn't change. And here's a little secret. It hasn't changed since 2019. If you go back to my 2019 training, 2019, that was 5 years ago at the time of this recording, it is the same, because keywords are so important to Amazon. It's just as simple as that. And your foundation, your listing, everything is so important. That hasn't changed in 100 years. When I went and saw Dan Kennedy last month, his strategies are based on things from the 70s and 80s, and he's sold more than any of us on this video combined. All of us on this video combined. And so just think about that. Strategies don't change. Tactics and hacks do. And so if you go back to 2019, the strategies and foundation are the same. It's just I'm using different tools because I've changed the tools that I use. And so just keep that in mind. That's why this foundation is so important. We got one more foundational video, and then we're going to jump into the scale area. But I want to jump into some questions first. So John asks, hey, Travis, can you recommend a good stock management software for Amazon, please? Happy to help with this. We have one. And so I highly recommend ours, which is Profitable Pineapple Express. If you go to profitablepineappleexpress.com, here's my answer to that. I'll actually put a little banner out here. You can actually get a free trial on that. So Profitable Pineapple Express for inventory management. This is one that we put together for iLove about 4 years ago. We just released it in June of 2023 to all of you, and it keeps getting better and better. And so we're taking any feedback that you have. Would love to get your feedback on that. So Profitable Pineapple Express for that. Thanks, John, for asking that question. Oh, there you go. You're welcome, John. Larry, when you get a minute, could you please explain the phrase structure function claim and why it's important not to use or mention them? So this is a big thing in the supplement space. And so I sold eyelid wipes, which was in the dry eye space. I could not say that my eyelid wipes treated dry eye unless I could prove that the ingredients treated dry eye through studies. And so I'd have to go through millions of dollars of studies, lots of patients, or what you can do also is you can find an FDA monograph, which is a pre-formulated formula for something that's already been proven for that. And so if somebody's already proven that this formula treats this, then you can say that your product treats something. But if you have never proven that the ingredients in your product can treat something, you cannot say that. And so we're buying right now an acid reflux brand. I cannot say my supplement treats acid reflux. I can only put it in front of my customers and say this will help with your stomach health. And so you have to be very, very generic when you're talking about supplements, and especially when you're talking about things like weight loss too. But FDA structure function claims are just simply, you cannot say you treat something unless you've proven that you can treat it through official studies. And that's pretty much it. There's a whole law of that in the FDA. Amazon also polices for it. So I learned this the hard way. I came out with a dry eye supplement. I literally put dry eye supplement on it. Amazon gave me a slap and said, you can't say dry eye unless you can prove these ingredients have been proven for dry eye. They hadn't. And so we had to take all of our product out, relabel it. We had to take dry eye off the listing, and we had to just say for eye health. And so that is what FDA structure function claim. Larry, I know your product. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, so Pinareo, I think I said that right, Pinareo. PPC has always been my Achilles heel. Thank you for Dr. T for explaining it in simple terms that are easy to follow. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. And then Dell says he agrees. PPC has been my weakest point. It doesn't have to be. And what we're going to go over today should help simplify it. And I hope it does for that. If it doesn't simplify it for you and you have questions, please put them in the comments down below. Another question, is being brand registered the only way to be able to add videos to your listing? I've seen people on Fiverr offering services to add videos for a 7th picture. I honestly don't know the answer to that because I've only worked with brand registered brands. I've never worked with a non-brand registered brand. So I can't answer the question for that. So if anybody knows the answer to this, please answer his question down below in the comments. This is on YouTube. And then Larry's giving kudos to Tony. So if you like Tony's video, make sure you can kudos down there. Tony, thank you for that video. That was great. All right. Short video, last foundational video, and then we're going to jump into what you guys came for, which is the scaling. So let's jump into this last video.
Avoid my $250,000 mistake in one simple step, and that's what I'm going to show you in today's video. Now, I didn't just make a $250,000 mistake. I also almost bankrupt my company from ordering too much inventory. In this short video, I'm just going to be going over the importance of inventory and how you can avoid my mistake number 1, which lost me $250,000, and then mistake number 2, which almost bankrupt my company. And the reason that happened is because with losing $250,000, I did not stay on top of ordering inventory and getting it into Amazon on time. Therefore, my 4 out of my 5 best sellers stocked out. And when I say stocked out, they were gone. One of them was gone for over a month and a half. And when we added it all up, the opportunity cost there was over $250,000. Not even opportunity cost. That was the direct revenue that we lost as a result of going out of stock. But the opportunity costs, our keyword rankings tanked. And so we had to build back up our keyword rankings. So I calculated the exact cost of $250,000, but it was probably a lot more than that. Now, mistake number 2 and how I almost bankrupt my company is because I ordered too much inventory. We were a highly profitable company, and then we ordered too much inventory, which left us to pretty much no cash left in our bank. We had $1,000 left in our bank account with $50,000 due on loans and credit cards. So we were in a little bit of a pickle. So that's the effect of accurate inventory management. Is you can order too much and cause a cash flow shortage in your business, causing it to go bankrupt, or you can order too little, cause you to go out of stock, which then you're fighting an uphill battle to get your keyword rankings back, and you're losing money every single day that you're out of stock. Now, the key thing to doing this, and the one simple step that you need to make now, is you need to get your inventory out of spreadsheets. Spreadsheets are outdated and they're prone to human error. Now, you need to use a software for inventory management. We have one called Profitable Pineapple Express, which I highly recommend you do. You get inventory management in place before you do any kind of Amazon PPC system, because you need to know your numbers and you need something that dynamically updates every single hour. And that's what Profitable Pineapple Express does. You can see that at profitablepineappleexpress.com, and you can sign up for our free 14-day trial. And if you're doing less than 300 orders per month, it's always free for you. And then we have a 3-tiered system from there, which you can see if you go to profitablepineappleexpress.com and check it out. Get in an inventory management system. The software dynamically updates every single hour versus a spreadsheet, which is outdated and prone to human error. Get yourself into an inventory management system now. Click the link, start a free trial, and avoid going bankrupt and losing $250,000. Avoid my mistakes. Learn from my mistakes by signing up today.
All right, so I hope you see the passion that I have for our inventory management system. And it's not just because it's my product. I come out with products that I truly believe in, and that's what you need to do too. Conviction sells more than anything else. And I want to go into a quick story, and then we're going to jump into the scaling section of this training. And what I want to go over is the conviction you have for your product will sell it. If you're selling just another commodity that has no differentiation, you're not going to have conviction to sell it. And you're always going to be whining about how I can't increase my organic rank or how my PPC is too expensive. It's because you don't believe in your product. If you believe in your product, it becomes easy to sell. Now, when I had my company called iLove, we catered to people that had dry eye, specifically postmenopausal females that suffered from dry eye. And it was usually due to an overall inflammation in the entire body. I was so convicted on my product that I convinced people to spray acid into their eyes to help their dry eye. Think about that for a second. I convinced people to spray acid into their eyes to help with their dry eye. Now, this wasn't malicious. This was because the product worked and because I believed in the product. And so they could feel it through the video of me talking about this product and wanting to use it because I believed in the product. It cleaned eyelids better than anything in the world. And I still believe that today. I don't even own the company anymore, but I still believe that hypochlorous acid, our product was called Hydrate Lid and Lash Cleanser. I still believe that that is one of the best products in the world today for cleaning your eyelids and helping with irritated eyes. And so I went on video. It was in my sales copy. It was in my emails. It was in everything. I was so convicted on this product that I woke up every single day thinking about how much or how I can sell more of this product. Fast forward to today. Inventory management is the least sexy thing in the world. And I'm trying to sell it because it is so important for Amazon. It's as important as keyword research because high conversion rate, high sales velocity. Those are the two things that you need to shoot up in the organic ranks. It's that simple. That's all it is. If you stock out, you lose sales velocity and your rankings tank. I stocked out of 4 of my 5 bestsellers, and it literally cost me $250,000 in literal money being out of stock of 4 of my 5 bestsellers. But the opportunity cost was probably closer to $1 million or $2 million because we lost the organic rank. We went from selling 150 to 200 sales a day to when we got back into stock to selling 50 to 100. And then we had to push our way back up. And we only got back up to about 100 to 150 sales a day. And so we never regained that peak performance we had because we stocked out. That is why I am so convicted for our software, Profitable Pineapple Express. Are you convicted on your product? Are you? Think about that. Like, yes, I do have the best rubber spatula in the world. Do you really? Do you really? Like, we're coming out with an acid reflux brand. I believe in the product. That is why we brought the brand. And I'm going to replicate everything I did with iLove in this brand. And I don't necessarily believe, like, I'm not passionate about acid reflux, but I'm passionate about helping people in their health journey. Dry eye was the vehicle in my first business. Acid reflux is going to be the vehicle in my second business. Here's the deal. Supplements and hypochlorous acid sprays are great. They help find relief. However, we just need to make some changes to your health in order to bring better results, because acid reflux, dry eye, everything is a result of inflammation in the body. And so that is what I'm passionate about. Acid reflux is just the vehicle to help me get there. And so I'm convicted about helping people in their health journey more than I am about the product itself. So are you convicted about your product? And then if you're not, what are you going to do to change it? So keep that in mind. All right, conviction class over. So let me jump into one more question and then we'll jump into the scale. All right, so Dell says, please forgive me if this is off topic, but do you have an opinion on using product inserts for obtaining reviews? It's not off topic. We're talking about everything here, Dell. We'll get into that a little bit more later, but I will address it briefly here. I love product inserts. I don't like them for obtaining reviews. I love product inserts to giving value to the customer. So what can you do to give value? What we like to do is give away something free. And so usually we'll say, get your free gift here. And let's say, I'll talk about our soap company right here, right now. So we have a soap company. It's one of the best soaps on the market. Again, convicted on the product, not the sales channel or whatever. There's tons of soap on the market. And we say, get your free gift here. And we can change that free gift to whatever we want. Usually it's chapstick, soap, another product that we sell, something like that. And they get another bar of soap for free. That's it. And then 2 weeks later, we'll ask them, hey, how are you doing with the soap? We want to get your feedback on it. What would you give it from 0 to 5 stars? So we first give them value, and then we just email them a little bit later on and ask them, how are you doing with it? If they gave us a great review, we'll ask them to post it on Amazon. It's as simple as that. We're not saying, hey, we'll give you the free gift if you give us a review. We're just asking for feedback. And if it's great feedback and we want it to be on Amazon, we'll say, hey, could you leave that review here on Amazon? But we don't do the product reviews or product inserts for reviews. We do the product inserts to provide value to the customer. All right, Dell says awesome. All right, glad that helped. Cool. Let's jump into scale now. So we're going to talk about ACoS first and how you need to rethink that. We've gone over it a little bit, but we're going to go over it a little bit differently now. And then we're going to jump into how to scale and automate with the software we use inside our agency. And you're going to see the exact SOP we use to launch somebody. So let's jump in again to the next video.
The next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be figuring out your maximum cost per acquisition. We're going to be figuring out your break-even ACoS, and we're going to be figuring out your target ACoS. Now, a lot of people think they need to be going after a low ACoS in order for them to be successful. And I'm here to debunk that myth. Your break-even ACoS, also known as your profit margin, also known as your maximum cost per acquisition, is what you really should be going after. The more aggressive you are with sponsored product advertising, the higher your organic rank is going to go for those keywords, which then is going to increase your profit margin. And so I'll go over some different philosophies, but all you have to do is figure out your profit margin. And you can do that very easily and very quickly with Helium 10. Let me actually just jump into my screen and I'm going to show you how to do that. Then I'm going to show you how the screen that I use to then keep track of all this. And again, this is in your spreadsheet. So very, very easy to get access to this. Let me switch over to my screen. I'm going to show you how to calculate your break-even ACoS. We're then going to go into budgeting. Budgeting, you have to increase your budget just a little bit at the beginning of this launch with Quartile because we want to give the software time to learn. And so let's say what we usually do is we look back at 60 days, the past 60 days, we average it out on a per day basis, and then we add 20%. So let's just say to make math very simple, you spend $1,000 per day. So the last 2 months, we look at the last 2 months, you've spent $60,000. So 60,000 divided by 60 days, which is 2 months, is $1,000 a day. We're then going to add 20% to that budget when we're in launch phase. You can reduce it again. I don't recommend it, but you can reduce it again. We're hopefully going to make your ad so profitable that you don't have to reduce it. But instead of $1,000 a day that you've been spending, we're going to increase that budget to a daily budget of $1,200, and we're going to set that up in Campaign Manager. I'll show you how to do that here as well. So let's first calculate your profit margin, which is your break-even ACoS, which is your maximum cost per acquisition for you to break even. And then we're going to put your budget in your Campaign Manager. So let me switch over to my screen and we'll get started on doing that. All right, so I use Helium 10's Chrome extension for this, but you don't need Helium 10. I mean, you can just do a simple calculation. You can go into your backend of Campaign Manager and see what the Amazon fees will be. But Helium 10 makes it easy when you have their Chrome extension installed. Let's see if it's gonna, there we go. All right, and maybe. All right, right down here to calculators, you can see your revenue calculator right here. And you can see if you're manufacturing or if you're FBMing it or if you're FBA. So our price is $29.97. Tells us our fees are going to be $8.36. We then just put our margin in here. I'll just say $4 for simplicity's sake. And then it will calculate your maximum cost per acquisition, which is your profit margin. But we do have a spreadsheet that we're going to put this into. So let's go over there and we'll do that. So we'll go back to our spreadsheet. Back to our spreadsheet though, and the MediViz eyelid wipes, let's put it in here. So we were $29.97. Our Amazon fees were $8.36. Our cost of goods were $4. That leaves $8.36. That leaves our cost per acquisition of $17.61. You then take the $17.61, divide it by $29.97, which I did right here for you. And that is your break-even ACoS, which is also, I'm going to put a note here, break-even ACoS equals maximum cost per acquisition. Or excuse me, that does not equal cost per acquisition. Break-even ACoS equals profit margin. We actually calculated the maximum cost per acquisition. So what this means is that we can spend $17.61 to get a sale for this product. That is a good margin. That is a lot of money that we can play with to get advertising sales. That is just for the first time purchase. That doesn't count if we get this person on subscribe and save, and then they'll continue to buy from us later on. So then profit goes up. So with a break-even ACoS, let's talk about 59%. Some of you guys are like, 59%, that's insane. And you're like, why would I ever go for an ACoS that high? Now, if you are selling consumables and your product is good, they're going to be back to buy more. Goes back to that quality of product we talked about. So they'll be back to buy more. So when I have a consumable, I set my target ACoS to be a little higher. I like to go 10 percentage points higher than my break-even. For my sunglasses, 60%, I either like to go break even if I'm going to be aggressive, or for one-off products, I like to go 10 under. Because you can be more aggressive because then you'll increase organic ranking, or if you want to start focusing on profit, you just bring that target ACoS down. And so consumables, I go higher. For plastic products, I usually go 10% lower. But you can go break even if you want to focus on being more aggressive. So what you can do is you can kind of play with your target ACoS, and you'll see how to do that here in the next module, to get more aggressive or get less aggressive. So that's how you figure out your break-even ACoS and figure out what your target ACoS is for your product. So that's what I want you to do next, is calculate it for only the top 20%, is figure out your target ACoS for all your products that you're going to be advertising for. So let's jump in and do that. And we're going to figure out your budget. So we're going to look back at the last 60 days. We're going to average it to a daily budget. So we're going to take, let's say you spent $60,000 again in the last 30 days. Let's just go with a big number. Let's say you spent $600,000 in the last 30 days. That means you're spending, or in the last 60 days, you're spending $10,000 a day. Your daily budget is going to be $12,000. So we're going to increase it by 20%. I hope that makes sense. If you have questions, let me know. But let's calculate that. So we're going to calculate your break-even ACoS. We're going to figure out what you want your target ACoS to be based on that break-even. And then we're going to calculate your budget. Another simple way, if you want to be a little more conservative, and you don't want to, let's say right now your account's running at 30%, and you don't want to go all the way up to 50 to 69% ACoS. If you're at 30%, let's just add to that. Let's just add to that. So let's add 20% to that. That's a simpler way to calculate your target ACoS next. So if you're at 30% right now, we'll want your target ACoS again, same kind of thing as the budget, 20% above that. So we'll go after a 36% ACoS with your account if you want to keep it simpler. But if you want to know my opinion, be more aggressive. Be more aggressive. It'll increase your organic rank. All right, so let's figure out your target ACoS. Let's figure out your budget, and then we'll go over the next steps.
All right, so that was a simple can't talk anymore. A simple stepping stone into just realizing what ACoS you can be targeting with your product in order to increase profitability, to increase organic rank, depending on what you're shooting for. Most people go after too low of an ACoS, and they're costing themselves because they're watching ACoS instead of TACoS. If you watch TACoS, your TACoS can actually go down as your ACoS goes up. And the reason that is because if your ACoS goes up, but your organic ranking goes up at the same time, that can decrease your tacos, therefore increasing your profitability. So keep that in mind when you're calculating ACoS and when you're managing your campaigns. Don't pause campaigns just because they have a high ACoS, because they may be leading you to more profit because they're increasing your organic rank. All right, this next video is all about scaling and automating Amazon PPC with Quartile. Now, you guys know I'm obsessed with single keyword ad campaigns, and you guys are probably wondering, how do you do that? Like, how do I make 30 campaigns that are single keyword ad campaigns? I'd have to go into Campaign Manager and make every single one of them. That is not the case. That is why we use software, because Quartile allows us, we do our buildings in Google Sheets, and then we copy and paste Google Sheets over to Quartile and launch hundreds of campaigns at the snap of a finger. And so you can launch hundreds of campaigns inside Quartile very simply. Now, before I jump into this too far, if you go to Quartile Direct, you can go through them, or you can join us. And so you can actually get coaching. We get on a coaching call every Tuesday. It's 2 to 3 hours long, and we actually coach you through Quartile. We actually launch for you as well in our Done With You program that you can go to the profitablepineapplefarm.com. That's our coaching program where we coach you how to use all this stuff. We go through all the stuff that you're going to be learning in this today, but we coach you through it. We help you launch. We actually do the launch for you and then show you how to optimize. And so if you're interested in us holding your hand and actually doing some of the work for you, and then we actually show you how to optimize it, and then you're on your own then after that, but you still have that weekly coaching, do it through us. We only let 10 people in every 10 weeks. And so get on the wait list at profitablepineapplefarm.com. Our next one opens up in March, but we usually open it up every 10 weeks. And so don't miss your opportunity to join us for that. And you're going to get Quartile, you're going to get ZonGuru, and you're going to get Profitable Pineapple Express. Those 3 softwares I've talked about so far in this course. You get all that through our coaching program, and you get coaching, and you get my team. You get access to all of us. And so if you're interested in that, profitablepineapplefarm.com, go check it out. Let's jump in. This is it. Let's scale. Let me show you exactly how my team and I use Quartile.
So we've got our foundation. We did that in the first module. We did our ZonGuru connection. We got our reviews automated. We made sure our listings looked good. Now it's time to start Amazon PPC and automating that part. I'm sure this is why you guys are here, but let's jump into it. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be showing you how to mine your search term report, how to build out a negative phrase and possibly a negative exact match list. It's going to be your master keyword list for negatives. We don't have to spend a lot of time on that, but negative phrase is the key component to making a lot more money and spending a lot less money on Amazon ads. So negative phrases will save you hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. In my account, when I was spending $150,000 a month, it saved me probably $100,000 or more per year. Even for smaller accounts, it saves a significant amount. So it's key to have that negative phrase list. Then we're going to build the Quartile build in 4 different categories. We're going to build our exact match campaigns. We're going to build our broad match campaigns. Those are going to be the same keywords or the same search terms. And then we're going to build our ASINs, which are product targeting ads in sponsored products, not in sponsored display, but in sponsored products. And then we're going to build our auto campaigns. I'm not a big fan of auto campaigns unless you do them right. And the key thing with doing an auto campaign right is the fact that you need to have that negative phrase list ready to upload. If you don't, you're going to let it go crazy. And trust me when I say Amazon is dumb. They don't know anything about your listing. They know a little bit, but they don't know everything about your listing. And you're going to start showing up for keywords that don't even make sense. And so if you have that negative phrase list already put in place, it's going to save you a significant amount of money. But on top of that, it's going to help you scale faster because it's going to get rid of all this junk that's eating up your budget. And it's going to put it towards words that are making sense for your word. So what I want to do is I want to switch over to my screen. I'm going to show you how to get a search term report, how to upload it into Google Sheets, how to organize it, and then we're going to do the Quartile build. Now, with that being said, again, I'm doing this on a smaller account so you can see the basics. And then what your account might be much bigger. And so it might be a little harder for you. But trust me when I say I have another video that goes over how I did this with my iLove account. And you can go watch that one and you can see me organize it and do everything for that one. And you'll see a lot of keywords in that one. So it took a lot more time. But what you're going to see here is you can upload thousands of campaigns into Quartile all at once in about 10 minutes. And so it doesn't take long at all. And so you're making 1,000 campaigns in Campaign Manager in like 10 minutes. All right, let's switch over to my screen and let's get started. All right, as a part of the abridged version, we're at this stage right here. Mining search term report, building out negative keyword lists, Quartile build for exact and broad match campaigns. This is the format it needs to be in: child ASIN, SKU, budget, keyword. Product targeting ads, child ASIN, SKU, budget, target ASIN. And then auto campaign, child ASIN, SKU, and budget. Now, I didn't touch on this earlier, but current sponsored display and sponsored brands and autos that are running right now that are successful, we got to tie those into Quartile. And how we do that is we just rename them to SB underscore, SD underscore, and then Quartile will start to take them over. Now, for the sponsored brand campaigns, you need to upload your negatives, which I'm going to show you how to do here in just a little bit. I'm going to show you how to build that negative list. And you need to upload those negatives because sponsored brands can go crazy too, just like an auto campaign and just like a broad campaign. Now, I want to touch on the importance of negative keyword lists for broad, auto, and sponsored brands and why we do it for those and not the others. My belief and my philosophy is that you need to understand what you're doing and not just memorize what to do. Auto campaigns, broad campaigns, phrase, which we don't use, but they're there, phrase campaigns, auto, broad, phrase. These campaigns are discovery campaigns. When you're going after a broad keyword, it's just going after anything related to that keyword. When you're going after a phrase keyword, it has to maintain the integrity of that phrase. An example would be eyelid wipes. Eyelid wipes has to be in that order for a phrase campaign to work. For a broad campaign to work, wipes eye could work for eyelid wipes because it's related. It's a broad targeting. So with that being said, you need to have negatives in there because it's going to save you money because Amazon's going to go after whatever it wants. Here's an example. I sell an eye cream. Eye cream goes on your eyelids. I don't want to rank for hand cream, foot cream, body cream. So a negative phrase would be hand, foot, body. It's 3 separate negatives right there. Hand, foot, body, because I don't want to rank for those, but Amazon might show me for those. So that's what you have to think about. And that's what you have to keep in mind when you're making those negatives. And that's why they're so important. Auto campaigns. If you have auto campaigns that are already running, don't pause them. Keep them running. We're going to rename those to legacy auto with the ASIN number. We're going to keep those running on top of what we're already doing, because if those are jamming and those are working, we want to keep them going. But again, upload your negative list. Upload your negative list to these. It's going to polish them off even more, saving you a significant amount of money moving forward. And it's going to help you scale faster. It's not just going to save you money. It's going to help you scale faster because it's going to get rid of all the junk and your budget's going to start going towards keywords that matter. All right, ran over. Let's jump into mining your search term report. I have a whole blog post on this too, if you want to go through that. Let's go into Amazon though. And I already got this report running, so you didn't have to wait on me. But what you want to do here is just go to create report. And what I like to do is go back as far as possible. So for this first one, for the Quartile build, I'm going to go back all the way as far as I can. Then I like to leave a couple days. It's Friday the 13th right now. So I'm going to leave a couple days for attribution to catch up. And then I'm going to come down here and hit run report. Now, I've already ran this report, so I'm going to show you something else you need to be doing. Sponsored product, search term report. What I'm going to do is just click last 30 days. And I want this to be recurring. And I want this to go every month. And we're going to do this and we're going to end this on as far in the future as we can. So let's try December 25th or December 31st of 2025. We're going to schedule that report. So now it's going to run every month. This is data that you will lose after 60 days. And so you want to keep it running because it will just show up here in your report section. So how did I get here? So I'm inside Campaign Manager and I'm just going to go to measurement and reporting, sponsored ad reports. That's it. Pretty easy to get to. And you can see right here that this one is ready to go. This is the one I just did before I hopped on this call to make this video for you. All right, so that one is up. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up a new Google Sheet and we're going to start to mine our search term report. So I'm going to go to File, import, upload. We're going to browse for that folder. See, it's right here. All right, so here it is. I usually like to have things named into portfolios. That makes it easier to find what product's getting advertised for. But you can see this is not in portfolios. We'll talk about portfolios later. So I'm just going to delete these. Actually, I like to delete these too. I like to hide these just so I can go back and look if I need to. We're going to keep the campaign name. You can keep the targeting name too. I don't care about the ad group name, so I'm going to hide that as well. Here's your customer search term. That's kind of more important than my targeting for what I'm going to show you for the Quartile build. And then what I'm going to do is just kind of we're going to keep clicks and we're going to keep orders. I like to rename these. Here's your ROAS if you want to look at that, but not really needed. We're going to use ACoS instead. Shorten that. We go sales. Of course, that is important. I don't mind having CTR and cost per click there, but it's not needed. And then we're going to delete the rest of these. Conversion rate's fun to look at, so we'll keep conversion rate. Units, you don't need that. All right, we're going to make 3 columns over here. So I'm going to make one more column right here. We're going to make 3 additional columns. So it's going to be clicks to orders, maximum CPA, which we calculated in the other video. And then we're going to do maximum CPC, your maximum cost per click. Your maximum cost per click is a result of how many clicks to order or clicks it takes in orders and your max CPA. So it's going to be a result of all 3 of those. And I'll show you that in just a little bit. I'm going to shrink these up a little bit. I'm going to try to get this all on the screen. Orders, of course, important. Sales, spend, click-through rate. Let's reduce that down to go down. So you can see right here, we have a nice clean search term report where we can look at things. So what I'm going to do is highlight it all by clicking this button right here. I'm going to go to Data, Advanced. My data has headers, and then I'm going to do orders. Z to A. What this is going to do is it's going to organize the orders, highest orders at the top, lowest orders on the bottom. You can see 11, 10, 8, 6, 5. What I'm going to do is take everything from here down, cut it, bring it over here. If I just hit Control X, cut it out, and then we'll get the titles over here too. So with this, hide all those. Actually, I want the campaign name because I want the ASIN. There you go. And then the only thing that really matters here is ACoS and orders. So we'll get rid of all these too. And we don't need those 3 columns for this part. All right, so let's reduce this down again. Don't need conversion rate too much. It is a fun stat to look at, but not needed. All right, so this is going to be our less than 2 orders. And then I'm going to highlight it all again, and we're going to sort range by column G, which is customer search term. We're just going to let that be for now. All right, so let's head over here. So not a big one. So right here, this is only one product really. So if I make this big again, you can see that this is mainly the 80-20. We're going after that one product mostly, but some of you are going to have multiple products in here. And what we're going to do is we're going to make this formula first over here, clicks to order and maximum CPC. Once we create that formula, then we're going to separate out each product into its own separate sheet. All right, so clicks to order is simply just the sum right here of your clicks divided by your orders. And then suggested autofill, we're going to take care of that. Clean up the number a little bit. And so what this number is telling you is it takes 4.3 clicks in order to get an order. Pretty simple, right? Let's go check out this product. I don't know the cost of goods on this. Like I said, this is our dummy account. So it's $14.27. I'm guessing. Let's go check the Amazon fees real quick. So I showed you how to do it with Helium 10 in the last one. You can also check it here. It's this one, 706 includes 463 FBA fee. So 706. I'm going to guess the cost of goods on this is about $2. So you can see here our maximum CPA is $5.91. So let's head back over here. $5.91. Double click that little dot and it will take it all the way down. Now your maximum CPC is just a result of your maximum cost per acquisition and your clicks to order ratio. And I have that formula right here for you. So let's go back to the extended version and you'll see it's right here. Formula will be this right here. Max CPA divided by clicks to order. So let's go back to that spreadsheet and I'll show it to you. Sum maximum CPA divided by clicks per order. These are both dollar signs. And so what this is saying is that to target this ASIN, $1.38 is my maximum cost per click. 281 is my maximum cost per click, 148, and so on. So now what we're going to do is we're going to build out our quartile build. We're going to go after the search terms that are working for us, profitable ACoS. So those are all pretty decent ACoSs. We're going to do search terms first, and then we're going to do ASINs second. The search terms are going to go after broad and exact. ASINs, we're going to go after product targeting ads and sponsored products only at this time. And then we're going to build out auto campaigns too. So let's do that. So pretty easy way to do that. So all these meet my criteria. I want to have an ACoS that's semi-profitable. You can see these are a little higher, but not too bad. I'd still go after those because I'd let the system optimize for it. This one's iffy because the conversion rate's a little low, and so we may not go after that one. But the rest of them, conversion rate of 150%, that's pretty good. But the rest of them I'm okay with. So let's just do this real quick. ACoS of 26%. Getting these numbers so they make sense just makes it easier to look at. So 26% ACoS, 23% conversion. When you have conversion rates over 25%, 60% right here, 27%. These are the words you're going to scale right here. Look at these words. These three words, you can see he's already got them in exact match campaign. So he's already built these out. So what we're going to do is just highlight this. We're going to sort the sheet again. And by the way, if this is overwhelming you to do all this stuff in spreadsheets, you have to get familiar with spreadsheets. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You have to do it because this is data. I mean, you have to look at it. We're going to automate most of this, but it's data. You have to know this stuff. But anyway, so let's do the quartile build. So going back to our SOP, you can see child ASIN, SKU, budget. So let's open this up. Child ASIN, SKU, budget. We're then going to go back to here. We're going to grab all these search terms, bring them over here. Do not worry about duplicates because Quartile will find that. If you already have a campaign running and you try to run another one, it already sees the duplicate. It will not duplicate it inside Amazon Seller Central. So you don't have to worry about it that much. All right, so let's get the child ASIN. And then the budget, we just like to set 25 to get started. Don't put a dollar sign, just 25. And then let's look up that SKU. So the SKU is chef, that one right there. All right, that is your quartile build. Now, I showed you the simple account so you guys can get the basics down. There's of course going to be more complications when you have multiple products. And so just keep that in mind when you're doing this. All right, so that is your keyword build. And so this is going to be uploaded into broad, uploaded into exact. After we do that, we're going to upload negative list to broad only. Now, going back to what I was saying earlier, broad, phrase, auto, discovery campaigns, they have to have a negative list to upload to. Exact product targeting, exact product targeting and product targeting for sponsored display. Those are, I mean, you're going after a specific ASIN and you're going after the exact match of that word. There's not much you can do with it. You can only optimize the bid in the top of search placement. Quartile is going to do that for you. So you don't need to upload negatives to exact to product targeting because you're targeting the exact thing that it's going for. Understand, don't memorize. All right, let's do the next one. So this one's going to be target ASIN. Just do a black mark there. Let's go back to our build. Now you can see, let's go back over here. Customer search term, that's a book, and it looks like it's working pretty well. 16% conversion, pretty good, 4 orders. So let's grab all these ASINs. These are all pretty good. Like I said, this one's iffy because the conversion rate's so low, but we'll go after it and see if Quartile can optimize it. So we're going to put that right there. Same looking build. Child ASIN, SKU, budget. Now let's go over here to an auto campaign build. Child ASIN, SKU, budget. You don't need a target because it's an auto. It's going to be going after everything, right? Okay. Child ASIN, SKU, budget. Now this one only has one. So 80-20, this account has like 10 different ASINs. We're just going after the one. That's it. Pretty easy to do. Focus on that one. I love, we'd have 13 separate builds based on the top 13 products because we had 70 products total. 70 or 20% of 70 is 14. And so 13 to 14 of our top products are what we're going to do this for our build. If you have 1,000 products and you're like, wow, this is going to take me forever to do 200 products, then you just need to make the negative list. You can do this, and then you can 80-20 even more. So if you have 1,000 products, 20% of that is 200, 20% of that is 40. Just go after your top 40, see what happens. There's also a launch button in Quartile that you can use. Make sure you have your negative list ready to go if you do that. If you utilize the launch button, let's say you have 3,000 SKUs and you don't want to do all this, you can hit that launch button, but right after you hit that launch button, make sure you're going in and uploading those negative lists. So let's build out that negative list now. So what I like to do here is look at the ones that have the most clicks. So data has headers. We're going to organize by clicks. Hide the rest. Cost per click sales, ACoS. Okay. And we know that we're just going after this one product. So let's hide that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm trying to make a negative phrase list based on just data that we already have. So we're going to put negative phrase. Negative exact. Okay. So now we're just looking for irrelevance. And these all have orders, and the ACoS is pretty good. So I'm not going to worry about this too much. You can see this one's a little higher, but it's an ASIN. We're not going to worry about that one. So let's get rid of all these because the orders are pretty good. Actually, I'm just going to delete them. And then let's keep going. We may not find much here. Chef costume could still work as a costume. Actually, might be a good opportunity to go after these because it's Halloween time at the time of this recording. Baker apron. So these are all pretty relevant search terms. Orange. Let's go see if they have an orange version. So they only have blue, red, and white. So this is an opportunity to go after the colors that they don't have. So let's go back over here. Let's go back up. We're going to make a negative phrase of all the colors they don't have. Orange, purple, pink, black. They have red, blue. So let's go through the rainbow. Orange, yellow, green. They have blue, indigo just for fun, violet, gray, and gray. So we don't have either of those. So those are examples of, we don't want to show up for anything around those colors. And you can see we did down here with orange. So you never know what you're going to find with these search term reports that might spark what you might be thinking. So there's orange, youth. I don't think this is for adults. So an adult would be a good one to have there. So let's go over to the listing. Chef hat and apron set for kids. And so if an adult is looking for this, they're not going to buy it. And so what I'm going to do is put adult. You're also seeing toddler a lot. And so I'm going to put toddler because it's not a toddler. Because let's go to Amazon and do a quick search for toddler. See, we're showing up, but I don't think we're for toddlers. So we'll probably want to negative that because you can see a toddler's a lot smaller and she's a lot bigger. So it's not going to appeal to that toddler audience. So let's go back into here, put toddler. Let's do men's, men, man, mans, women, women's, women, women's. Sounds crazy, but trust me, you got to put it in there. Oh, yellow. All right, so let's keep going. Looks like we have a bunch of ASINs now. Don't think, let's look through these. Like I said, it could be a costume, so I'm going to leave it. What did I just see? Kids kiss the cook apron. Kiss the cook. That'd be a good one because people are looking specifically for something that says kiss the cook on the apron. See? And so we'll want to make that a negative phrase. Let's see. And we'll just keep going through this. Teen girls, we'll go teen because I don't think this is going to be made for teen or tall. Teen, tall. That is a tall chef hat, so we'll leave that out. Punk. So punk, teen, personalized. Punk, teen, personalized. Let's add those. I think that's good for now. So we'll go punk, teen, personalized. Again, we're going to take the main search term that we're ranking for. We're going to go put it into magnet. So let's go back over here. Let's look at that quartile build. Actually, we can look at our search terms over here. And the one that's getting the most orders is this one right here. So chef hat for kids, kids chef hat. I'm going to call this our negative master keyword list. Now that I have this already started and I've already gone through this, I'm just going to delete it. Just leave these left. Let's get that ACIN number again. Okay, let's go over to Helium-10. What I like to do is snap Helium-10 right beside my spreadsheet. Again, grab the top converting ones, the orders. Chef kids hat. Let's do another one. Kids chef hat. Oh, nope, just the one. So the first thing I like to look at when I'm doing this is looking at the word frequency. You're going to find some high volume words here that might not make sense for your particular item that you're going after. So chef, hat, kids, apron, hats, apron, cooking, white, party. Let's look at party, just see what comes up. Party hat, plain. Chef, party decorations. So this will kind of pull up some other ones. So like decorations would be a good one. Decoration. Party hat. Plain. Ratatouille party supplies. That could be a good one, actually. Grill out. Don't know if grill out. Pizza party. Let's do pizza. Chef hat party. Kid baking party. Donuts. Ice cream. Like I said, Amazon doesn't know what they're doing half the time. So you just gotta go through this. Paper might be a good one because they're not paper. I'm just going through this. Party hat. I'm going to do party hat as 2 words as a phrase. Pizza party favors. Pizza party hats. Party favors. So that's pretty good. So we got a lot from that one. Let's go back though. We're going to remove that filter of party. We did? Okay, good. And then we're going to look some more. Kid, toddler. We already added toddler. Paper. It's not paper, so that's why we added it. Set. We're going to leave that. Costume. Para is Spanish. Let's see if we can find even more. I think that this is good. So that's a good way to get started with your negative list. You look at the words that are currently not working in your search term report. You're of course going to do this for every single product that we're going after. So you're going to do this 20 times if you have 20 products that we're going after. Now that we have this is our negative phrase list. So this is what we're going to use to upload to our broad and exact match campaigns. So let me just show you real quick how to do that. I come back over here to Campaign Manager. This account has already been running on Quartile for a while. So what you can do, let me actually make this bigger. And you'll get used to the nomenclature here, but these are all exact match campaigns, so we don't need to do much for those. But here's some broad ones. So I like to just open up all these broads. You'll get the idea after I do just a couple. We're going to come down here to negative keywords because you can do it at the campaign level. See, there are none. So then we can put all those in there, put negative phrase and add them. So we just added 31 keywords that are going to help just save you a lot of money. You really have to make sure, don't overdo it, because you don't want to hit a keyword in there that you might be making a lot of sales for. So it's always good to kind of look to make sure. Nope. So he does have some here. Unfortunately, when I recorded this, Quartile did not have the capability to do this, but we're working with them to get the capability. You can do it with negative exact, but you can't do it with negative phrase yet. Okay, you get the idea of what I'm doing here. Okay, let's go back to our module 2 checklist. We've mined our search term report. We've built out our negative phrase list and uploaded it to current broad campaigns. We did our Quartile build for exact and broad match campaigns. I didn't show you branded because there wasn't much in there, but if you have a brand name that's getting recognized, it will show up in that search term report. We did our product targeting ASINs and we did our auto ATMs. Now what we're going to do here is, and I showed you how to do your initial cost per click for exact and broad. Now, what I want to show you is how to tie other campaigns in. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pause all those sponsored product campaigns. And this is your old ones that aren't working, that may be working, sorry, that may be working, but we're going to launch Quartile. So we got to pause all of those sponsored product campaigns. The only thing we're not going to pause is the legacy autos and the sponsored brand and sponsored display. So let's jump in and do that. So the first thing I'm going to do is come into Campaign Manager. And I'm going to look at these first. So I'm going to filter status by active. We're going to do type sponsored brands. So you can see we have one sponsored brand. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click on into it. I'm going to go to campaign settings, and I'm going to put SB underscore. That's going to tell Quartile to start optimizing this. We're going to go back out and do that for every single one of your sponsored brand campaigns. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to filter by type sponsored display. Do that same thing. Any sponsored display campaigns, like this one, like this one, like this one, like this one. If they're working well, which you can see they aren't. This one's not bad. It's made 20 orders, but these, I'm just going to pause them because they're not doing anything. So we're just going to get rid of them. I'm actually going to archive them. I'm looking at lifetime data. So if they haven't done anything recently, or they haven't done anything, period, other than spend money. So for the ones that are still showing, let me get the enabled going back again. Okay, I don't know why it's not going down. But anyway, so we got 1, 2, 3. Let's go over here. And you can see they're making some orders. So we got 20 orders, 3 orders, and 2 orders. And so what we're going to do is just open them up in a new tab. SD underscore. Save. Campaign settings. SD underscore the ASIN that it's going after. And then this is the target ASIN. Save that one. Okay, so those are both going now. So let's go back to this. We've tied in our sponsored brand and displays. We can then upload negatives to our sponsored brand. So we didn't do that. So let's go back over here. Pull that one sponsored brand up. Go to our negative keyword list. Let's go into here. Click into the ad group. Go to negative targeting. Negative phrase, add keywords, save. And then we'll go back to all campaigns. All right, so now we're ready to go. Now we're ready to pause all the other campaigns and then launch inside Quartile. So let's do that. So you can see all these. Now, these are already running on Quartile, so this is going to be a little unique of a situation. Let me actually do something real quick. I'm going to get rid of some of these. That's good. Now for you, you're going to pause every sponsored product because you're relaunching it based on your research. In this case, particularly, I'm not going to do that because he's already got some campaigns that are working. Let me just go back to the last 30 days. So you can see these already have some momentum. So I'm not going to pause those just because they're already working inside Quartile. So I'm just going to let those go. But I am going to pause a couple of these because they're not doing much. So let's do that. Oh yeah, he's got a lot. So I'm going to do a filter. So if it hasn't made sales, so you're going to pause every single one, just to be clear. This has already been running on Quartile. So I'm going to pause a couple other ones. I'm just going to put an additional filter, and if they have 1 order or less, we're going to pause it. We're actually going to archive it because if Quartile deems it necessary to open up another one, it will. All right, so now let's look what we have left. How many campaigns? We got 9 campaigns now running. So in the last 30 days, all of these aren't really getting much velocity. So I'm going to take them off. I'm going to archive these as well. Now you're just going to pause them. You're going to pause them. Pause all of your sponsored product campaigns. All of them. Every single one of them. Now we're going to make sure we have our budget in place. So let's go to settings. Remember, 20% above your average over the last 60 days. So if you were spending $60,000 over 2 months, 60,000 divided by 60 is 1,000. Add 20%, it's going to be 1,200. We're going to put that in right here. And then you can just leave this top one checked. So I just added 20% to 100. All right, so everything is paused. Let's just imagine these are paused, but these already have some momentum, so that's why I'm keeping them going. So these are paused. Now we're going to go into our Quartile build. So let's go into Quartile. We're going to come over here to management account. He's going after a 27% ACoS right here. Account ACoS, 27%. Let's go back to our calculation. 20% is break even for him. So he's actually being a little more aggressive with it. Okay, so now we're going to come down here to create campaigns. We're going to select action. Let's do our automatic campaigns first. This is right at the top. We're going to hit create now. Success. You can see that right here under my picture. Now we're going to do our exact match. We can actually go back over here, sponsored product search term report. You can see the maximum CPC that we need to go after right here. Let's look at the ones that have top orders. So $1.38, 281. So that one's 281 with 18% ACoS. That one's pretty good. So we could probably be a little more aggressive than we're being. We're going to show you an exact way to figure this out after this video. So I'm going to start out with $2. And that's an exact match campaign. I'm going to go a little lower for my broad match campaign. Probably go with that $1.50. And then we're going to create a broad match. Paste them in. We're going to do $1.50 for that one. Lower than our exact. Our exact is proven. Broad match is discovery. See success. Finally, our target ASIN. So this one's going to be sponsored product targeting. So right here, create product targeting campaign. Let's go back and look at those. You can see these are all a little lower. Let's take out that one real quick. $1.28. And again, we'll go over exactly how we calculate those bids here in just a little bit. And you have just launched on Quartile. It's as simple as that. So if you have this for multiple products, you don't have to upload each product individually. Your Quartile build will just have different ASINs. So you'll have your next ASIN here, and then you can just upload them all at once. Usually we recommend uploading about 100 at once. It tends to break the system if you go for more than that. But you can do that just by highlighting all of them. It doesn't have to be one ASIN at a time. It can be uploaded together. So let's go back to our sheet. So we mined our search term report. We built out our negative list. We built exact and broad. We built product targeting. We built our ATMs. In this case, it was only one. We tied our SD, SB, and autos into Quartile. So we did not do that. So let's go back to our campaign manager. We're going to do sponsored products and then look for only auto campaigns. I don't think there was any. Yeah, there's none in there, so we didn't have to worry about that. But if we did, that we'd tie that in by putting the name. We'd do a legacy auto in front of it. We uploaded the 4 builds. Now we need to upload our negative phrase to the broad campaigns. So we're going to come in here. We're going to do sponsored products, filter by targeting. It's going to be manual. And we're going to look for the ones that are broad. So you can see the BR. Let's actually look at this. Start date. Yeah, you can see them starting to populate here. So we'll give them a couple more minutes, but there's a couple broad, so I'm just going to show you that. So now we're going to open these. BR stands for broad. OW stands for exact. That's phrase, which we don't really use, but there is one that's actually got some momentum, so that's why we left it on. Let's go back to our negative keyword list, and we're going to upload these into the broad. Negative keywords, add negative keywords, phrase. And then it usually takes about 10 minutes. So just go do something else, then come back and it will show you all of them. All right, we are launched. Campaigns are moving. Let's go. Let's do it. So once you get those negatives uploaded to the broad and the autos, you just It's time to wait. It's time to watch. Now, in the next module, I'm going to be showing you how to do maintenance on things. And so we're going to watch things closely. We're going to pause what we need to pause. We're going to add negatives to what we need to add negatives to. And then what we're going to do after that is just watch it. We're going to watch this daily. We don't want spend to get out of control. And that's where negatives come in. That's where pausing comes in. We're going to go over things like unpausing, pausing, archiving, bid adjustments, and everything. So there's a lot we're going to get into in the next video to go over how to maintain, optimize, and then scale your account. So lots to get into. I'm excited. We're launched. Here's where the results begin. Don't touch anything. Let it go. It's going to be great. You're going to freak out a little bit. It's going to be a little scary, but that's why we have a budget. We have a budget in place to prevent things from going crazy. All right. See you guys in the next video.
In this video, I'm going to show you all how to calculate your CPC when launching Quartile builds for broad, phrase, exact match, and so on. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen here. And this will be really easy to calculate going into this. And if you have any questions, just let me know. Feel free to reach out to me at tony@profitablepineapple.com. We're going to take my brand reforged. And what we're going to do is, since I launched new campaigns through my Quartile utilizing the strategy we're implementing, I had to go and archive a lot of campaigns that I had in the past for non-performance. And also on top of that, you could see there's some spend that we didn't generate sales, so I paused it. But anyway, I'm taking the 90-day average CPC, and I've been taking it a little bit further beyond that just to find a better average, because the past few days with attribution and everything, launching these new campaigns, it's not going to be as accurate. So I'm going to take an extended period to calculate my average CPC for my campaigns. So you can see here, the average CPC is 1.54. What I'm going to do is I'm going to input this at 1.54, and then through this onboarding sheet for our Quartile build, it basically calculates the exact broad and phrase. Now, how it calculates this is it's going to take, for the exact match, it's going to take the 1.54 cost per click and multiply it by 1.25. So you'll see the formulation here. So we take the cost per click and multiply it by 1.25, and we get the recommended starting bid for exact match with some sales history. There's without sales history too. We're going to be a little bit more conservative for that. But if you have a product with some sales history, we're going to input it from here. For broad match and phrase, it's going to be like this. You basically take the max CPC and you subtract it by the max CPC multiplied by 0.25. And then you basically get a more conservative number. Obviously, you want to have a lower bid for your broad and phrase match because they're a little bit more aggressive. And with the exact match, we obviously prioritize that, and then we have that trickle down effect going into broad and phrase. And that's essentially how we calculate it. If you want me to go further into Quartile build, feel free to reach out. I'm more than happy to make a video on how I went through the launch process of relaunching my brand, going through this. And if you have any questions, email me at tony@profitablepineapple.com. And with that being said, thanks for watching, guys, and we'll talk soon. Take care.
All right, that was the bulk of the operations here. That is how you launch using a software like Quartile, and that specifically was the Quartile software. And you watched exactly how we do it inside of our agency. That is how we launch a new client account. That's how we launch new campaigns. And so we'll download our search term report every single month and then upload new campaigns inside Quartile. Now, the cool part about Quartile is it does it for you. It does harvest keywords and spits them out into single keyword ad campaigns in exact match and broad match. But we just like to do it monthly to kind of push Quartile along to scale it faster. But the cool thing with Quartile is you could let it go. I like to do a little more active optimization with it. And we're going to get into optimization here in just a little bit. But before we do that, I want to just take a step back and talk a little bit about the different campaigns. And because you have to know campaign structure and campaign strategy in order to make PPC work, but in order to make Quartile work, to make anything really work within the Amazon PPC space. But let's jump over to some of your questions. So Dell says, awesome, you're welcome, and woohoo, this training's golden. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like it. Andres says, this is great stuff. Can we get the SOP you're referring to? That is an internal SOP, and it's reserved for people that are in our mastermind. But if you send me an email at drtravis@profitablepineapple.com, Dr. Travis, DRTRAVIS @profitablepineapple.com, I will be happy to share it with you. But just know that that is an internal document. We like to keep it in our mastermind and in our internal, it's our agency SOP. pretty solid stuff. So, but send me an email. I'll send it over to you. All right, let's jump into the next video, which is going to take a step back. We're going to talk strategy a little bit, but then we're going to jump into optimization after that. So let me get the next video pulled up and we'll go into that.
Need to understand the different types of PPC campaign types, the difference between exact, broad, auto, phrase, product targeting, and all of that. Because if you don't understand the nuances of each campaign, then there's no way you're going to scale. And we're going to teach you those nuances in today's video. Now, here's the thing. We're going to focus most of this video around sponsored products. Sponsored brands and display are great if you have the budget and if you know what you're doing. Sponsored brands is going to cost you a lot of money. Sponsored display, I think, is a big distraction aside from a couple things that we'll go over later on. But focus, the 80-20 of Amazon PPC is focusing on sponsored products. And that's what I'm going to go over is the differences between the campaigns, because once you understand the differences between the campaigns, you can scale incredibly fast. So let's jump in to the differences. So I'm going to ignore phrase match campaign. And the reason I ignore phrase match campaigns is because it's a discovery campaign. And that's what I want to get into first, is discovery campaigns. The whole goal of discovery campaigns is to find you new search terms and to find you new ASINs. So a discovery campaign are auto campaigns, broad campaigns, and phrase match campaigns. The reason those are discovery campaigns is because Amazon is showing you to a lot of different search terms. And then those search terms will either take off or they won't. And then what we do is once those search terms have been found to do well, we then take them from a discovery campaign where we're trying to discover new search terms and new ASINs, and we harvest them. We take them out of those campaigns, and then we take them over here and we put them into exact match campaigns to scale. Exact match campaigns are scaling campaigns. And the reason they're scaling campaigns is because when you have a single keyword ad campaign for just that search term that has already proven sales, we can bid higher, we can be more aggressive with it with a higher budget. Because if we have a high conversion rate, we can increase your organic rank, which decreases your TACoS, increasing your profitability. So look for high converting search terms that have already made a lot of sales. And when you find those high converting search terms that have made a lot of sales, we take them to a scale campaign, which is an exact match, single keyword exact match campaign. And then that campaign scales you. And so what we're doing is we're constantly looking for new search terms from our broad, and we're trying to take them out of the broad and into the exact match campaigns, single keyword exact match campaigns. We're trying to discover new search terms in our autos and take them out and put them into an exact match campaign. Now, what autos also do, auto campaigns, is they also harvest or they bring about ASINs. So auto campaigns will show you on all different types of product listings, and that's ASIN targeting. And so when an ASIN starts to take off, we then like to grab that ASIN. We like to then bring it over here to a product targeting ad, a sponsored product targeting ad, to then scale that one. Because then we can customize in these scale campaigns, the exact match, and then also the product targeting ones. We can customize the bid and the budget and the top of search placement all around that single search term, all around that single ASIN. So we're trying to discover with auto and broad to then harvest them out and put them into single keyword exact match campaigns and single keyword ASIN targeting campaigns. Now, I hope that makes sense. If that doesn't make sense to you, let me know down in the comments and I'd love to go into it more. But that is essentially how you scale. You discover and then you scale. And that's pretty much it. Now, the reason we focus on single keyword ad campaigns is because I just said it. We can focus the budget, the bid adjustment, everything around that single search term. And so that's why we do single keyword ad campaigns. One search term, one product, each campaign. Now, which keywords do we select to harvest and then move to the scale campaigns? We're going to go over this in another video, but to briefly cover it here, what we do is we look at search term report, and we're going to show you how to mine a search term report in another video, but we look at that search term report. Any search term that has gotten 3 or more sales in the last 30 days, we're going to move over to an exact match campaign. Any search term that has gotten 10 or more sales, we're going to move over to a single keyword broad match campaign. That's going to help us discover more. But you notice the different threshold. 3 or more is an exact match campaign. 10 or more is a broad match campaign. And we're looking for high converting keywords, high converting keywords. What do we start our bid at? we start our bid. You can do it just based on what Amazon suggests, but you can actually calculate it. And we're going to show you that in another video as well. But if you have an exact match campaign, don't be afraid to bid a little bit more on it, because it's already shown that it has a high conversion rate. And when it has a high conversion rate, Amazon likes showing your product for high converting search terms. So what that's going to do is it's going to increase your organic rank. So if your ACoS is high for that exact match campaign that has a high conversion rate, don't worry about it, because what it's going to do is it's going to bring down your TACoS. And so I've gone over this over and over again in videos, but you guys really need to grasp this concept where stop worrying about ACoS, especially of individual campaigns. Watch ACoS at an account-wide level, because you may have some campaigns that run at a high ACoS, but they have a high converting search term that sells a lot of sales velocity. That's going to increase your organic rank, which will then decrease your TACoS, increasing your profitability. ACoS is not a number, a metric that you make big decisions on. Make decisions based on your TACoS. I'll give you a quick example of this. We have eyelid wipes. I've given this example in multiple videos. You're going to hear it over and over again because of the importance of it. For our eyelid wipes, we ranked really well for the word sty treatment. And for sty treatment, our individual exact match campaign for sty treatment was 150% ACoS. Our account-wide ACoS was 60%, which was right on target. We didn't do anything to that 150% ACoS because it drove 4 sales a day at over a 30% conversion rate. So what does Amazon do? It shoots you up in the rankings for the word sty treatment, but it also shoots you up in the rankings for every other keyword in that silo, the sty silo. There's probably hundreds of keywords that we're going to rank higher for because we're going after that campaign at 150% ACoS because it's driving 4 sales a day at over a 30% conversion rate. But our overall account ACoS is good, but it's bringing down our TACoS and making us more profitable as a result. I really need you guys to get that. Watch this video over and over again until you can grasp that. All right, now action items for this video. Set up and optimize your discovery campaigns. That's your auto campaigns, that's your broad match campaigns. Action item number 2, we're then going to download our search term report and we're going to harvest. We're going to look at any search term with 3 or more orders. We're going to move that over to a single keyword exact match campaign to scale. Any ASINs that have 3 or more orders, we're going to move those over to product targeting campaigns and sponsored products. Anything with 10 or more orders, we're going to move those over to broad match, single keyword broad match campaigns to harvest more keywords, to discover more keywords. And then action item number 3 is calculate your maximum cost per click, which I'm actually going to show you another way to do that in the next video as well. This video is more about strategy, getting your mind right, and seeing how this gets put into action. So go to the previous video to watch the search term report.
All right, so I just wanted to go over that video again, just so you can kind of conceptualize what we're doing here. Is we're taking keywords that have high conversion, that have shown sales velocity, moving them to exact match to scale those. And then other keywords that are showing promise as well, we'll move those to broad match to discover more. The more you discover, the more it's going to cost you, the less profit you're going to have, but the bigger you're going to make your company. So if you're in scale mode, trying to increase revenue, trying to acquire more customers, you're going to go more broad and use autos to discover more keywords. And then if you need to focus on profitability, you need to bring down the discovery campaigns and focus on exact match campaigns to then focus on profitability. And so that is how you scale a company, is you broaden your discovery. That's how you scale to a larger company. More products, moving to a broader market, moving up funnel. So the bottom is exact match, and then the top is broad and auto in this situation. And so that is how you scale companies, though, is you move up the funnel. It costs more to move up the funnel, but when you start to gain more money and have more profit, you can move up the funnel profitably. So just keep that in mind. I just wanted to go over that. Let me know if you guys have any questions on that. Now that we've launched Quartile, so we've gone through our foundation series, which is all around keyword rankings and getting your listing right. We've now scaled and launched inside Quartile. And I've showed you how you can launch thousands of campaigns in literally like an hour by just organizing your search term report and then plugging it into Quartile. Now you're probably wondering what you do now. So after you launch with Quartile, what you're going to do is you're going to now optimize it. And I'm going to show the next 3 videos here. The first one's going to be all around weekly optimization. So what we do every single week for our clients and for our brands. The next one's going to be monthly optimization. So put in your calendar once a month to do this. And then finally, quarterly optimization. So we'll put that in your calendar too, to do every single quarter. When you follow these optimization strategies and using a software like Quartile, you can spend less than an hour inside your Amazon PPC a week. Now, this depends on how many ASINs you have. We specialize in most companies that have 20 or less or fewer ASINs, but we also have a handful of clients that have 3,000 ASINs or more. We have one client that has 15,000 ASINs. So that requires a different skill set and a different SOP. But what you're going to see here is it will take you an hour or less if you have, let's say, less than 20 SKUs that you're advertising for. And that's just because it's a system and you just repeat the system over and over again. You can give this video to one of your team members and they should be able to do it. I wanted to make this system so easy that anybody could jump in and do it. All right, let's jump into weekly optimization first, then monthly, then quarterly. So let me jump into weekly first.
All right, so we've launched your Quartile campaigns, and now we're going to be looking to do some weekly optimization. When we're doing a new launch, we want to do this anywhere from 3 to 4 to 5 times a week.
And by the way, I do apologize. This video is a little blurry, so my camera was off its game that day.
But you want to be careful. You don't want to touch too many parameters because let the technology do the work. Quartile is made for daily bid adjustments, budget adjustments, top of search placement. And so Quartile is making these adjustments for you. Don't do too much. So what I want to show you is how to do this weekly optimization. Like I said, it's weekly, but at the beginning, we're going to be doing it anywhere from 3 to 5 times a week. After that, we usually go down to 2 to 3 times a week, maybe just 2 times a week. And then if you're feeling comfortable with your ads, you can go down to once a week. So let me flip over to my screen and I'm going to show you exactly how we're doing that. All right, so here we are inside Campaign Manager from the campaigns we launched a couple days ago. I think it was about 4 days ago at the time of this recording. Let me switch over here and I'm going to show you my external SOP here for this in the weekly optimization and scaling part right here. And so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to pause. We're going to look at exact match campaigns and product targeting campaigns that are over our 100% ACoS. So we're going to look at a 30-day with a 5-day attribution window. We're not going to leave this attribution window right away because we just launched these campaigns, but later we will. And we're looking for high ACoS with 0 orders and greater than 25 clicks. So we're going to do 2 different filters. So let's head back to Campaign Manager. We're going to pick enabled. We're going to go last 30 days. Like I said, we're just going to do last 30 days because we just launched these. But usually what I'd do, so today is October 16th, is I'd go from September 11th to October 11th. That's going to be more for when you're further along. So campaigns have been running for a while, but this is a brand new launch. And in that first month, we're just going to go back the last 30 days. But once you've already launched past that month, you're just going to do this attribution. That lets your attribution catch up a little bit more so you don't get too aggressive on pausing. So let me switch it back to the last 30 days. All right, so filter, we're going to do high ACoS. So what I like to do here is just come over here to your ACoS. Let me see if I have ACoS highlighted here. Should be, yep, right there. Let's just scroll over to it. We're just going to put all the high ACoS at the top. All right, you can see this is a broad match campaign. We're going to leave that alone. That's an auto campaign. Here's a product placement campaign. Not too high of an ACoS though, 58%, so I'm okay with that. These are all exact match campaigns, and you can see ACoS looks great. Now let's look at ones that have 0 orders. So I'm going to do a filter and then equals 0 orders. And let's get clicks in here. Let's see if I have clicks in here. I don't. So let's add clicks. So these are ones with 0 orders, and we're going to bring it up. And you can see here, 15 clicks, no orders, 15 clicks, no orders, 12 clicks, no orders. I'm going to leave those going because let's go back. You can see we're waiting for about 25-ish clicks. And so we're okay with leaving these for now because if we got 1 order, it would, pop that in. And so we'll let those go for now. And then we'll check them in a couple days again to see if we need to do anything else. So let's get rid of that filter. And that was for exact match campaigns and product targeting campaigns. Now we're going to look at adding negatives. Now remember, broad match and phrase match and auto campaigns are discovery campaigns. So you can manipulate those inside of the campaigns by adding negatives to help optimize them further. And so we're going to look at high ACoS campaigns first and ones that have no orders. So let's go back and do that. All right, so we'll then sort it by high ACoS again. This is a broad match campaign, 121% ACoS. I'm not going to pause it because it's a broad campaign. Auto campaign with a pretty high ACoS as well. This is a product targeting campaign, so we can't really do much with that one. This one has a 39%, a little bit above. So we're going to take a look at that one. That's exact. That's exact because OW, OW, OW. Those are all exact. This is a broad match campaign at 12.33%. I'm going to let that one go. I don't need to think about that one right now. All right, so this is our one that is over 100% ACoS. Let's come over here and we're going to click in. I'm going to pull up my master negative keyword list. And we're going to go in here to targeting. Or excuse me, search terms. And then we're going to look at the ones that are spending the most. And so what you can see here is chef, hat, and apron as a search term. It's spending the most, but that one's pretty common in the space. So I'm going to look at this one. So what is Heiser? Let's just look at that. That might be a brand name. Yeah, so it's a brand name and it looks like it's more for adults. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this to my negative phrase list right here. We're just going to keep going. These are all pretty relevant, so I'm going to leave those. And yeah, we don't have much here. So only 9 results. So I'm going to leave them all except for this one. And so that goes on my negative phrase list. I'm going to add this to all my broad and phrase and auto campaigns. So let's go back out to the campaign level. Negative keywords, add a negative, and phrase. All right, so that one's done. Here is the ATM, which is the auto campaign. So same thing, we're gonna come into here. Actually, I'm just gonna add that negative that we got from the other one. Just so we don't forget to, we probably wouldn't. Let's go back to ad groups, go into this, and go to search terms. Same thing, we're gonna sort it by clicks. All right, so let's look at this. So these two are getting a lot of clicks and they're spending a lot. And let's go to Amazon and just type in white apron, because my assumption is that when somebody types in white apron, they're looking for an adult apron. So you can see we're showing up right here, but most of the other results and even the organic, it's all for adults. And so when somebody types in white apron, they're looking for an adult white apron. So I don't want to show up negative phrase for that because somebody puts in kids adult or kids white apron. I want them to show up for that. So I'm going to put this as an exact match, because if they type in white apron, I don't want to show up for that because most people are looking for adults. Think in the mind of the person. Same thing with chef apron. I'm going to make this a negative exact match because when somebody types in chef apron, they're probably looking for an adult chef apron. So it doesn't make sense that we're showing up here because they're looking for a chef apron for adults. So you can see that by all the pictures. So those are going to be exact match because we still want to show up for kid chef apron. All right, let's keep going. There's that word again. And then this one's gotten 3 clicks. We won't make that a negative yet. Kids apron for cooking's okay. Chef apron hat. Let's see if this is the same thing. See if people are looking for an adult version of it. Yeah, so most people, and do this by looking at the organic. So you can see people are looking for the adult version of the chef hat. So again, going into the exact match, because we still want to show up if they type in kids. Kids, chef apron and hat, same thing. Cooking sets. We're not a cooking set. So I'm going to add that to the phrase. Chef hat, chef design, white kids apron. That one's okay. Let's keep going. Apron for kids, apron sets. Let's look at that one too. Guarantee this one's going to be like adults too. Yep, adults. that's going to be a negative exact. And then finally, I thought I saw the last one, chef apron white. That's an adult one too. All right, so let's add this in. So we're going to go back to the ATM, go back to the campaign level, go to negative targeting, and hit OK. I'm going to go back to this. Let's add our new terms. Cooking sets. That's a negative phrase, and then we're going to add the negative exacts. Oops. Remove all. Negative exact. Let's actually look for a couple more. I'm just going to type this in here. Wonderland. Okay. And we'll hit save. And then what we can do is we can go back out here. Actually, let's do this last one too. So this is a phrase one. This is left over from a previous campaign. And we're just going to look for the same thing. Toddler. I'm pretty sure we already have that in right there. I just probably haven't uploaded to this one. Chef hat and apron needs to be exact. Chef's hat and apron. Let's make sure that's an exact one. Yep, it's not. Kids, that one's good. Youth, girl, orange. We already have that one in the phrase. I haven't uploaded to this one. Tall, that's a good one. So we are not for tall people. Let's keep going. We're not blue. Women, I think we already have women, men's. Extra, extra large. I don't think we're that, but I'm going to leave that one there. Green. Okay. All right, so let's go back to negative targeting. Go to the campaign level. Negative keywords. I don't think we have any keywords in. So yeah, for this one, because this was a leftover campaign from a previous. So we're going to put all these phrases in. This is going to save us a lot of money and really help narrow our targeting down. All right, now we're going to add our new keywords into our previous ones too. All right, so we're going to go back out here. Let's organize it like this. We're going to look at all our broad. And we're going to look at our ATM, our auto campaign. Okay, so let's do that. We'll go to negative keywords, make sure we're completely updated. So here's the negative exact. And if this seems like a lot of work for you, think about how much money it's going to save you. Don't think about how much work it is. Think about how much money it's going to save you. All right. Those are already in there. All right, so we got all our negative exacts in. Now let's make sure we have all of our negative phrases in, which a lot of these will be duplicated. But some of them should still make it in. So men's cooking set tall. Okay, so this one's done, so we'll save it and close it. Negative phrase, add keywords, negative phrase went in. Okay, so this one didn't have any. So this will be good. That's, yeah, just completely missed that one. So that's good that we did it. Negative phrase. This one didn't have any. Wonder how I missed all these. And then this one. Yeah, you can see it. Just 4 of them were added. All right, perfect. So now all those are added. We've updated our negative list. Let's go back to our SOP. So we've done our pausing for exact match and product targeting ASIN level. For high ACoS and greater than 25 clicks and 0 orders. For our negatives, we've looked at the same thing. High ACoS, greater than 25 clicks. We started with those. We optimized them by adding more negatives, by analyzing what they're going for. We are then going to update our weekly tracking numbers. So that spreadsheet we made before, we're now going to update that with our revenue, our profit, our ad spend, and our ad sales, and that will give us our TACoS and ACoS. And then we just count how many new campaigns were created. So let's go back over to Campaign Manager. And what you do in here is you're just going to organize it by start date. And so let's see. Last week was the 8th through the 14th. So how many did we make? We made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We made 18 new campaigns. And so that would be your lead indicator, which is your campaigns created. Pretty easy there. Unpausing campaigns. This won't quite work, but I'll show you how to do it. So what happens? Amazon takes a little while for their attribution to catch up. So you may have paused a campaign that is still good. And so let's say you paused it because the ACoS was over 100%, but as attribution caught up, it dropped the ACoS below our threshold. So we just need to look for those weekly. So we're going to click active status paused. You'll see that there won't be any here because I don't have any that are paused. And then you filter by ACoS, and then you can put less than whatever your threshold is, 100. And then whatever comes up, you'll then just turn them back on because attribution caught up, sales data caught up and said that campaign was still good to go. But we paused it because it wasn't the previous time when we paused. I hope that makes sense. I'm sorry we don't have any examples with this newer account. So that's unpausing weekly. Weekly bid adjustments for campaigns with no clicks or impressions. Let's go look at that. All right, so we're going to look at enabled campaigns. And we're going to look for ones that have 0 impressions. So luckily we only have one here. What you can then do is go to targeting right here. Should have probably went to targeting first. Yeah. So targeting. And then we're going to do impressions, 0. What this is saying is this search term that we're going after is not showing. And the reason it's not showing is because the bid is too low. And so what we can do is we can highlight both of these at the same time. We can do bulk actions. I'm going to adjust the bid by 30%. And if you don't want to go that aggressive, you don't have to, but then you can see it updates both of them. And so that's how we update bids that aren't getting impressions. All right, weekly addition of negative phrase and exact. You saw me do that a little bit earlier. And then we're going to archive campaigns. We're going to set date to 30 days, leaving that 5-day attribution window. Active status enabled, 0 orders. So if there's a campaign that's older than 5 days old, it has 0 orders, archive it because it probably isn't going to pick up momentum. And that will give Quartile a chance to relaunch it if it deems so later on. And then after this, we're going to start uploading 100 new search terms or ASIN campaigns a week. We're going to go into how to find that 100 search terms and ASINs a little bit later, but just know that we're going to start adding campaigns later on. And you don't have to go for 100. That's just an arbitrary number. We don't like to go for too many. Just make sure you're doing anywhere from like 25 to 50 if you want to scale and get more. And if you have the budget, only do that if you have the budget. All right, so I hope this video was helpful in showing you what we need to do to maintain accounts. And so this is going to help you optimize your accounts and scale your accounts. Because what we're doing is we're focusing our budget around the words that are actually working, focusing everything around the products and the search terms that are actually working in your account. And when you focus on those, it scales your account profitably.
All right, so that was our weekly optimization. So just schedule that to go over that once a week. So usually an hour or two every single Monday or Tuesday if you want to let attribution catch up from the week before, and just optimize your account. That's all you have to do. It's that simple. I pull up the SOP right beside it. I just do it. It's very, very simple. If you have two screens, it's even easier. But anyway, let's jump in now to the monthly optimization.
This video, I'm going to be showing you the monthly optimization that we do. Mostly what we're doing monthly is downloading the search term report, just like we did previously in the original launch and Quartile build. We'll download that search term report, organize it, and find more search terms that you can put into an exact and put into a broad. Now, full disclosure, Quartile does do this for you. They're going to peel out from the broad and make exact and broad match based on the search terms that they find working well. They'll also peel out from the auto and create product targeting ads. This is something that you don't have to do, but we like to do it the first 6 months at least after launch, because it helps just kind of speed up your account and scale it even faster. So we're going to pull the search term report like we did in the previous video. Go back to that one if you want to see me do it. Organize it into different ASINs and then build the Quartile build around that. Again, you don't have to do that, but that's one option. So first thing is we pull the search term reports, download them, organize them, and launch again, like essentially a Quartile build with a new launch. We don't pause anything though. You don't pause anything. So we're just adding new campaigns, and we don't want to add more than about 100 ASINs per week. And you only want to add that many new campaigns, or excuse me, we don't want to add more than 100 new campaigns a week. And you only want to add new campaigns if you have the budget. If you're already maxing out on budget, the main thing you want to do is optimize what you currently have. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to organize into portfolios. So I'm going to show you how to do that here in just a little bit. Super simple to do. And then we're just going to clean up your account. We're going to get rid of campaigns that just aren't doing anything anymore. We're going to archive them, possibly relaunch them as well. So let me switch over to my screen and I'll show you exactly what we're going to be doing. All right. So as you know, I like to pull up the abridged version of the SOP. So again, Quartile will be mining keywords and creating new campaigns automatically. So you don't need to do this, but we like to pull search terms and organize just like we would a normal Quartile build. And we do this for our own records, but then you can also update titles, bullets, description, backend search terms, and then you can do a Quartile build without pausing anything, but do the Quartile build and do the Quartile launch like you would normally, and no more than 100 new campaigns per week, only if you have the budget, only if it's in the budget, but focusing on the top keywords. And then finally, portfolios. And so what I'm going to do for portfolios, I'm going to come up here to portfolios. I don't know if he's got any started for this account. Looks like he's got some that I don't think are really doing anything. He's got TKC aprons. And so I like to organize it into ASINs. We have a full video on this where Melissa does a great job going into it. But what I'm going to do is just grab this. Let me get that ASIN here with the underscore. We're going to come back here to all campaigns. Now, mind you, we're only doing this one product, but we're going to put that in there. I'm going to get rid of the enable. So this is going to pull up all pretty much campaigns that have this ASIN in it. I'm going to highlight all. See if we got enough. Yes, and it won't bring in archived campaigns. And it looks like we got them all. And then I'm going to move these bulk actions, move to portfolio. We're going to move it to that aprons campaign. TKC aprons, save changes. Okay, so we got that. This helps you organize search term reports more, but it also helps you do budgets for certain products as well, a lot better. So let's pull up this one, and I'm going to rename this one. So I'm going to go to settings. So yeah, we have a budget cap on just that one. Let's see if it's going to allow me to rename it. I forget how to do this. There we go. Modify portfolio. My camera's covered now. My picture. And no budget cap. We're just going to go by the account budget cap. That's how you do a portfolio. Pretty easy. Now what I'm going to do is just kind of clean up my campaigns. So I'm going to do my weekly optimization like I normally do, but then I'm just going to look at the last 30 days. So I'm going to moving on to this one. Keywords campaigns without clicks and impression, pause and move on. Let's go to the longer one just to kind of show you that one. And we're going to find it right here. So if you didn't know that these are clickable, these are clickable. So we're going to go to weekly and monthly maintenance. Amazon portfolios is right there, putting it all together, tracking Amazon PPC, troubleshooting, archiving. Let's look right around here. Archiving and launching, we'll do that in a separate video. And it's not really showing here, but weekly unpausing. Okay, let's just show you here. So I'm going to go last 30 days. Again, going to leave a little bit of an attribution. Let's go 23rd to the 23rd, 2-day attribution. And then what we're going to look for here, I'm going to make this full size. And so we're going to look for things that are not getting anything really. And so you can see this one was just made yesterday, sponsored display, product display ads. So it's targeting some different ASIN ones. Those were created by Quartile. Let me actually change this to start date. And then we're going to come down here. So I'm going to ignore all these new ones that are less than 5 days old. So we're just going to let those run a little bit. These other ones, October 20th is just about 5 days old. I'll let those go. And then let's see, we got October 19th. It's got 8 clicks, no sales. Let's see, apron for kids, 11 clicks, no sales. And then let's just keep going here. Those look good. So everything's actually looking pretty good. Here's one. So this one hasn't really gotten any clicks. It hasn't really gotten any impressions. And so we're just going to pause it and move on. And the reason we do that is just because it's not needed. We don't need it because it's not really doing anything. And then we're going to scroll up to see if we have any more of these. So actually everything is looking pretty good. So eventually we'll probably archive this. And so when we archive, let me show you that. Let's bring this up. We're going to do a full video on this. We're going to archive 0 impressions in older than 5 days, 0 clicks in older than 5 days, and 0 orders in older than 5 days. And so that's essentially what I was doing here with the pausing. So 0 clicks, 0 orders, 0 impressions over the last 5 days. And then you can see right here, these two, but it's not quite older than 5 days, but it's getting there. And then we're doing this monthly, by the way, and then these are all too new to really worry about. Then I'm going to go check out the paused ones to see if there's anything that I need to unpause. And you can see these are pretty high ACoS, so I'm not going to worry about those too much. And then what we're going to do is filter status paused, sponsored products, set date range to lifetime, and an ACoS of less than 100%. So lifetime, paused, ACoS of less than 100%. And we're actually just going to leave those right there because I don't want those to turn back on. And these aren't sponsored products, these two are. That's pretty much it. So we're just cleaning up the campaign. Now, as Quartile runs, this one's only like 12 days old, but as Quartile continues to run, what's going to happen is it's going to get messy in there. There's going to be a lot of campaigns, and we need to get rid of the ones that aren't getting impressions, that aren't getting clicks, that aren't getting orders, that are older than 5 days old. The reason we like to archive those and clean them up is because then Quartile, if it finds it's necessary to recreate these campaigns, it can recreate them. And so that's why we need to clean up our accounts. I've been into accounts, and you've probably heard stories about how I took over a campaign or an account from Quartile and it was a mess. It's because people weren't maintaining it and cleaning up. If you just let Quartile go, it will get messy. That's why we add this human element. So we're going to do a full video on archiving and relaunching here in just a little bit.
All right, so that was your monthly optimization. And now we're going to jump into your quarterly optimization. Again, we did weekly, then monthly, and now we're going to jump into quarterly, which is the archiving and relaunching section. So let me jump right into that. And if you have questions regarding anything we're going over, please put those down in the comments down below and let me know what questions you have. All right.
Guys, in this video, I'm going to show you guys how to do an archive relaunch. And you're going to be doing archive relaunches every 12 weeks and every quarter to essentially get some campaigns, some action once again. And I'll explain that whole process and the reason why we do that in a moment. But what I'm going to do is share my screen right now and go over the parameters. There's 2 different parameters I would look at in terms of archive relaunching. So I'm going to share my screen now. So share here, the first parameter, what we'll do is you're going to filter active status enabled. You're going to set the date range to 30 days, but you want to leave at least a 5-day attribution. So I'll set it to 25th to 30th. And then what I'm going to do You want to archive the ones that you essentially 0 impressions that are older than 5 days, 0 clicks that are older than 5 days, and then 0 orders that are older than 5 days. So impressions equals 0, older than 5 days. These are older, most of these. And I'm not going to archive these just yet. I'm going to export them. Now, there are some here that are on the 24th that we just created, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have this spreadsheet saved, and then we'll go into filter by clicks, older than 5 days. There are a few more. We're going to export that one. We'll go to impressions, clicks, and then also orders. Oops. 0. 5 days. Yep. And then from this one, what you're going to also do, and I'm going to get these all together and just put it in an Excel spreadsheet together. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to also go into the paused. You want to filter at a lifetime level. And then you want to filter, oops, not targeting, but you want to filter type, sponsored products. And then you want to filter by ACoS over or under 100%. Now, I already have these archived, so you're not going to see them. But same thing, I would just export, and then I would put them in my Google document. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to the ones here. This will be, I don't have that many campaigns running. 3-day level, I think it was 25th. Or I'm sorry, 5-day attribution. So I don't have that many campaigns running. But what I'm going to do, there's still a lot of campaigns on the 24th, which is recent. But I'll just check all these. And the reason why you want to archive them while you're setting up the document is to give Quartile time to relaunch these. And this is because Quartile takes a little bit to register. You want to try it the day of, at least like an hour or so later. Sometimes it goes through after like 15 minutes or so. So if it doesn't go through after the 15 minutes, try an hour later. And if that doesn't go through, just apply them the next day. But we're going to archive these. And then you're going to probably notice too, even with clicks and orders, you'll probably have some that are already archived. So let's see here. Check these. Got some old ones that we tied in from a long time ago. We'll archive these. Another 21. And then we'll go impressions. All right, got the impressions down. So clicks equals 0. We got those down. Orders equals 0. Got those down. And then impressions equals 0. And then you essentially get all those down. And that's essentially the process of exporting these. And then now what you're going to do is you're going to go into your archive relaunch. This is going to be for the paused. And I'll probably just connect them all together. But for now, I'm just going to import these. So upload, click 0. We're going to replace current sheet. And then import orders. And then we'll get the impressions. Now, what you're going to do is everything but the campaign name, you're going to delete. And I'll explain this whole process in a second, but we have the campaign name. And what you want to do with this is to add an extra few columns to the side here. And I'll show you why. You're going to freeze this. And then what you're going to do is take all this data here and you're going to hit data. You're going to hit split text to columns. You're going to do a separator custom and you're going to put the underscore. Boom. So now you have all the keywords here. Now you may have some that are set off to the side here. What you'll do is just copy these, put them here. We know the ASIN. You could probably delete these and move, shift them left. But essentially, I'm just gonna boom. There it is. So we have our 0 impressions here, and there's some that are actually from previous campaigns we had in the past. But you have the OW, the BR, etc. And then we'll go into orders. We'll do the same thing. Got to move my face out of the way. You'll see some product targets here too as well. Now you could sort of A to Z if you like it organized like that. So I'll show you that as well. I didn't do that with the previous one. Sort A to Z. It's probably easier that way because you can organize it better. And then from there, same thing. Data, split text to columns. Underscore. It's not the perfect system, but you'll be able to shift them if you need to. Like you'll have these here. You can delete cells and shift left. Do that. And probably just do this too. It's even easier. And then this is an old sponsored brand. We have this already in here. So we have the broads. And you also want to change the naming structure. So you have the broads, the product targeting, the exacts, et cetera. So I'll go back here and the broad exacts. And then now we'll go into clicks. Delete everything here. Put the campaigns. A to Z. Oops. Don't forget to freeze that. A to Z. And then column right. Right. Data, split text to columns. Same process again. Whoops. Cool. So I have this all lined up. And what I'm going to do is we'll probably go make it easy like this. Delete the columns. We'll make sure they're OW. All right. And then from here, I can do this one too. Cool. So from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the archive relaunch process. And I'll show you on Quartile as well. It's got to make sure I'm showing my account. We have the archive relaunch. We have the paused OW. What you're going to do is don't forget to add the SKU. So you can even make this easier. My mistake was to probably do this. So insert right. So ASIN, SKU, budget, target. Then what I'm going to do, I'll go through my old build and have SKU and budget. And then I'll just copy paste this over. There it is. And then we're just going to replicate this. And like I said, you could probably merge all these together, but I'm just doing this for repetition just to show you guys. So clicks, ASIN, SKU, target. So we know the SKU is drift, budget is 15. So what I'm going to do is copy and paste. ASIN, SKU, budget. Now I can easily copy paste all this over, but I'm just doing this so we know. I italicized it. Now there's probably going to be some duplicates just because some of these were also like maybe 0 impressions, 0 clicks, etc. But what I'm going to do now is we'll start with the OWs. So we have that one here, fade out, and then we'll go down these OWs. These are all OWs. So the OWs for reference, again, they're exact matches. And then we'll go into orders. So there's some broads, but I'm going to go to OWs first, get those out of the way. And then and like I said, there's probably a bunch of duplicates, but I'm just going to go in the settings. And when I see duplicate on the check status of Quartile, I'll know that they're campaigns that we've had in the past. I did miss them. I missed a few of these. Rookie mistake, but I know which ones. So OW. Now we'll go into the broads. I know there's a product target, so I'll set that one aside as well. I missed these. Highlight these in green because I got them. Highlight this one in green because I got it. Product target right there. I'll go back to that in a second. Just get the last set of broads. You'll see I do have similar. So these will launch. Even one of them is going to say duplicate. Get that product target here. Whoops. Alrighty then. So now we got all these. They're all in the green. And one thing that I did forget to mention is you have the option on these to remove duplicates in regards to getting more fancy with Excel spreadsheets. That duplicate process, I'm going to have to figure out for myself because going through this, there's definitely a little bit more efficiency that I could utilize, especially for your Excel guys. I'm sure you can find a smoother process for this. But anyway, it's pretty much the gist. And then what I'm going to do is take all the exact matches. I'll start with those first. Go into Quartile, create exact. Whoops, that's viewing. That's pretty accurate. I think it's 1.63 if I'm not mistaken. Create now. In the meantime, I'll just put these as a strike through so I don't forget. And then we'll go down to the broads. A little slow today, but just be patient. Don't reload it. Let it sit through. We can hang out for a little bit. There it is. Broad. Product target. All righty. So that is an archive relaunch. Like I said, you want to do this every 12 weeks and every quarter. This will allow for campaigns to be shuffled through, especially if they're not getting some love while you're launching a bunch of campaigns on Quartile. They might just need an archive relaunch to get that fire going again. Think about it in a perspective of, search volume continues to change on Amazon. There's just so many variables that might happen. Quartile might be adding more spend to, or more spend to the campaigns that are performing the best at this moment in time, but then maybe they might stagnate over time, or they may not perform as hot as they used to because of trends, search volume, and all that stuff. And then taking stuff that you've performed well in the past with, or taking stuff that you've, looked at the search term report and saw opportunities for and relaunching them, you didn't see them move. You might just need to archive, relaunch them, go about the process again, and just keep cycling through campaigns like this. You're going to start to see more of them scale. And then when they scale, there's more opportunities, and you just keep repeating this process monthly. It's really easy. This whole process of, launching campaigns on Quartile, archive relaunching, and just doing this like monthly, right? Search term reporting, archive relaunching every 3 months. Like, this is essentially what we do. And if you just keep repeating this process, you're going to see some really good results over time. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Thanks for watching, guys. And if you need anything, email me at tony@profitablepineapple.com. And we'll see you soon. Take care.
All right, so we've jumped into the optimization, we've jumped into the scaling, and we jumped into the foundational part of this video. Now, this is the bulk of the video of the training on how to do Amazon PPC. What I want to do over the next couple 30 minutes, 45 minutes or so, is I want to get you oriented with Quartile. I want you to get to know how Quartile works, how it makes decisions, how to walk through the system and everything. So you're going to see me showing you the innards of Quartile. We're going to go over some basic SOPs, standard operating procedures, and like rules that it follows. And so you can kind of see all that and get oriented with Quartile more. So that's what we're going to do over the next 3 videos. Now, remember, if you want coaching around this, and if you want our help to launch you inside Quartile, we have a coaching program around that. If you go to profitablepineapplefarm.com, you can check that out. And it's a wait list only. We only let 10 people in every 10 weeks. And so it's a very small, intimate program. And when you join that, you get all the softwares included that we've talked about so far. Quartile, Profitable Pineapple Express Inventory Management, and ZonGuru. So you get those 3 softwares included in our coaching program. And so go to profitablepineapplefarm.com to check that out and get on the wait list. Our next launch is probably going to be in about 4 weeks for that. And so you don't want to miss out on going. And actually, I think it's already half full. And so make sure you join the wait list now and respond if you want to be a part of it, or comment down below if you want to get a part of it, and I'll kind of move you to the front of the line, and we'll talk about how you can get on that wait list and make sure that you're the next person that gets in. So let's go into the Quartile principles. And so what this is going to be all around is orientation around Quartile. So let's jump into that.
I want to go over some best practices, some Quartile principles, and some troubleshooting things to know when you're using Quartile. Now, Quartile is an incredibly advanced software, but you need to know what's going on. So I've actually made this into an entire list, but I did want to go over it with you in video format because we'll get some other kind of dialogue, or I guess monologue, in while I'm going over this thing. So let me switch over to my screen, and then I'm going to show you exactly what we're going to be going over. And I am going to be kind of reading this, but then also throwing in my 2 cents as well. So let me switch over to my screen and we'll get started. All right, cool. So this is in your abridged SOP. There's a little bit longer of a description in the longer version, but I just wanted to put this in here so you see it. Now, Your first week into Quartile, you're going to be spending more than you thought. Remember, we took that budget and we raised it by 20%. For example, if you're spending $1,000 a day, you're not going to be spending $1,200 a day, and you can bet that Quartile is probably going to hit that. Your ACoS is also around 30% before, this arbitrary number, and we're going higher than that. We're going anywhere from 20% higher, like 36%, or we're going even higher still because we're going after more break-even ACoS with consumables and everything. So your first troubleshooting item of importance, if you notice things are out of control, you have to make sure that you have a negative phrase list uploaded to your ATMs, your auto campaigns, your broad and phrase if applicable. Most of you guys will just have broad and auto, but you got to make sure you have that negative phrase list uploaded. Secondly, make sure you're pausing campaigns. We're going to be pausing campaigns usually about 1 to 2 times a week once we're in that kind of optimization mode and scaling mode. But when you first launch, you may want to look at it 3 to 4 times a week, if not daily. Just be very careful. Let Quartile work. Let it do its thing as long as it's not getting too out of control. Budget. Did you put your budget into Campaign Manager? Go into the settings, make sure you have a budget in place. If you don't have a budget in place, your spend might get out of control. Third or fourth, ACoS target. Make sure you put this in to Quartile. Did you calculate it correctly? Did you put it into Quartile correctly? Don't touch this. Don't touch it for 7 days. Let the system do the work. Second thing you need to do, take a breath. Everybody with me? Relax. Trust the system. The system works. I'm telling you, it's crazy how well it works if you let the system work for you. The system works. If it's not working for you, like I said in the week before, your product sucks. You don't have enough reviews. You don't have enough differentiation. So you have to rethink your brand. So really think about that. Third thing, wait. Don't overmanage. If it works, don't touch it. The first 2 weeks are the hardest, but we need to wait at least 2 weeks before moving on. Bad keywords and campaigns will mess with the system. Let Quartile do its launch, and then we're going to add keywords in a systematic way in our more advanced strategies. But I'm giving you the basics first. I don't want you to go to advanced at least for 2 to 4 weeks, preferably 4 weeks. We were in a meeting today, my team meeting, and people were asking about the more advanced strategies. And I was just like, nope, we're just going to go over basics with everybody first. You have to understand the basics. And the 80-20 of Amazon ads is sponsored products. It's not sponsored brands. It's not sponsored display. It's not DSP. It's sponsored products. And it's focusing on keywords and search terms that have high conversion rates and high volume. If you have high volume with high conversion rates, your organic rank is going to skyrocket. And I'm going to show you an example here. Let me actually get that opened up. Okay, so check this out. What I did is I did a custom date range for this of the day we launched until now. So I think it's about 10 days. And you can see that using this system, this is a commodity product. This isn't any differentiation. There's not really anything that differentiates this brand. This is just our dummy account, so we can use it to connect things. It's called Tessa's Kitchen Club. And you can see revenue's up 150%. Items sold 140%. Profit is actually up because it was even worse, but we're still negative. So what we did is a couple of days ago, we actually raised our price by $5. Organic sales is 426, with paid sales being 2,043. You can see everything is skyrocketing up, double if not triple. Advertising costs are of course going up as well. So is ACoS and so is TACoS. Now the reason that TACoS is so high is because we didn't have a lot of keyword rankings with this, and that's what I want to show you next. So when we come into ZonGuru and we go over to the keyword rankings, this one, you can see that, look at that, 65 up to page 1. This one's actually lost a little bit because I actually made that a negative keyword, so that makes sense. I actually delete it. And then this one, page 3, 144, hasn't really gone up. So I don't think I have. So I may actually do that one, but you can see plus 37, plus 34, kids apron and chef hat kids, plus 20, plus 16, plus 35, plus 33. That's organic ranking that's climbing. And the reason that's so powerful is because we're going after high conversion rate, high volume. When we focus those two things, our organic rank soars. All right. So let the system do its work. All right. Account will start out a little slow for 10 days or so, or it may come out right out of the gate. So you just never know what's going to happen. If your campaign has no clicks after 5 days, you'll need to manually increase the bid. And I've showed you guys how to do that in the weekly maintenance. You just highlight all the targeting and you increase it by 30%. Quartile adjusts bids every hour, hourly day part, or it does day parting after it gets its first click. So if it doesn't get a click, it won't start adjusting the bids until it gets that first click. But then after that, it does it hourly. It does handle your top of search bids based on ACoS and conversion rate. It looks at 7, 14, and 56 days, I believe, but it focuses most of it on the 7 days. Don't run out of stock. That is so key. This is why we give you guys Profitable Pineapple Express inside of this, because you can't run out of stock. If you run out of stock, it kills it. Kills your momentum, it kills your rank, it kills everything. This is just in general for Amazon. So make sure you have an inventory system in place. Don't change parameters for at least a week. If you want to see the naming guide, it's right here. You'll get used to it after a while. When we start to add new search terms, or excuse me, when we start to add new campaigns, like new search terms and new ASINs every week, always pick it based on your best products. We recommend doing your top selling product first, then second best selling product second, and that will make more sense once we get into the advanced area. You never want to have, actually, I'm going to jump down to here. You never want to have more than a 2-to-1 ratio. Your daily budget needs to be double how many campaigns you have. So an example of this is if you have a $2,000 daily budget, you don't want to have more than 1,000 campaigns. Make sure you follow that, because some of you watching this have small budgets of $100. Make sure you have no more than 50 campaigns. If you have a small budget, you need to be focusing on exact match campaigns only, essentially, and maybe some broad if you have more budget left over. Oh yeah, here it is. I kind of mentioned that. Quartile looks at the last 7, 14, 28, and 56, with 7 days getting the most. What this means is that you almost never want to look at performance over the past few days to determine trends because of the attribution. Quartile will be mining keywords and creating new campaigns automatically. That being said, I still like to mine my search term report every single month, at least for the first 6 months, to speed up this process. And so what that means is if you have a broad campaign running and it's going after ASINs and search terms, or excuse me, if you have an auto campaign running going after ASINs and search terms, I don't know the exact formulation, but once you hit a certain amount of orders, I believe it's 2 with Quartile, and a good conversion rate, it's actually going to peel that keyword, or it's going to peel that ASIN away and create its own campaign for it. An exact match, a broad match campaign for your search terms, and then a product targeting campaign for your ASINs. We'll also make a sponsored display. Move your campaigns to the correct portfolio determined by your ASIN. Negative keywords, add negative phrase keywords to broads and autos that Quartile builds out, because it will be building out. So make sure you're doing that monthly at least, but you can do it weekly as well. Add negative exact to broads and autos to further optimize it, because Amazon is, of course, dumb. Quarterly. Keywords without impressions and clicks, pause them and move on. Consider maybe even archiving them and relaunching them to see if you can get more momentum. Now, when something does go awry, the first thing you want to do is check your account health and account performance. The second thing you want to do, this is if like your ACoS starts to get out of control or your conversion rate goes down. Check your account health and account performance, check your ratings and reviews, evaluate your competition. Did somebody lower their price? Did somebody have a lightning deal? Things like that. Check your price, check your inventories, because sometimes sometimes Amazon may be moving your whole inventory and say you can't be sold for another 7 days. Check your advertising for decreased campaign performance. Maybe Quartile saw something happening or it killed the campaign. So if you go out of stock, it will kill the campaign. We most likely have to relaunch it. Consider having like a lightning deal or a coupon to help increase your conversion rate, because conversion rate is everything. Conversion rate and volume. Start driving external traffic to create that moat, which we'll go over in another stage here. Check for your indexing, and then just check for other trends. But the key thing here is to wait for the initial Quartile build to run at least 4 weeks before moving on. I don't want you doing any of the advanced stuff until you master the basics above before moving to advanced strategies. You have to do this. You have to master the basics before you move on. You can build a nice business by just doing the basics that I'd mentioned before. If you just did that and that's it, you would build a hell of a business. But of course, we're entrepreneurs. We always want to grow. We want to keep growing, and you will grow with the basics. So let's move on to more advanced strategies only when we have the basics down and only after the first 4 weeks after the build. But the cool thing is that once Quartile is doing your bidding and it's starting to scrape and starting to mine, it's really gaining momentum, is we can now focus on brand expansion, which is stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, and stage 5 in this program. Looking forward to jumping into that with you. This is the innards of Quartile, and when you guys come in here, this is what it will look like. And what I'm going to do is just show you where the important things are. And it's very, very simple, and I'm going to go very slow. This first section right here in the management is the account section. This is where you put your target ACoS. This is an account-wide ACoS. If you click this down, you can do it by tacos, daily budget. I don't recommend those two. It's a completely different strategy. There is a place for it, but unless you know the strategy, I would not touch them. Just do account ACoS. If you do account tacos, what Quartile does is it will spend whatever your tacos goal is per day. So if you're in a $100,000 a month account, it will spend the $10,000 a month to reach that tacos any way possible. The strategy I've taught you though is account ACoS. So don't switch that off. How do we know that? Because we've switched it before and it's a completely different strategy. Staying in this account area, this is where you create campaigns. So we showed you guys the Quartile builds, and that's based on what's in here. So like if you wanted to create an ATM or an automatic campaign, it's right here. You just create automatic campaign, you pick your starting bid, and then you have your product ASIN, your SKU, and your budget. And we usually build that inside of Google Sheets, and then we'll copy and paste it over. So you can just copy and paste it over here. That's how you do multiple campaigns at once. So let me pull up Tessa's Kitchen. So you can see child, SKU, budget, and you pull all those over here. And you can see when you paste it, it shows up like that. And then you just hit create now, and then it will create them. I'm not going to create them, obviously, because these are already created. So it's that easy. And then that was automatic. Then if you do something like exact, broad, right here, product, SKU, budget, keyword. So let's go back to this. This is why our builds look like this. You have ASIN, SKU, budget, target ASIN, ASIN, SKU, budget, keyword. So you're going to copy all of these. And when you paste them, you can see it all pop in right there. So with this keyword bid, with exact match campaigns, go a little higher. Broad match, you can go pretty much the average of what you were going after before. And that's all in the Quartile build. So you can go back to those videos to see those. Product targeting ads are right here. This is ASIN targeting, same thing. ASIN, SKU, budget, target ASIN. So you'll take these and then you'll come over here. Same thing. And again, you can change the bid to whatever you want it to be. Create now. Please, 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 please stay away from bulk autos. I have this in the bonus section, but SD audience campaigns, VCPMs. We don't use phrase because broad and autos are enough, and waterfall campaigns. Just stay away from those. I have that again in the bonus section, which I'll probably release sometime soon. So that's how you create a campaign. And then down here, check status. You can actually check the status of campaigns that you created, and it will tell you the status right here. It will be like a green circle or an orange. Is it orange? Is that right? Like waiting or something like that, or like duplicated or failed. Let me actually just show you that. Let's do a couple product targeting ads. So we're going to go to create campaign, product targeting. So these are probably going to be duplicated. So we'll hit create now. Then you come down here, select product targeting. There you go. Queued, created, all the way down. So it will probably not create because it's going to be a duplicate. So those are the main like areas that you need to know. There are some other things in here that you can explore. Here's your portfolio creation. We don't do a ton with this. We do a little bit with this. So I'm not even going to create a video on that, but we do a little bit of that. Melissa did a great video on it on our channel. Product things. You will do a couple things here. This is where you can add product level ACoS. We don't recommend doing that. You can do it if you have drastically different products. So like we had sunglasses and we had consumables. So our sunglasses would usually target like a 50% ACoS, and then our consumables, we did like an 80% ACoS because we were more aggressive with those. And so we were a little more granular with that. The big thing I want you to look here is time frame boost right here. So a time frame boost is for when you want to do a specified period of time and boost it. So an example of that would be Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Prime Day, things like that. Again, you create it in the spreadsheet. So you do your child ASIN, the ACoS percentage, how much you'd want to add to the top of search, start date and end date. Slow me down to ask questions, put them in the chat, whatever you guys need to do. So let's just look at that. So we have child ASIN, ACoS, top of search, start date, end date. Okay, so ACoS, let's just say, so our account-wide target is, let's go back, I think it was 30%. Yeah, 30%. So we'll go back to time frame boost. So let's say for Black Friday, I want to go up to 40%, and I want to add a top of search of 50% more. And I wanted to start that today. Correct me if my date format is wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's like that. So we'll take this, go over here, put it in, and then you can always select the dates right here like this. Yeah, so that date format was right. So then it will add this boost in there. Okay, start date must be today. And then when you save that, it's going to time frame boost your product up for that specified time. So if you have Black Friday, Cyber Monday, you can do that. So when you guys get access to this, or if you guys want this, let us know, because we can add it to your account if you don't feel confident doing it yet. This is where you can also add negative list. So this is negative exact. This is not negative phrase. They do not let you do negative phrase through Quartile. You still have to go through Campaign Manager to do that. There's a lot of stuff in here. Those are the basic things that you need to play with, is ACoS, creating campaigns, and then time frame boost. There is a couple other things in here that I do go over in the bonus section, but I'm not going to go through it because you don't need it. Please, please don't touch the rules unless you thoroughly understand every consequence of the rule. Because if you touch the rules, it can cause things to go crazy. So just keep that in mind. Quartile already has rules in place. You can change them. I don't recommend it. I don't even know if you guys will see this. Any questions on Quartile? Nobody? Cool.
Travis.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. So we should start to run the time frame boost right now, right? Because if Black Friday is coming, do you recommend that, or when will be the best time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely do it.
Okay.
Just
Thank
know
you.
how much more aggressive you want to be. So what we used to have to do is what we used to do. And the reason they put time frame boost in there is because we used to come in here and instead of just that period of time, we'd change our ACoS target right here for this time period. We'd go up to 40% or whatever. We'd increase our ACoS target so we could increase our bids to get more visibility. And now they've changed it so we can do that with time frame boost. You can still do it the old way, but time frame boost allows you to get more granular with it. Cool. Any other questions around Quartile? Because I want to move on.
Where do you put a different ACoS for each product? If we have like 2-3 products and each product has a different ACoS.
It's right here. So under products, everything is pretty much under this management area. So you can add product level ACoS right here. And so you put your ASIN in there, child ASIN, and your ACoS target. And then you can see it all right here. So it will all show up in the edit area, and you can actually change it right here too.
And one thing to add, when adding campaigns, you put the ASIN, SKU, budget, and then the target, and you put that into a Excel or a Google Sheet. You copy and then you paste it in. And then after you hit create campaigns, wait a minute or two, and in the top right-hand corner, it'll say success. If there's something wrong, it'll let you know and say it did not work. Same thing here for the product level ACoS head sheet. Take the ASIN and the ACoS. It's not a decimal. Like if it's going to be 35%, it'll just be the ASIN. And then the next line over in the sheet will be just 35, just the number by itself.
In this video, I wanted to share with you our Quartile Principles SOP that we have here at the agency. Now you have access to Quartile. Quartile looks intimidating. There's a bunch of buttons. And I just want to let you know, we don't really use 90% of these, and we're going to simplify everything for you guys so it doesn't seem too complicated when you hop into here. And I want to educate you guys on the process of, if you follow these SOP guidelines, in addition to our 80-20 strategy, you're going to see some pretty good results. So with that being said, let's dive into the SOP. I'm going to organize it a bit better. So when you receive this SOP, you'll be able to understand it with a lot more clarity. But I'm going to go in and just break this down for you. So with our Quartile playbook, we'll start with the pre and post-launch mindset. The most important thing you need to understand about Quartile is the less manual changes made, the more efficient the account will be. And what I mean by manual changes is the account ACoS, product ACoS, campaign ACoS, rule-based optimization, all these little features that Quartile has. If we start getting too granular on the platform, it reacts poorly, or it reacts less efficiently than ideally we would like it to be. As you know, we're in that 80-20 strategy. With our 80-20 strategy, we let things ride. We make adjustments as necessary following our SOP. And if you just adjust the account ACoS, you'll see some pretty good results. And if you start going into a lot of product adjustments and campaign adjustments, we want to be careful with that. But I'm going to go into these as well with product ACoS adjustments and the campaign level ACoS adjustments. But primarily, this is the main lever that we want to focus on, account level ACoS, and we'll be diving into that further. And like I said, the ideal scenario, the only adjustments you'll need to make are the account ACoS adjustments on Quartile, nothing else. There are exceptions, which we'll go over, as I mentioned. Now, this is for mostly the agency purposes, but maybe this will help you as well to get some more clarity on your account. In understanding client goals, we look at the agency for efficiency, budget, their break-even ACoS, and then their target ACoS. Efficiency, are they looking at ACoS or TACoS? TACoS is the best metric for our strategy, so we like to reiterate that with clients. It's like TACoS is the main focus. We want to drive ads that basically help influence organic ranking as well. So TACoS is our main metric. Now, budget, what are they looking at spending monthly? What are they looking at spending daily? This is what we could input in Quartile. We could set the budget spend, our budget cap there for sponsored products. Then what is their break-even ACoS? What is their account level ACoS goal? As you know, when we follow our strategy, more consumable products, we tend to be a little bit more aggressive on the break-even or above break-even for setting up our ACoS on Quartile. Now, these focuses are all based on TACoS. So this will apply to our strategy. Anything we're basically covering less than 10% TACoS, 15 to 20% TACoS, and then 10 to 15% TACoS. If we're focusing on profitability, less than 10% TACoS, here are the pros and cons. Higher margin, lower account level ACoS, lower TACoS, lower ad spend, but then downsides, lower sales and lower ranking. So we want to take that into consideration if we're looking for profitability. For growth and scale focus, 15 to 20% plus TACoS, basically that'll lead to obviously higher sales, higher ad spend, better ranking, but the downside is lower margin and then it's less efficient. Lastly, our best of both worlds is the focus on profitability and scaling. On average is a 10 to 15% TACoS, and this is a best of both worlds. Obviously, with these adjustments, we want to make sure we figure that out based on our target calculation and then adjust as necessary. These changes should be implemented slowly when you're making these adjustments on Quartile, especially if you're focusing on profitability and scaling. Now, with ACoS customization, I'm going to break this down to just simplify everything. All changes in Quartile platform are managed through one lever, and it's the target ACoS. So target ACoS will apply to account, products, and campaign. But like I said, we tend to focus primarily on account ACoS percentage. To increase ad spend, you increase target ACoS. To decrease ad spend, you decrease target ACoS. It's critical to follow a 2-to-1 ratio when it comes to making adjustments on Quartile and increasing this. So what that means is if I wanted to increase my ad spend by 30%, I'm going to increase this by 15 percentage points. I guess you could say it like that. So if I wanted to increase this by 30%, I'm going to adjust my brand's account level ACoS to 79, and then I'll hit save. And then if you want to decrease it from what we had at 64, I would bring it down by 15 if I wanted to decrease ad spend by 30%. I'll give you examples and I'll add more just to get more clarity on this. But if an account or client wants to increase sales, obviously we want to increase more exposure, which requires an increase in ad spend. To do this, we increase the account level ACoS. Now, if a client wants to be more profitable, let's say their TACoS is too high, we want to decrease this percent of money spent. And what we do with that is to decrease your account level ACoS because that will decrease the ad spend as well. Lastly, when you make these adjustments, it's important not to change target ACoS more than once a week. Now, Quartile says once a week, that's the recommendation. I usually prefer 7 to 14 days before making adjustments. This will allow Quartile to stabilize and you'll be able to see a more accurate impact. Now, what Quartile does is it's operating on a 7-day basis. And Quartile looks at the previous 7 days ACoS and makes adjustments as necessary to accommodate based on your ACoS goal. So taking that into consideration, we want to have a little bit more time to build more stability there for Quartile. Post-launch adjustments, if customization is needed after you launch, and we've done the launch process for you guys, once it's fully onboarded, before we make any changes to account level ACoS adjustments, we want to make sure we reach the following goals on Quartile, one of the three. Account is delivering the same ACoS with increased spend and sales. Account is delivering lower ACoS with same spend and increased sales. And then account is delivering lower ACoS with increased sales and spend. Once these are met, once one of these scenarios is met, then you can make adjustments on Quartile. Target ACoS. ACoS account ACoS goal. To simplify this, too high of an ACoS will lead to more broad, less efficient, non-related keywords. Too low ACoS will narrow the terms to be more efficient and focus a little bit more on branded terms. This will limit growth opportunity. So you want, and I'll delete this because this may not make sense. So you want the best of both worlds. You want to focus on having the right ACoS, and you'll figure this out as you monitor progress. You calculate tacos week over week, and then you can assess from there where you want to be. And that's the best way to do it. Now, I'm going to go into each breakdown of the account level adjustment, product, and then campaign. Account level adjustments, they're the most useful and important. It's the least amount of granularity. All ASINs and campaigns target that same ACoS goal. So when you have an account ACoS goal of mine 64%, all my ASINs are around that. But this works extremely well for 80/20 because your bestseller, right? You're going to basically make the account level ACoS adjustment based most likely on your bestseller or the average of the bestsellers. And from there, Quartile will react properly in regards to that. And then it will let the ad spend flow, and you'll start to see some progression in there and exactly what you want to see in terms of adjustments. It's the most efficient way to manage. Like I said, when you start getting to ASIN and products and you start adding a bunch of them, you want to be careful there. And I'll go into the products mostly and just explain that thought process there right now. This more so when you get to this point on an ASIN level adjustments, I sometimes use these because there are some scenarios where you use them. This allows some granularity and allows you to customize at an ASIN level. This is helpful when a client wants to push a specific ASIN like a new launch or they want to sell through inventory. And I also reiterated that again on the second bullet point where it's, let's say you're almost out of stock, you decrease the account ACoS goal or increase it depending on your goals, and you basically utilize that. For an inventory's sake, you might want to decrease the account ACoS goal because it's going to deliver less ad spend, and then it will start to allocate more towards other ASINs or your other products in your campaign at the campaign level with campaigns. I can't even speak right now, but essentially you want to use this scarcely. You want to if you do make an adjustment like this, you want to take it off after a couple weeks. I've seen before. We've tried granularity for clients in the past because they want to get super hyper specific on each ASIN. That doesn't work too well. And I actually had a client that wanted me to adjust like so specific on their specific one of their ASINs that it actually, in decreasing the product level ASIN ACoS goal, it actually increased it on Quartile. Like Quartile reacted to it by increasing it. So let's say, for example, we dropped it down to 20% account or ASIN ACoS, and ideally we wanted to be in that 25% range, or ideally we wanted to be in that 20% range to simplify things. It actually brought it up to 28%. So you want to be extra careful with this, and you don't want to keep it on for long if you're going to utilize this. Lastly, campaigns, rarely use these. This is the most amount of granularity. It's customization at the campaign level. It's helpful when a client wants to push a specific keyword to improve ranking. And I think that's like the main scenario you would use it for. I don't really like this too much because if you follow our principles in 80/20, it's all going to have this trickle down effect and this momentum will come through. So I think that just in adjusting this primarily, unless there's scenarios otherwise, is the best case scenario. And then, like I said, same thing with a product level. You probably would get rid of the campaign level adjustments a lot quicker, just so you let Quartile do its thing. To reiterate, if you just adjust this only, this is the best case scenario. Like I mentioned, there are exceptions to the rule, but please don't get too crazy with Quartile and add all these product level ACoS adjustments because it's not going to react poorly. It's not going to react properly to it. Lastly, I wanted to share this. You guys know the sponsored brands, SB_ to tie in, SBV_ for sponsored brand video to tie in. But campaign status check post launch. When you create campaigns, you're going to create them through here. Then you'll be able to check your status. And perfect examples are these right now. I have 2 of these here. Created obvious means the campaign is created. Duplicated means that the campaign was created once before and it's either active or it's paused. If it's paused, then you want to relaunch this keyword, archive the one that's paused so that you allow it to run again. You may have to give it about 15 minutes or so for it to populate, maybe even upwards to an hour or so. It depends on how Quartile's, I guess you could say, I'm going to say how Quartile is feeling that day. But on average, if it's queued or if it's a duplicated status, it takes about 15 minutes for campaigns to be created, or for campaign, how can I explain this? 15 minutes for campaigns to be created, but let's say, for example, it's duplicated. If you archive it and wait 15 minutes or upwards to an hour, you'll be able to create it and put it back into created status. But if you see it in queued, these are, when you check status and you see queued, and it's going to come up in orange, just like this here, it just means that it's waiting to be launched. And this is typically what happens post creating a campaign. You'll have these, and these are just something to take into consideration. Another one you take into consideration is an auth error. If you see an auth error, let us know, and we'll figure out how to resolve that in regards to that, because I've seen that happen before. But for invalid argument, number one, it indicates the ASIN and SKU input on the creation spreadsheet do not match. So if I had this ASIN and I had a different SKU and I had invalid argument 1, that just means that the SKU or the ASIN is different than what's actually on Amazon's platform. Invalid argument 2 indicates the bid set on the settings is 50% higher than the budget allowed. So this would, let's say the average cost per click is like $3 and you create a $2 budget campaign. It's probably not going to be created. So you want to make sure you have allocated enough budget for that. That's pretty much it for the SOP. We can get more in depth, and myself and Melissa created videos on the product level adjustments and campaign level adjustments. So you'll be able to have access to that and have a greater understanding on the campaign level adjustments side of things with Melissa's expertise. And then I go over some of the product ASIN adjustments as well. With that being said, let me know if you have any questions about this. We'll write out this SOP as best as possible for you guys to understand it fully. I know it's a lot coming at you, but please let me know if you have any questions, and feel free to email me at tony@profitablepineapple.com. And with that being said, thanks for watching, and we'll talk soon.
All right, perfect. So now we are oriented with Quartile. I hope that was a good orientation on how Quartile works. And then also showing you the innards of it, looking over my shoulder to actually see where I input stuff. You saw some of the questions from our mastermind in there as well. And that's our mastermind where we actually coach you on how to do this SOP inside your business. We can train one of your team members, or we can train you depending on where you're at. We recommend that if you're doing over $10,000 a month in revenue in your brand, because software can be expensive. And if you're doing under that, you need to do more of a manual system with Amazon PPC, which I've talked about in another video. So here's where we're at so far. We've done the foundation, we've scaled, we've done our orientation, we've done our optimization. Now we're going to learn how we monitor things. And so we're going to look at what numbers we monitor. And then we're going to look at also monitoring from the standpoint of, if something goes wrong in your business, what do we need to look at? And then after that, if you stay till the end, I'm going to give you some, like I told you at the beginning of this video, some Scooby snacks, some little nuggets in Amazon PPC, 5 of them to be exact, that will just help you accelerate your Amazon PPC overall. And they just help give you little sales boosts, and they can really help improve your organic rankings and dominate your search terms. So let's jump into how to monitor your Amazon PPC.
In any advertising platform depends on metrics, and you need to measure metrics. But the problem is there's so many metrics to measure. What do you need to focus on? And that's what I'm going to be going over in today's chapter and in today's video. This chapter in my free Amazon PPC masterclass. If you have not signed up for it yet, make sure you head to profitablepineapple.com. Sign up for that free PPC masterclass. I kid you not when I say it is better than any paid course out there. So let's jump in. I want to start out by saying the only metric that matters. There's only one metric that matters. This is all you need to know. Sales growth. And I'm not talking about week over week or month over month. I'm talking about quarter over quarter sales growth and year over year sales growth. The thing that I see in most rookie Amazon sellers make is the problem that they have is they focus on month over month sales growth. Like they expect you to grow 5% month over month, but the dynamic of month over month sales growth is extremely hard to measure because seasonality, Christmas season, Prime Days, holidays, seasons of life, summer versus fall, school starting. There's so many different dynamics month over month that it's hard to measure sales growth unless you're just growing at an astronomical rate. Quarter over quarter growth is what you need to measure, and year over year growth is what you need to focus on. Those are the metrics that matter. And I again want to emphasize this. You need to understand total advertising cost of sale. Your TACoS is so important. ACoS is not. ACoS is just one metric in your Amazon PPC, but what really matters is TACoS, because if you can have a high ACoS, but if your TACoS is going down, you're becoming more profitable. So profitability is measured by TACoS, not ACoS. I've had high ACoS campaigns that have decreased my TACoS, therefore making me more profitable as a result. And so keep that in mind. You need to understand that TACoS is what you want to measure. Now, regarding TACoS, you want to shoot for about a 10 to 15% if you want a nice stable account that focuses on profitability. If you're in a growth mode, you want to go more for like 15 to 20%. With that being said, we knew our numbers. We knew our lifetime customer value, and we knew we wanted to get aggressive with our customer acquisition. So we pushed our TACoS, our total advertising cost, to 42%. The month that we did $500,000 in sales, we had almost $210,000 in spend on advertising. It was break even for us that month. It was a 42% TACoS, but we acquired a lot of customers that month. And that's what we focused on for about 8 months, is we focused on pushing our TACoS up to 42%. That is hyper aggressive growth. And it worked. We ended up selling our company for multi-millions a little bit later. And it was something that we knew that if we pushed it, we knew the lifetime sales would catch up and it would make us more profitable, which then we could sell for more. But usually for most accounts, 10 to 15% is stability, 15 to 20% TACoS is growth mode. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about TACoS and what your goals should be. And then as a reminder, you don't want to look at individual campaign ACoSs, your advertising cost of sales. You want to look at your total campaign manager ACoS, because again, you may have high ACoS campaigns that bring down your TACoS, making you more profitable. So keep that in mind. If you have a high ACoS campaign, make sure that word is converting well, because if that word is converting well, it's shooting you up in the organic rank. Now, another metric to look at is organic versus advertising sales. Most of the time, a healthy organic versus advertising sales is 60% organic sales, 40% advertising sales. That will be skewed based on launches. So during like a launch, your TACoS may be 50 to 75%, and your advertising sales may be almost 100% because you have no organic rank. So keep that in mind. And that also goes back to the TACoS conversation. You may have a higher TACoS at the beginning of a launch of a product as well, in the 50 to 75%. As your organic ranking goes up, that ratio should shift. Your TACoS should decrease. Your organic sales should start to pick up. Now, 60% organic, 40% advertising. With that said, we've seen a shift lately in the last couple of years with Amazon. 40% organic, 60% advertising for a lot of accounts now. And the reason is Amazon is becoming a more pay-to-play platform. But if you focus on high converting keywords, regardless of ACoS, that will drive your organic ranking up and should help keep that 60-40 balance between organic and advertising. So with all that being said, what should you be tracking on a weekly or a daily basis, depending on who you have on your team? If you have somebody to track this for you daily, that's great. I like to check it weekly. We do it weekly and monthly and quarterly and yearly for our clients. And the reason we do that is because it allows you to just take a step back. When you're looking at daily metrics, you tend to get emotional. When you look at weekly metrics, you can look at a big picture. Daily metrics are made to put out fires. So if you see something going on in your business, a daily metric can find that. And you can do the metrics I'm going to go over daily, but don't make big decisions on the daily metrics. Put out fires on the daily metrics. Weekly, monthly, that's when you want to start zooming out, making bigger decisions based on that. Do I want to increase my ACoS today or this month? Do I want to go more aggressive? Do I want to go after growth mode in TACoS because I have the profitability to do so? So keep that in mind. But the numbers we look at are revenue, profit, ad spend, ad sales, ACoS, TACoS, and new campaigns created. Those are the 7 metrics that we look at on a weekly and a monthly basis. Let me go over them again. Revenue, profit, ad sales, ad spend, ACoS, TACoS. I see you writing. I'm going to flip over to my screen and show you how we do this inside of our business and inside our agency. So this is it. This is our very, very simple weekly tracking spreadsheet. And then you'll just make another one for monthly and another one for quarterly. It's the exact same spreadsheet. It's just the time frame that you're measuring. And you can see we're measuring revenue, profit, ad spend, ad sales. And the nice thing about this is then ACoS will populate and TACoS will populate, and then new campaigns created. So let me fill in a couple of these just to kind of show you what what we're doing here. Now, a performance hack is when you're doing your weekly numbers. I like to do this as the business owner. I like you to do these metrics metrics because it will take you literally 5 minutes, but it gives you a good pulse on the business and you can look and find trends as needed. But going back to this, when you do this, also do your weekly optimization that we talked about in the previous video for pausing and for adding negatives. So pausing campaigns, adding negatives, unpausing campaigns, go back to the previous chapter to look at that. But just put it in your calendar for 30 minutes every week to do this, and then do the Amazon PPC Amazon PPC optimization, which is the pausing, unpausing, and putting negatives in. So let me show you how to do this. So we use ZonGuru for this. So we're inside of ZonGuru right here. And what I'm going to do is just come down here. I'm going to go to custom range and we're going to do 1029 to 11.4, apply. Then you can see right there, gross revenue, 922.87. Profit was negative 57.79. Ad spend. I like to go to campaign manager for that. So we'll do that same time frame. Spend is right there. Let me get sales in here as well. Spend was 307.21, and then add sales 684.66. So you can see it calculates our ACoS, our TACoS, and then we can go in to see how many campaigns we created. So I'll go sort it by start date, and we'll look for just the time period of that. So we're scrolled down, and it looks like, and I'll just manually count these: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 46. So we actually added quite a few campaigns. I didn't expect that many. So 46 campaigns created. And then we'll do that same thing for this date, 11.5 through 11.11. Same thing, we'll go to ZonGuru, put that custom date range in. 839 or 840 and 21. So I made a little more profit that month or that week. Add spend to add sales. 273, 640, 273 and 640. And then we'll count how many campaigns we made. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 that week. And then you can just do this again. And this is all we do. This is like what we monitor. This is what we track. This is what we do to make sure our clients' accounts are looking good. And we monitor this on, like I said, a monthly and a weekly basis. So your action items for this video is to just update this on a weekly and a monthly and a quarterly basis. This is something that I'd like you to do as the business owner, because this is your metrics. Have somebody else do this daily, and that way you can put out fires if fires pop up. But you should be doing this weekly, monthly, and quarterly, because you need to look at data and reports to make high strategic decisions. And so if you have not signed up for it, make sure you head to profitablepineapple.com to do that. And if you found this video helpful, let me know that. And if you have any questions, also put those down in the comments as well. Suspended or something's wrong with your Amazon account, you need to put out a fire, but you're not really sure where to begin. That is what I'm going to be going through in this video. I'm going to be, when your Amazon account goes haywire, when revenues are down, or when something's wrong, I'm going to give you a step-by-step guide, and you can get this in the SOP down below, and it's part of our free Amazon PPC masterclass, but I'm going to show you exactly what to look for. I'm Dr. Travis Ziegler, and let's jump in. So the first thing I always look at is account health and performance. Account health and performance is going to tell you if you have any trademark infringements, any IP infringements, if you're suspended for any reason, and why you're suspended, and what you need to do to appeal the process. And so what you need to do is first go into account performance and health. And I'm going to switch over to my screen here towards the end, and I'll show you exactly where all this stuff is. The second thing you want to do is look at your reviews and ratings. Sometimes if we see a drastic decrease in sales, it's usually due to your reviews and ratings tanking. And so you can go from that 4.5 star appearance to then 4.0 star appearance by just getting one star review and going from 4.3 to 4.2. That can make a big difference in your sales. The next thing you want to do, the third thing you want to do, is competitive analysis. So you want to look at your competition, and we use a tool like ZonGuru's Listing Optimizer, and you can see what your competitors are doing that you might not be doing. A second thing you want to do with competitor analysis is just go to Amazon, search your primary keyword, see if somebody's doing a lightning deal or has a bigger coupon or has lowered their price. And that goes into step 4, which is pricing strategy. Are you doing anything to increase your conversion rate? You can get the strike through price, you can use coupons, you can use promos, you can do a lot with your pricing to increase your conversion rate. So we always like to keep a coupon on most of our listings, because that's going to help increase conversion rate, because people like to save money. It's a game. Inventory management, that's number 5. Inventory management is so key. I lost almost $250,000. I didn't almost lose it. I did lose $250,000 because I stocked out of 4 of my 5 best sellers for over a month. It hurt. It hurt a lot. But I also almost bankrupted my company because I ordered too much inventory and there's cash sitting on the shelf. So make sure you get your inventory out of spreadsheets and into into a software like our Profitable Pineapple Express. You can go to profitablepineappleexpress.com to check that out. Profitablepineappleexpress.com. I just like saying that because it's like a tongue twister. Try to say it fast. Profitablepineappleexpress.com. Profitable Pineapple Express. Okay, anyway. So inventory management. Did you go out of stock? Is Amazon moving your inventory around? So I always recommend having an FBA and an FBM listing on everything, because if Amazon decides they want to do an investigation on your FBA stock, you still have your FBM pop in there and still make some sales. Now, next, you want to check your advertising and promotions. So did you have a promotion running that's no longer running? Did you have advertising that got suspended? Your advertising gets suspended just like your product scan. And so go into Campaign Manager and take a look around, make sure everything's running. It will say suspended essentially if you are suspended. And then leverage external traffic. Use things like Google ads and Facebook ads and TikTok ads to leverage external traffic going into your Amazon listing. Did you turn that off? Or did something happen? Did your Google account get suspended? So look at your external traffic as well, because that can increase your organic rank significantly and your sales. And if it's gone now all of a sudden, then that might cause the decrease in sales or something going wrong. Look at top sellers. So what are top sellers doing in your category? Copy that. Look at their images, look at their ratings, look at their reviews, look at their pricing, and see what you can do to copy them and make it better, or just see if they're doing something that might be taking over some of your sales. And then finally, look at the trend, look at analysis trends, look at Google Trends for your search term, or your best search terms for your product. Did you have a seasonal product? Did you have a trendy product? Is that trend going down? Keto is a great example of this. Keto was really hot a couple of years ago. Now it's starting to fall down. Intermittent fasting, really hot a couple of years ago, starting to decline. It's still healthy, it's still being done, but people aren't searching it as much because it's not talked about as much. So look at trends as well. So let me switch over to my screen. I'm going to go through this list again and show you how to look at these things inside your Amazon Campaign Manager. So this is what I like to do. If something goes wrong in my account, I pull up Campaign Manager right beside the SOP I just went through. So the first thing I want to do is assess account health and performance. So I'm going to come up here. We're going to come down here to performance and account health. And what we're going to do is just look here. So everything looks pretty good. We have a healthy account rating. Is there anything? Oh, listing policy violations. Wonder what these are. These probably got us suspended. We were suspended the other day, by the way. And so we can click into here and Amazon will tell us exactly what's going on. And so it looks like they removed bullet points. So the second thing we're going to do is evaluate your reviews and ratings. Did your reviews and ratings tank and fall below that 4.5 stars? Did you lose a bunch of ratings? Those can all affect your performance and your sales. Finally, look at your competition. So our main keyword is Chef and Kids Apron Hat for Kids. We're going to type that in and let's just look at this at a holistic view. So if I scroll down here, I'm top of search there. I'm higher priced than most of my competition. And so are people choosing my cheaper competitor? Do I need to put a coupon on my listing? What do I need to do to get this back up? And so look at what your competitors are doing, putting people in versus no people, colorful. Those seem to be selling more. There's us again. So we're number 5 organically. Nope, that's a sponsored product. Never mind. And then pricing strategy, what I just went over as well. Are our competitors lower priced than us? And yes, they are. Inventory management. Did you run out of stock? Look at Profitable Pineapple Express and just take a look at it. See if you ran out of stock of your bestseller, or just go into your inventory and then just see if you stocked out. Go into Campaign Manager and then look at the status of your campaigns. And so if we went by filtered and enabled, you would see that the status is delivering. And if it's not delivering, it would say something else. And it might say something like product suspended. You can also click into one and it will tell you if the product in the SKU is suspended inside of your ad group level. And then finally, let's look at Google Trends. So I'm going to go over to Google Trends. And let's just look up that same keyword. How about we just look up Chef Hat and Apron? Interest over time. So you just see it's not really trendy at all. Let's look up Chef Apron. And then you can see it kind of peaks around this time for gifts and for Halloween. And then it kind of teeters off after that. You can also go into like a keyword tracker and you can look in here too. So we'll go into keywords on fire and you can just click on these. So you can see right here, trends. October for Halloween, and then giftable for Christmas. And it shoots up for Christmas, and then it tanks again after Christmas. So keep trends in mind as well. I hope this video was helpful in recognizing different things that can go wrong with your Amazon account and what you can do to fix it or figure out the problem, and then go address that as needed. If you have any questions about this video, please put them down in the comments. And if you think you know someone that might find this video helpful, go ahead and share it with them. Again, this was chapter 10 in our free Amazon PPC Masterclass. If you haven't signed up for that, make sure you head to profitablepineapple.com and do that.
All right, so that was some things that you need to do to check your account. Make sure you're monitoring it for account health. Make sure you're monitoring the numbers, focusing on total sales growth. We did have a question come in, so don't be afraid to put a comment down in the questions below. or put a question down in the comments below. That would make more sense. Larry asks, in ZonGuru, how does ad sales differ from revenue? Is the difference in sales from organic? Correct. And so when we're looking at ZonGuru, or not ZonGuru, but our weekly and monthly tracking, whatever you're doing, like I showed you in that, when you are going after a higher ACoS, you want your organic sales to increase as well, because what that will do is it will then decrease your tacos. That's the importance of that. And so, but that's the difference between the two, is organic is just the difference between ad sales and revenue. Pretty easy calculation. That's why it's automatically calculated in that spreadsheet. All right, so the next thing I want to go over is how to scale your business, period. I'm going to step away from Amazon PPC because I want you guys to start thinking a little bit differently. I'm going to step away from PPC. And then after this one, we're going to jump into those 5 little Scooby snacks, little golden nuggets that we're going to give you for Amazon PPC. So stick with me for this one, because this one I believe is so important. When I learned this lesson back in 2015, it completely changed my life. And I'm still learning it today. It's a lesson that I constantly look at. I mean, I watched this video I'm going to show you. I teach on this video, and it's one of those things that you need to hear it all the time, because when you hear it over and over again, it starts to stick a little bit more. And I need to hear it right now. I need it to stick a little bit more because of the phase I'm in right now. And so I need to hear this message today. You probably need to hear this message today. And don't be afraid to listen to this part of the video over and over again, because we're going to step away from PPC just for a moment. We're going to mention some things about Amazon PPC in here, but it's going to be more about scaling your business and your life in general. So let me jump into that, because I believe this is so important. That's why I want to put it in here.
In today's show, we're going to be going over how to scale to $1 million and beyond. Now, I'm going to give you an advanced level strategy that's actually not that advanced at all. It's actually very simple. And so the reason I call it advanced is because nobody's doing it. And this is one of the biggest things that you can do to take your business from 0 to 1 million, then also from 1 million to 10 million and beyond, because it's simple. And the reason people aren't doing it is because it's simple. Now, trust me when I say that if you did this today, implemented it this week, you'd probably double your revenue by the end of this year. So with that being said, let's jump into how to scale to $1 million and beyond. This is one of those strategies that is a more advanced strategy. And when I say more advanced strategy, what I mean that it is so simple that nobody is doing it. And you need to start doing it, because this is the thing that will take your business from 0 to 1 million, from 1 million to 10 million. It's something I encourage in our agency over and over again. I haven't gone over it with anybody in our agency in a while, so I wanted to bring it up on a mastermind call for everyone to see it, because if you guys do this, this can be one of the most impactful things. And let me just go back to 2019 and the story that made me discover this and how I learned it. So a lot of you guys know my story from 2019. It was a very hard year for me. And we decided that we left our mastermind that we were in, and we jumped into another mastermind that was all about sales funnels, getting on Shopify, getting off Amazon as much as you could. And so we decided to invest a lot of money, close to $40,000 up front, to hire this agency. And they were a retainer of $4,000 plus a percentage of ad spend. And so just for their fees alone, we spent almost $100,000 that year, plus what they were spending on Facebook ads for us. And the return on ad spend was like 0.5. And this was for an entire 10 months. So you can imagine that led to no profit. So all of our profit from Amazon was dumped into making our Shopify store. And we dumped close to $500,000 into it. And the results just weren't there. And you can imagine like the dark places you go into when you just had this year where you profited 500,000, and then you go to a year where you profited pretty much nothing. And so it was a really dark year for us in 2019. We almost sold our business for around $700,000 when it was doing 3.2 million. And it was one of those like, hey, we'll close in 3 weeks. It was actually Thrasio, if you guys want to know. And we'll close in 3 weeks, all cash. And we were going to get stuck with all our loans still. They weren't going to give us anything for inventory. And so I about signed papers that we would have pretty much netted $200,000 on our business. That's how like down in the dumps I was. And I decided to quit the mastermind that I was in, because I just realized it was a huge distraction for us. And I decided to go back all in on what I was doing before, which was Amazon. And along in 2019, what also happened was, a lot of you guys know my story, but We were involved in a Ponzi scheme that we ended up losing about $630,000 to that as well. And that was 2 weeks after our son had passed away. He had a genetic mutation and a rare disease called Edwards syndrome. And most kids don't live past 5 years old. He ended up passing away on November 2nd. And so we had an unprofitable business. We had our second son pass away on us, and we were on a mission trip at the time. And then we had this Ponzi scheme that happened. And I remember sitting in my 2017 Chevrolet Volt, charging in Bryan, Ohio. And I had just joined the Backroom Mastermind, which is Ryan Moran's mastermind again. I was in that initially 3 years, took that year off, had a horrible year, went back to him. And part of the onboarding process at the time was to jump on a call with him. So it was my wife, myself, plugged into a charger in Bryan, Ohio, my hometown, in our little tiny black car. And I just remember talking through Ryan. Ryan was also in the Ponzi scheme as well. So we talked through that a little bit. And he just kind of asked me, what are we doing? And I said, well, we have iLove, and iLove had its worst year ever. We had $0 in profit and almost 3.2 million in revenue. And we about sold it. And it was actually, I went to I think it was saw Ryan speak, and it actually prevented me from selling it. It was like one of those things that like something clicked that like, this isn't the right thing to do. So talking about that, I'm talking about how I'm making 6 income generating websites over here. And then I also have this investment company over here, and we're investing in this. And he finally just stopped me, and he's like, guys, you have this $3.2 million asset that's making money. We also just started the agency at the time. So it was just Adam and I in the agency at that time. And we had 4 clients. He's like, you have a $3.2 million business. You have a $300,000 business, which was the agency at the time. You have a $20,000 business, a $10,000 business, a $5,000 business, and a $3,000 business. You guys are taking all of your time and energy and putting it over here when it should be spent on only the $3.2 million thing. And that's the only thing you need to do. And he told me that you need to look at everything that you're doing on a daily basis. You need to eliminate what doesn't need to be there anymore. What you can eliminate, you need to automate with software. And what you can't eliminate and what you can't automate, you then need to delegate to somebody else, to a team member. And those words like shook me to the core, because you guys hear me all the time. I talk about 80-20 and how much I'm obsessed with the 80-20. 20% of inputs that you put in on a daily basis produce 80% of your results. So what would happen to you and what would happen to your business if that's all you focused on, is just that 20%? You spent all day on the 20%. You would make an amazing business. That's what would happen. And so what we decided right then and there is we were literally just going to close the rest of the businesses, except for the agency and iLove. And so we literally we closed a couple of them. And then the other ones that still kind of made income, we just said, let's just let them go and see what happens. And they're still around today. They make passive income, not a lot, like hundreds of dollars, but I don't worry about it. I don't think about it. It's just there. And then of course the agency now is my bread and butter now. And we sold the business a year and a half after we started doing this. So we eliminated everything that wasn't bringing us value, revenue, joy, and just focused on what worked, which was iLove. And that was about the same time we brought on Jordan about 4 months later into the agency to help systematize and put operations into the agency. I think it was actually December of 2019 we brought Jordan on, and then full-time in May of 2020, if my math is correct. I may be a year off on that. Hey, it's Dr. Travis Ziegler, and I wanted to thank you for watching this video. I just wanted to take a brief couple seconds to let you know about a free Amazon PPC masterclass that I have. Just head to profitablepineapple.com to sign up for that free Amazon PPC masterclass, or you can click the link down below in the description. I'll see you inside. What I want to challenge you guys to do is think about everything that you're doing. As entrepreneurs, we constantly have shiny object syndrome. And all shiny object syndrome is that when this channel gets too hard, it's not growing as fast as you'd like it to grow, what else could I come up with that has that hyper growth or that can distract me? And so I have it too. Don't get me wrong. Like, I am still shiny object all the way. And what I learned is the more I focus, the more money I make. And so iLove was going well. So I started an agency. Agency was doing okay. for 2 people. So then I started income generating websites, doing them myself and investing in other people that were doing them. And then it was just like all these different things were lining up, and it was just taking my bandwidth with it. So then what we did is we just brought it all back to iLove, like I said earlier. And so how did we do that? Number one, you can just eliminate things that are just there, but there's an exercise that I did. So for the next 2 weeks, and you can do this for a week, you can do this for a day, you can do it, the longer you do it, the better. And so for the next 2 weeks, what I did is I grabbed a ton of Post-it notes, and literally whenever you're working on something, you write down checking email, and then look at the clock, see how long you're doing it for, 1 hour. Take the Post-it note off, put it off to the side. Okay, what are you going on to next? Writing sales copy. How many hours are you doing it? Take the Post-it note off, put it on the same stack. You're going to make a big stack of everything you did. And you're going to do that for an entire week, Saturdays, Sundays, everything. And then what we do at the end of the week is we take a look at everything that you did, and you literally lay out all the Post-it notes and you categorize them. So what I like to do is think about what I would pay somebody an hourly wage to do this certain task. And for simplicity, just do like $10 an hour, $100 an hour, $1,000 an hour, and $10,000 an hour. And I divide it into those categories. So $10 an hour, $100 an hour, $1,000 an hour, and $10,000 an hour. And I'm going to show you guys an example of this in just a little bit. And then I look at the lowest level tasks, and I think, what could I eliminate from this task list that could free up my time to do something else? And then I eliminate it. So if you can eliminate something from your daily business workflow, from your personal workflow, from your weekend workflow, that will free up your time and your mental energy, just do it. And then see what happens. Because I guarantee nothing will happen and nothing will change. And that's when you know, okay, that was good elimination. I should not do that ever again. And then if you still have things on that task list, look for things that you can automate. So software, Trello for project management, Quartile for PPC management, ZonGuru for statistics and listing optimization management. What else do we use? Profitable Pineapple Express inventory management for inventory management. Like, I see people struggle with spreadsheets and they're constantly trying to figure out how many to order, but their sales volume changes all the time and they're not using an inventory management software. I don't care which one you use, but try out Randy's. It's really great. Profitable Pineapple Express, non-shameless plug there, but you can use SoStock. You can use whatever inventory management software you want. But the difference between like a spreadsheet is you're doing that manually. You're putting in the sales numbers, you're doing all that, and it doesn't show you trends. So 7-day, 14-day, 30-day, 60-day trends. So your inventory order can be off, which will then stock you out or overstock you. And so that's where software comes in. Trello, project management. We're in the process of the nonprofit side of the agency. We're trying to get all clients onto Trello, and all communication will go through Trello. We're trying to get everything out of email. And so Aisha and Jenna, when they pull up Trello, they can go over their notifications and see exactly what needs to be done that day. And then I'll share that system with you guys when I have it completed and when Jen and I have it completed, but it's very promising. And it makes it so the clients can interact with us, not through email, not through text, but inside Trello, inside the ecosystem that we're using to project manage their tasks. And I'm not saying you need to use Trello. You can use Asana or Notion or whatever you use, but automation of things to get it off your plate. And so after we automate, there's still going to be things on there that you can't automate, you can't eliminate. They still have to be done. So then you just find somebody to delegate it to. There are people, now this is the craziest thing for entrepreneurs to understand. There are people in this world that love to do what you hate to do. And that is one of the biggest things that once you understand that concept, your whole world will open up. Like I love starting systems, mapping out systems, but actually doing them, I don't like to do them. I am a weird entrepreneur because I'm a visionary, but I also like systems at the same time. It's just my personality profile, and you don't usually see that. And so I'm a quick start. So I love to start something new. I like to develop a system around it, and then I like to hand it off. And then somebody else runs the system. I'm kind of like a CEO with a side of COO. It's really weird. And then I was lucky enough to have Jenna and have Jordan to take those systems and run them. Whereas when I started and made them, that's what my superpowers are. And then they can run them and then change things as they need to. And so with all that being said, I want to share with you a spreadsheet that I made to just kind of show you like what this is, just like kind of more of a generic one. It wasn't my post-it note activity, but what I want to do is I want to show you everything that you can be eliminating, that you can be automating, that you can be delegating. And so you can focus more on the higher level stuff, which is that $10,000 an hour stuff. Now, you're not going to be able to work 40 hours a week in that $10,000 an hour time frame, and that's okay, because the more we get there, the better. And as you move down, your business will just make less. As you start to move your tasks up to those higher level activities, that's when your income will take off, your revenue will take. So let me switch over to my screen, and I'm going to go over this with you guys. I think this will be helpful for you all. And I'm going to go over some examples of things that we've done lately that most people probably don't even think of. And it's changed the game for us. So let me share my screen. Cool. All right. So let's just go over some like $10 an hour stuff. So driving, running errands, organizing your house, cleaning your house, cold calling. These are like house specific. Then you have business ones, cold calling, speaking with unqualified prospects. We have an application before you get to a phone call for a reason, and that is purely to qualify prospects. For unqualified prospects, we send them to our free course, and hopefully they'll use our free course to get them up to becoming qualified, to then talking to Adam, and then onboarding with us. Fixing your website, building your website, doing expense reports, working on social media in the consumption manner, grocery shopping, mowing your lawn, responding to customers, product replacements, returns and refunds, fulfillment, listing your products, responding, typo, customer reviews, and cooking. So let me take a couple examples of things that you could essentially eliminate from this. Driving. How could you eliminate driving? You could move somewhere where you never have to drive. Think of a city like New York City. You'd never have to get in your car. You could live in your house, walk down to the basement. If you need to go get restaurants, not basement, but floor, you can eliminate driving. You can hire a driver. You can just take Ubers everywhere. There's a lot of ways that you can eliminate driving. Sounds crazy, but like a lot of people eliminate driving. The story of Philip Rivers. So Philip Rivers was the quarterback for the San Diego Chargers. The Chargers then moved to LA, and he didn't want to move his family. So he bought an Escalade limo, outfitted the back to make it a movie room. And that was his film study room. So he hired a driver. That driver would take him to practice every single day while he was studying film, and then drive him home, because he didn't want to move his kids to LA, and he didn't want to move his family. So he created an environment where somebody else was doing the $10 an hour work, so he could be doing the $10,000 an hour work, which is film study from a quarterback standpoint. Running errands. It's very easy to hire somebody with like Instacart to run errands and do your grocery shopping for you. And you'd be shocked with how many things you can get done with errands and chores just by posting to Facebook. And I'll give you a couple examples here too. We pay a kid in our neighborhood $20 an hour to come take Jude's Legos apart. He literally comes to my house. He takes apart Jude's Legos, sorts them by color in the correct color box, and then Jude comes home to a completely clean slate. And then he goes nuts. And then 2 weeks later, we bring him back in, $20 an hour. It takes him about an hour and a half to do. He takes apart all his Legos, organizes again, and we repeatedly do that. Mowing your lawn. How many of you guys are still mowing your lawn? Hire somebody to do that. It costs us $50 to get our lawn mowed. And he does it every 2 weeks. And that's $100 a month. Think about the time and the mental energy. It's not just the time factor. It's the mental energy that you're saving, because the mental energy of, oh, I got to mow the lawn. Oh, I got to mow the lawn. How many days do you say that in a row and dread it, and then you finally do it? And so mowing the lawn is one of those quick fixes. Grocery shopping, we talked about it a little bit. You can get Instacart to do it. Kroger delivers now. They deliver right to your door. You don't even have to go pick it up anymore. Now, extra bonus hack on grocery shopping, you can actually go to Chipotle. We have Bibimbap, which is like Asian Chipotle or Korean Chipotle. And then we have a place called Rebel, which is like an organic Chipotle. And you can get catering. So what we do every week is we get catering for 10 to 15 people, depending on how many days we're going to be there. And we literally get our food catered to us, and then we just meal prep it into Pyrex dishes and put it in the fridge. So we pull it out, heat it up, and eat it. It's crazy, but it works so well, because Jenna, what do you want for dinner? I don't know what I want for dinner. I don't want to make dinner. Do you want to make dinner? I don't want to make dinner. Well, maybe we should just order out. I don't want to order out. Can you just make something? Oh, this isn't that good. Like, it's like every single night. And who can, yeah, I can see that some of you got rid of that. So catering, it's that easy. I mean, Chipotle, you can do it on the app. BBBop, you can do it online. You can do it on most of these places online. Now, we are actually taking it up a notch even further. And we've been talking to a local farm in the community, and we are going to get their animals. So funny story, we were talking about wins earlier and diet changes. I was a vegetarian for 12 years. And 2 weeks ago, I decided to pretty much completely reverse that. And I'm going full on almost carnivore just because I want to try it and see what happens. I've already gained 7 pounds just from going from eating 30 to 40 grams of protein a day to 175 grams of protein a day. I eliminated most fats out of my diet, like avocados, nuts, and all that. And I'm mostly eating protein, rice, and like sweet potatoes and like broccoli and veggies. So I'm not fully, like, I didn't just shun vegetables. I still eat a lot of vegetables, but I eat 170 grams of protein a day, which is usually a pound of meat, and 50-gram protein shake in the morning. And yeah, I can't say I feel that different yet because it's only been 2 weeks. But with that being said, we've talked to a local farmer in the area, and they're going to start delivering us 10 pounds of chicken every single week. And I'm going to get them to cook it for us. So they're going to grill the chicken for me, dice it up, and bring it to my house, deliver it us, because it's a farm literally 5 miles from me. And so what can you do to eliminate the daily hassles by just delegating it to somebody else in your area? So something to think about. All right, so $10 an hour tasks, we've kind of gone through those. And what do you see here that you're doing from an Amazon standpoint? Customer messages, product replacements, returns and refunds, fulfillment, listing your products. We hired a Filipino VA when we were doing about $2 million a year. It took us that long to hire somebody. And I regret it because she took so much off our plate so that we could focus on higher level activities. And she was $200 a month to start. She eventually got to $1,000 a month when she started taking on more activities. So there, and then there's also hiremymom.com. Hiremymom.com. We hired somebody off of that. She ended up being one of our best employees that we had. She just left iLove literally a week ago. And we hired her like 6 years ago or 5 years ago, something like that. And she worked an hourly wage just when she wanted to, because she was a mom full time and wanted to have something on the side. And so she eventually took over customer service because we wanted to bring it back in-house to like the American base, because it was more dry eye brand. All right, so $100 an hour. So problem solving for existing or prospective clients. That's what most of the account managers do on a PPC side. You can outsource basic tasks, talking to qualified prospects, writing an email to prospects and clients, creating a marketing test, managing PPC campaigns, doing social media well to build your audience, customer follow-up, respond to questions on Amazon, check performance metrics daily. So what are you doing in this? And there's nothing wrong with living in this area, but just know that you'll probably max out at making $200,000 a year. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good income. But if you want more, then you have to start thinking bigger. So with the agency, for example, I have people writing emails now to prospects and clients. Most of you guys don't know this, but I'm going to reveal it here. Monday and Tuesday's emails every week are actually written by Chris. They come from me, but Chris is my ghostwriter for that. And I approve them and look at them and everything, but he writes those. I write my Thursday email, and then Wednesdays and Fridays are automated. They're in our drip sequence. And so we write an email 5 days a week, 2 of them for Chris, 2 of them are in a drip sequence, and then the Thursday one is from me. So then creating marketing tests and experiment, that's like split testing. And so trying different things. So trying Facebook ads or trying Google ads or trying YouTube ads. You want to start small whenever you're testing something and then go big once it starts working. Doing social media well, this is like building a group, building a community, building a movement, doing things like that. We have an Amazon PPC Pros Facebook group that I spend less than 10 minutes a day in. I go scrape it for any questions, any comments, and then I'm on to the next thing. Chris posts in there our videos and everything as well. $1,000 an hour tasks. So again, you may not be doing this all the time, but if you can do it 1 hour a day or 1 hour a week to start, that's when things start taking off. So prioritizing your day. How many of you guys are planning your next day the day before? It's huge, because if you don't, the day will plan you and the day will control you. And so if you're not prioritizing your day, someone else will. So every night when I'm done, I write down the 2 things, usually number 1, number 2 of the 2 things I have to do the next day to make it successful. I then write down my calendar of events on the right side, and then the 2 things that I have to get done. I get up at 5 in the morning, sometimes 4 in the morning. That first hour of my day is quiet. I have my coffee, my water, and I literally work on that one thing. That 1 hour is more purpose to my day, because it's not bogged down with getting messages and emails and meetings and all of that. But that 1 hour, as long as my son sleeps in, which he hasn't been lately, that 1 hour is uninterrupted, and I just get to focus. I get to write my book. I get to focus on the course that's coming out in Q4 of this year. And you guys are going to love the course, by the way. It's going to be great. And I just get to focus on that single thing. I get to focus on writing good sales copy, negotiating. I build sales funnels at that time. I create different marketing campaigns. I now have people that help me with that, but like maybe make a video for a marketing campaign. Doing social media extremely well. Professional photos, storyboarding photos. How many of you guys storyboard your photos? A lot of people just send their product to a photographer and say, take pictures. But when we had our brand, we used to storyboard our photo. And what that is it's telling a story with your photos. And so how can you take the customers through a journey with your photos and your bullet points that gets them to solve the problem that they're trying to solve? So storyboard your photos, send it to a photographer, say, this is the storyboard, this is what we're looking for, have them take photos around it, and then you can add text to the photos as well. Same thing with videos. You wouldn't just shoot a video without having any plan. You need to do that with photos as well. Optimizing your listing, I believe that's a pretty important task, but again, you can train your team to be able to do that. And your team can then be doing $1,000 an hour activities that leverages your time up even more, which then will make your business even more as well. Product research, development. Yes, you could say those are lower, but I think those are very high as well. Writing copy for a new listing, A+ content, creating sales plans, and expanding globally. So those are more Amazon specific things right here that are $1,000 an hour. Then let's move on to $10,000 an hour. If you can do, like I said, this for 1 hour a week, 1 hour a day is even better. That's even better still. So honing your unique selling proposition. What makes your brand unique? What makes us unique is we help great people do good shit. What's that mean? I actually might change it to we help great people do epic shit, because I got a sticker that says do epic shit. And the whole goal of that is we want to help brand owners that aren't just in it for the money build up their business so then they can start a nonprofit and they can give back to help uplift the world. That's what our whole mission's about. That's what our whole unique selling proposition's about. We repel the people that are just in it for the money. And we try to, through the application process, through the sales call, through all of that, we try to weed those people out. They occasionally slip through and they'll become a client, and it's miserable from day one for us because they're just not in alignment with our values and our USP. You can do is create superior offers. What bundles can you come out with? How can you position this differently? So we're repositioning the farm in October, and this is something that's been 3 months in the making, 3 months of hard work in the making, but it's been about 9 months in the making. Repositioning your messaging, that's what you're going to be seeing coming up in October. This is a big one right here. Eliminating customer complexity. And a lot of people don't realize, like, in order to maximize the customer value, this is an Alex Hormozy thing. It's dream outcome times perceived likelihood of achievement divided by time and effort. So the lower you can reduce the time and the effort involved for the customer, the higher the value it's going to appear. And so eliminating customer complexity, because the more complex something is too, the less valuable it is, because you're going to confuse people. And so when you're giving people options, maybe on your Amazon listing, reduce your variations. Don't have as many variations. Reduce your bundle options. 1-pack, 3-pack, 6-pack. Don't have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Reduce complexity as much as you can, because simplicity will make your business simpler or more simple, and it will make you sell more. The more simple your business is, the more you will sell, and the easier it will be to run. The more simple your business, the easier it will be to run, and the more you will sell as a result. And then selling to high value customers and groups. And so Adam takes most of our sales calls now. We just started doing that in August. I used to take most of them, and Adam did them part-time as well, but now Adam does them full-time. And then when we have higher value customers, people that are doing 500,000 a month and up, I'll usually jump on those calls as well. And so high value customers, I love to jump on those calls just because if my story resonates with theirs, or if they've seen me before, it tends to lead to a higher close rate as a result. And so I like to jump on those calls. I like to jump in those emails as well. Team members and hiring. Jordan and Adam actually do this for the agency really well. And I jump in every once in a while. I hire certain positions, but they do most of the hiring for like account managers and everything. But that's high leverage activity because it takes a lot of time up front, but you're teaching something once to then amplify it. So you teach this person, now they can use all their hours to do everything that needs done. And then they may teach somebody else next. And so you taking the time to teach that one person will help teach others. So your 1 hour then turns into 100 hours. And so that's the value of hiring the right people, and then even hiring people that have done it before. It can be huge. Public speaking, that's a big one for me. I go to a lot of conferences. I have a lot of conferences coming up and speaking at a couple of them. And so just getting in front of people, telling my story and just telling our strategies. Creating content, I think this is a big one if you do it right. A lot of people don't. And so it could be put down here into $100 an hour or even $10 an hour if you're doing it wrong, like posting photo memes. I mean, that's something that was good for 5 years ago, but there's no point in doing it now. You don't just want to post on social media to post. You want to post to get engagement. That's the whole goal. And then telling your story. So my action items for you all, after listening to me talk for the last 20 minutes, so thank you for listening, is go buy a pack of Post-its. There's a place called Amazon that you can get them pretty quickly, usually in 4 hours or less, and just write down every single thing that you're doing on a weekly basis, on a daily basis. And then at the end of the week, sort it into $10 an hour, $100 an hour, $1,000 an hour, and $10,000 an hour. And then figure out what you really love to do. Like, don't get stuck in the weeds of not doing what you love to do. I love to teach. I love to do these. That's why we do these still. And I don't get burnt out of these too often. And if I do, we take a week off like we did last week. But start doing the things you love in your business, and your business will take off. You don't have to be focused on everything Amazon if that's not what you want to be focusing your time on. How can you turn your energy into something else that could build your business even further? But just to go a little bit further into the story, we ended up hiring 3 people in 2020 and at the end of 2019 and 2020 to help delegate iLove stuff. I never got iLove to the point that it was automated, where I had to I could step out and it would grow, but I learned a lot from it. And so with Profitable Pineapple, I'm still heavily involved with the agency, but it runs. I could go away for a month and it would still run just fine without me, and it would probably grow without me. And that's what I wanted to get to with Profitable Pineapple. And it's a testament to everybody that we've hired from the very beginning and everybody we've brought on to the culture we've created. And it's all with the purpose of leveling up them so they're constantly growing as an account manager or whatever they are brought on to be. And then that will leverage your time up more, and that will help your business take off. We just had our second best month ever this past month. And the best month ever was, I think, 2 months ago. Then we ended up raising our prices. So we ended up losing some clients as a result of that. And that's why we dipped back down, but now we're right back up again. And so don't be afraid to make changes, to hire, because a lot of people think like, I can't hire that $40,000 a year person, because what if they don't work out? You'll know within the first 3 months. And so then you're really only out like $8,000 to $9,000. And so that person that you brought on within 3 months should pay for themselves pretty quickly. So eliminate, automate, and delegate. Hey, I wanted to thank.
All right, that was one of the biggest lessons of this training, I believe. Yes, you came here for Amazon PPC, but that last half hour is probably could be one of the most impactful things that you hear in your lifetime. Like I said, I learned that from Matt Clark back in 2015, 2016, and it forever changed how I look at everything. I ran an optometry practice before. I tried to automate and delegate as much as I could and eliminated a lot of stuff too. I did that inside my brand iLove. I focus on the 20% that were driving 80% of the results. I do that in the agency. My 20% is doing videos like this for you guys. I am going on 4 hours and 37 minutes of going live. And yes, This video right here is live. It's not a pre-recorded video. And I do that because I want to serve you guys. I want to get in front of more of you guys because I know our product is great. I know our software is great. And I know I need to get it in front of you guys. So that is my like queen bee role. That's what I need to focus on. That's my 80-20. And so I try to eliminate, automate, and delegate everything else so I can focus on being here for you guys for 5 hours. And so keep that in mind. Larry says, great message on time value activities. Thanks, by the way. If possible, could you provide links to the recorded videos shown today so we can review them again later? Many thanks while you're watching it. This is the recorded video. So when I'm done going live, it will be live on YouTube, or it will be on YouTube for you to go back and watch. My team, I will delegate to my team to split up the chapters. And so then you can actually go along the bottom bar and you can see the exact chapters of this. So if you're not watching this live, you can just go by the timestamp and see what part you want to watch, and that will go back. And then if you join our 10X, we actually break it down for you. Larry says, excellent, thanks. All right, yeah, you're welcome. All right, Scooby Snack time, one of my favorite times. So Scooby Snacks is one of my mentors says that all the time. So he said, we're gonna give you little Scooby Snacks. And these are gonna be 5 gold nuggets around Amazon PPC. Each one of these gold nuggets stands alone and can help you out tremendously. So let's just jump into those. There are gonna be 5 different ones here, and I'm pretty excited for you to go through them. So let's jump in.
Protect your house. I want you to start protecting your brand name. I don't care if you're brand new. Your brand name will get searched eventually. And you know you've become a brand when your brand is getting about 3,000 searches a month. That's what a mentor of mine once told me, that once you get 3,000 searches a month on your brand name, that's when you're a brand. So congratulations if you're at that point. Some of you guys are. I know you guys are watching this, so that's great. But we need to protect that brand name. So think about all the names that people search for you, and you look on your search term report for that, because your search term will have that on there. And so that's a good way to find what people are searching for when they search your brand name. And then we're going to create both exact match campaigns, broad match campaigns, and phrase match campaigns around your brand name. And the reason we do that is to protect your brand name. And we want to encompass and pick up all the words that people are searching for around your brand name. And then you also want to get more specific. So let's say for I Love, we had hydrate omega-3, hydrate face wash, hydrate lid and lash cleanser. And so when you have those specific ones like hydrate omega-3, make sure that pairs with your omega-3 and not your other products. And if it's hydrate lid and lash cleanser, make sure that pairs with your hydrate lid and lash cleanser and not your other products. And if you have hydrate face wash, make sure your face washes show up as well. So I'm going to show you the example with Tessa's Kitchen. Of course, we only have aprons and chef hat sets. And so it's going to be a very simple build. And then I'm going to show you some with I Loves as well. So you're already watching my screen. And then after that, we're going to do a special product targeting campaign. A special product targeting campaign is a special campaign in Quartile where it actually just has a bunch of ASINs that are together and they just target each other. So they're all advertising on each other. And the reason you do that is to protect your listing. So make sure nobody shows up on your listing. Now, you want to make sure you group like products together. So with I Love, we sold sunglasses, we had our Hydrate line, and then we had our MediViz line. And so what we usually did is we grouped them into sunglasses. So all the sunglasses were against each other. And then we had men's and women's sunglasses. So we had a special product targeting campaign for men's sunglasses, special product targeting campaign for women's sunglasses. Then we had Hydrate, and we had all of our Hydrate products. And then we had MediViz, and we had all our MediViz products. And so keep that in mind when you're making your special product targeting campaigns. Make sure you group like items together when you're creating these. So let's jump in. This is just the SOP around that and the checklist. You can see the 2 Quartile builds here and here, but let's show you with Tessa's Kitchen. I'm going to scale myself down. You guys don't need to look at me this big. All right, so Tessa's Kitchen, like I said, is very simple. Child ASIN, SKU, budget, Tessa's Kitchen. Not too hard. And then with Hydrate, MediViz, and all those, you can see we separated them out a little bit more. So these 3, this is the keyword targeting though. So what I'm going to do is, this is our build. So child ASIN, SKU, budget, keyword. I'm going to highlight these 2. I'm going to go over to Quartile. We're going to come into here, pick account. When you pick account, it's going to pull this up. Let me go to the top. my account, come down here, create campaigns. We're going to come into here and we're going to create exact match campaigns. We're going to go there, paste it, create now. Then we're going to do broad match campaigns, paste it, create now. Then we're going to do phrase match campaigns. This is for your branded keywords to protect your house at all costs. That's it. So we've launched our brand defensive campaigns for keyword targeting. Now we need to do our product targeting ads, which is the special product targeting. So right here, we're going to go here to special product targeting campaign. You can see the budget goes up here. We just need the product and the SKU. So we're going to do a $10 budget on this as well, bid of $1.50. We're going to come over here and you can see all our like child ASINs and SKUs together right here. But like I said, if you have different brand names and different product lines, iLove was our sunglass line. Mediviz was a brand we bought. Hydrate was a brand we started for dry eye products. So we would not group all these three together. We'd group iLove sunglasses female first, iLove sunglasses male second, all our Hydrate products together, and then all our Mediviz products together. If you guys have questions about that, just put a comment down in the video below and I'll be happy to answer that. But so we've got the child ASIN and the SKU. So we're going to come back over here to Quartile, special product targeting campaign, put those in and create now. And that's it. So your action items for this video is to create your brand defensive campaigns. So do it keyword based first, and then you're going to do the special product targeting campaigns after that. A further step that you can do for this is you can target ASINs with sponsored display, but usually this takes care of a lot of the space. But if you do want to take it to the next level, what you're going to do is you're going to do a typical product targeting ad build out with the ASINs around your product. And then you're going to make a sponsored display product targeting ad. So that's going to be in here. Sponsored display product campaign. You're going to need your product, your SKU, your budget, and then your research product. And so where do you want to show that up? And that's going to be your research products is going to be your other ASINs in your brand. So I'd advertise my brown sunglasses on my black sunglasses, and then my brown sunglasses on my blue sunglasses, and then my brown sunglasses on my pink sunglasses. The big difference between this and special product targeting campaigns, let me just pull up Amazon to show you that. So your special product targeting campaigns are going to show up right here in this area right here. And then your sponsored display is going to show up right here. Right here. So say there's no advertising over there, right here. So just keep that in mind when you're doing this. All right, if you have questions, put them in the comments of this video. We'd be happy to answer them.
All right, I want to answer this question real quick. Dell asks, do you offer one-on-one PPC consultation for a fee, or do we have to be part of your mastermind group? Well, you get group coaching when you join the mastermind program, which is at profitablepineapplefarm.com. Join the wait list. We accept 10 people every 10 weeks. But that's weekly group coaching. If you want one-on-one consultations with me, I do coaching as well. Please send me an email, drtravis@profitablepineapple.com. Again, Dr. Travis, D-R-T-R-A-V-I-S, @profitablepineapple.com. I'd be happy to tell you more about our coaching, and I'll see if you're fit for it. And you might just need a couple questions answered, and I'm okay with doing that. But I like to go into more depth with my coaching than just PPC. All right, let's jump into the next nugget, next Scooby snack for Amazon PPC. Let me know how you like that one. Let me know down in the comments if that one was good for you. All right.
Now it's time to start dominating even more. We're going to start searching for keywords that you might be ranking for, but you may not be advertising for. So we're going to build up about 10 to 25 search terms that we want to start ranking for even higher. You may be organically ranked for these, but you might not be showing sponsored. And this happens all the time with your products. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do some product research with a reverse ASIN search. We're going to research the top 25 competitors around that search term. And we're going to see what words they have in common. We're going to see where we rank for. And then we're going to see if we can boost them with some exact match Quartile builds. So let's jump over to ZonGuru Keywords on Fire, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. All right, so you should know the search terms, the main search term that you're going for. And so one of our main search terms is kids, chef, hat, and apron. So I'm going to put that in right there. I'm then going to do add products by phrases. And then we're going to search that phrase. All right, and the results will pull up. I'm going to hit select all. And then what I'm going to make sure is just that my product shows up on this. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to have to add it. So I'm going to scroll all these top competitors, and there's our product. So our product is in there, which is good. If it's not in there, I'll show you how to do that too. So we're going to add all these products, and you can see them all pull in right here. If my product wasn't in there, what I'd do is just delete this last one and then put the ACIN in. That's all I would do for that. We're going to then run keyword analysis. It's going to take about 5 minutes to run, and then we're going to analyze it after that. All right, you can see my Keywords on Fire session is complete. So I'm going to click that, and it's going to pull it up. So there it is. If that came up and you didn't see it, it's going to be right here as well. You just have to hit this little eyeball. Perfect. So now we have the top keywords and the ones that ZonGuru thinks are the most relevant to our products in that top 25. So that's what this column is. This is the value of that keyword. Here's the search volume for that keyword. And there's a bunch of other things here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here, hit the gear icon, and export it to CSV. After it's exported, I'm going to come over here to my Google Sheet. And I am going to go up here to File, Import, Upload, and I'm going to go Browse, and ZonGuru. So we're going to not replace, but we're going to insert a new sheet, import data, and it's going to pull it all up. Now I'm just going to clean up this sheet a little bit, and I'm going to take away some of the things that I don't really need. Keyword, of course I need. I'm going to keep the ZonGuru score. I don't care too much about the keyword value or the currency. I'm going to take away these two. Those are just more like launch statistics. And if you don't know what anything means, you can come back over here and you can say number of competitors that rank in the top 25 for this keyword. And you can see what all these are. Then we're going to come back to here. Estimated units sold, average price, all that I'm going to get rid of. I don't need it for this. PPC bid, I'm going to keep that. And then I'm going to get rid of all of these. And then finally, I'm going to find my ACIN. I don't really care about the other ones. I just care about my ACIN. And so let me find my ACIN right here. And I'm going to get it right there. Okay, so here's our ACIN. So I'm going to bold that. Then I'm going to delete the rest. What that's showing you is how you rank for that product organically, or that keyword organically. All right, so this is what I want right here. And I'm just going to kind of organize this a little bit more because I'm anal. And you can see this and center. Perfect. Okay. So this is all based on relevancy. And so the ZG score is how relevant that search term is to your thing. So again, you can just come back here, a scale between 0 and 100 that rates the overall value of including this keyword in your listing. So there's a couple things that I'm looking for in this. How many people have an exact match in the title, and how many people have it in as exact match and broad match. So I look for opportunities there. So right here, children's chef hat and apron set, not a huge search volume, but nobody has it in their title. So that's a pretty amazing opportunity to put that in my title. And that will help out with our keyword rankings. We could even get possibly to #1 on this keyword, which would then boost us on all of these keywords as well. And so here's another relevant keyword we're ranked number 23 for, and only 8% of the people have it. 8% of the listings have it in their title as that exact match. Another opportunity for me to put that exactly like that. Kids chef hat and apron in the title, children's chef hat and apron set for kids. I could put children's chef hat and apron set for kids, and that would help that a lot more. It is broad in a lot of them, but you can see if I did kids chef hat or children's chef hat, you just got to choose. I'd probably choose kids chef hat just because of that right there. Now, I want to do something, and I want to categorize these search terms. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, first of all, get rid of a bunch of these because we've got 301. And so that's a lot of search terms. And so we're going to highlight all these. And I'm going to do this. What we're going to do is sort by search volume. And I'm going to get rid of some of them. Let's see, what's our lowest one? So you can see a bunch of these are just like 30. So I'm going to get rid of all those. And just doing that, we're down to 220 search terms, which is good. So that's a little better. I could probably even go to the top again. And we're at around Halloween time. So you can see Halloween costume right here. And we didn't even rank for that. So I'm not going to be too worried about that. Chef hat, chef costume, apron. And we've talked about this in previous videos, but I don't think those are relevant for us. And what I'm going to do is just kind of go through this and categorize them into what are called shop and browse keywords. I've gone over this a little bit in previous videos, but a browse keyword is something that someone is just kind of browsing around. They're not looking specifically for your item. They're looking for the problem that your item solves. So Halloween costume would have been a browse keyword because they didn't know what Halloween costume they were going to be. And so you're going to have a lower conversion rate and a higher cost for that one. Versus like if somebody looks up kids cooking kit, or not, that's a bad example, kids chef coat, that's one that you want to show up for. So just keeping that in mind. So what I like to do is just kind of go through these and categorize them based on that. So let me do that, and then I'll go over it with you real quick. Okay, so I've categorized most of these, and I've deleted the ones that weren't relevant for me, and we've narrowed it down even further to about 100 different search terms here. And so there wasn't a lot of browse keywords, so this is kind of a bad example, but I have another video that goes into that a little bit more. It's an older video, but it shows you the browse. I do 4 different categories: browse, shop, competition, and then also your own brand name. So not a lot of brand names in this either, or competition, so I didn't really have to do that either. But most of these are shop keywords. People that are putting these keywords in are shopping for exactly what they want, and that's what we want to show up for. And so keep that in mind when you're doing this. So you can see that this purple one, kid play kitchen, not really relevant to our product. So I put that in the browse category just because somebody that might be searching for a kid play kitchen might want this as an additional present or gift. Same thing here, kid cooking, kind of a browse category. Didn't really know what they were looking for. But then what I did is I did it by search volume. So you can see the search volume right here in this column. Kid apron cooking. You could see kid aprons for cooking. Kids aprons for cooking, if I can read. Nobody has that in the title. So I could change this to kids apron for cooking, and that's going to help with that keyword. You can see we're not organically ranked for it either. So we may not want to go for that one following this criteria, but this might be something we want to put in the title, something to consider. Same thing here, kids cooking sets reel. This isn't a kids cooking set, so I'm actually going to switch that over to browse. So we don't want to show up for that one. But now what we're going to do is, now that we've narrowed it down to all relevant keywords for our product, that took me about 5 minutes to do total. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to sort it by advanced, and then we're going to go Z to A for column G, which is our ASIN. And then you're going to see all these ones that don't have, and then you're going to see it count down here. So right here, let me move my picture. Move it right up here. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 keywords right there. Let me actually delete this one. It's not for 10 to 12-year-olds as much. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So these 10 keywords right here, I'm going to do a build around. And so I said you can do your top 25 if you want to be not top 25, but top 25 organically ranked if you're going to be a little more aggressive. We have a limited budget, so we're just going to do the top 10. And so, and by what I meant by that is like if you're organically ranked 10 or higher, so it would be just these ones. But I'm just going to do my top 10 keywords. It doesn't matter. Just get that through your head. It's just how aggressive do you want to be? The more search terms you go after, it's already shown you're relevant because you're ranking organically for them. So the more search terms you go after, the more money you're going to spend. So you're going to be more aggressive. If you don't have budget, then don't go after more search terms, period. All right. And remember, don't worry about duplicates because it watches for that. Amazon does. or excuse me, Quartile does. All right, so I've got those search terms and keywords. Let's go over here to reverse ACIN build. We're just going to paste those right there. Change these to 10. And we're going to copy these, go back into Quartile. And we're going to go to accounts, my account, come down here to create campaigns. We're going to do an exact match keyword campaign. Your bid, you calculated your bid in module 1, but $1.50 looks good. You can also go back to this and look. Let's look at these PPC bids. $1.50 is going to be plenty. It's going to be plenty. All right, we're going to put that in. Create now. And we are created. Success. So with this, do keyword research with the keywords on fire. And like I said, you can do as many of those search terms that we just researched as you want. The key thing is we're already showing up organically, so Amazon considers us relevant for those keywords. So now we're going to launch an exact match campaign for those. The more keywords you go after, let's go back to this. The more keywords you go after, the more costly it's going to get. And then just to kind of give you a bonus of this, you can look at this exact match title. So let's do this. Just a real quick bonus. We're going to go into keyword title exact, A to Z. You can see some of these keywords that have 0 exact match in the title. What we'll also do is we'll do a secondary sort. So let's go back to sort range. We're going to do keyword exact match title Z to A and then add another. Actually, we'll do A to Z. No, we'll do Z to A. And then we'll do broad Z to A. Kind of did what I wanted it to. Oh, yep, here we go. So now we can look at kids apron and chef hats set. So 0% have that as broad and phrase. Children's hat and apron set, kind of what I was going for over at the beginning of the video. 0%. Not a lot of search volume, but some. But let's look right here. Kids play kitchen, kids chef costume. 1148, nobody has that. And so you could start to put these in your titles, your bullets, and that's going to help with your listing optimization. So I hope this helps. Again, put comments in the video if you have questions, and we'd be happy to answer them, or if you need clarification with anything. Next, we're going to be going over how to dominate your search terms in a different way. So in previous videos, we've been going over exact match campaigns and using those to scale, using broad match campaigns to discover new search terms to then scale. Now we're going to start dominating specific search terms that you're already dominating for. And how we do that is we show up everywhere for that search term. Let me show you an example of what I mean. So let me scale myself down. So we did our search term report, and our top search term was chef hat kids right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to Amazon, and I'm going to look up chef hat for kids. You can see we are sponsored #1, which is great. But what we want to do is we want to show up everywhere. So if somebody clicks on this organic listing right here, somebody clicks on this sponsored listing right here, we want to show up on this. We want to show up right down here, which we're not right now. We want to show up right over here, which we're not right now. And so the goal is when somebody searches for this search term, chef hat kids, we want to be everywhere on the product display page listings for everything that's down here. That's the whole premise behind this. And we're going to do that for both the organic ones and the sponsored. So the 4 sponsored and then the organic, and it's very easy to do. So again, search term report. Find that one with the most orders right there. We're going to take that. Come over to Amazon. We're going to type it in. It's going to pop up the results. I'm then going to use Helium 10. You don't need Helium 10. It's just their keyword or their Chrome extension. You can get each of these ASINs one by one if you want, but Helium 10 has an ASIN grabber. So I'm going to show that right here. And what it does is it just downloads all the ASINs for this search term. All right, so all the data is pulled up here. So what I'm going to do here is you can see there's 120 products right here. And we're going to see if we can just select them all, selected all of them, and we're going to export it into a CSV file. We're then going to go over here to the Tessa's Kitchen. We're going to come over here, go to File, Import, Upload, Browse, ASIN Grabber. We're going to insert a new sheet. And here it is. So you can see we're going to do two different things here. We're going to grab the ASINs for the top sponsored ones, the top organic ones, and I'll show you that right here. So enter the keyword into Amazon search, use Helium 10's ASIN Grabber, export and select the top 10 organic and the top 3, or in this case, there's 4 sponsored products. And so let's go back to here. And it used to tell you which ones are sponsored. Let's see. They took it away though, it looks like. Yeah, I don't see it. It's interesting. Anyway, not a big deal. So we knew that there are 4 sponsored right there. So there's the 4 sponsored. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You don't really have to worry about 10 organic because most of the click share goes to the top 3 or 4. And so you could probably just focus on those, but we'll go all of them. And we're just going to take these, go to our Quartile build sheet. Quartile build. Here's our ASINs, so we'll put them right here. And then you're going to do this for each product. And the reason we do this for each product is because each product has different search terms that it ranks for. And so this is for our main product. You can see right here, that is our Quartile build. And so now when somebody types in our top search term, like I showed you earlier, Chef Hat Kids, we're going to show up right here where we are right now, but we're going to show up on each one of these listings inside the listing as well in the top 10. So let's go do that and build it out. So we got the build out right here. We're going to copy this, go to Quartile, go to Accounts, scroll down here. We're going to do a sponsored product, create sponsored product targeting campaign. $1.50 is a pretty hefty bid. I don't think you need to go that high. Let's see where we're at with this. Let me go to the search term report for ASINs over here. Let's see. Yeah, CPCs aren't that high. 209 for some. Wow, that's crazy for Chef Apron. Anyway, let's go back to here. Quartile, I don't want to do $1.50. That's a little aggressive. So I'm going to go down to 75 cents. And that might be even a little aggressive too. It just depends on your category though. Then we're going to create now. You can see success. And then we're going to do the same thing for sponsored display product campaigns. Again, $1.50 is a little aggressive for my blood. 75 cents is fine. Same thing here. Cool, and that's it. So that's what you need to do is find your top 3 search terms. I just showed you 1 search term, but find your top 3 search terms. And then once you do find your 3 search terms, then you can do that same process that I just showed you over and over and over again. And you can do that for each of your products as well. This is a great task to give somebody that like an assistant or somebody that helps you out with your PPC advertising, to have them just do this once and it's like set for a long time. So don't be afraid to hand this off because it's a very simple task that is very quick. You just saw it took me 5 minutes to do this for 1 search term for 1 product. So for each product, it would take you about 20 minutes total, and then times that by the number of products you had, but focus on your top sellers. Focus on your top sellers only in your top search terms. 80, 20, everything. That was my little dance. All right. In this module, I'm going to be going over the sponsored display audiences purchases campaign. Big mouthful. I don't like a lot of sponsored display ads, but this one is actually a really good one, especially if you have consumables. So if you have consumables, do this on every single one of your products. And what we're going to do is we're going to make an audience targeting campaign in sponsored display that's going to go after people that have purchased your products, but they haven't purchased them in X amount of days. And so if your supplement's a 30-day supply, do 30 days. If it's a 14-day supply, do 14 days. If it's 60, do 60. If it's 90, do 90, and so on and so forth. Now, if you don't have a consumable, you can always test this, because even your product has a shelf life. It could be 90 days, it could be 180 days, it could be any of those. So you can always test different markets, because sometimes if people like a product, they'll buy more than one of them. And I'll give you an example of our sunglasses. People bought a lot of our sunglasses. And so we had an audience's purchases for like, I think it was 60 or 90 days on our sunglasses, because people will be like, oh yeah, I really like those sunglasses. I'll get a couple pairs to then put everywhere. So let me jump over to Campaign Manager and we'll get this started. So I'm going to first grab my ACIN right here. Come over here to Campaign Manager. We're going to go to Create Campaign. We're going to go to Sponsored Display. Campaign name, SD_ACIN _ audiences purchases. You can put it in the portfolio that corresponds with that. November 3rd to no end date. I like to do a daily budget very tiny, so $10 is usually pretty good. You can go a little higher if you want. You can go to 25. Doesn't really matter that much, because it's all based on how many purchases you have. So if you don't have a lot of purchases, it doesn't really matter. I just named the ad group the same. Always optimize for conversions. Everything else is way up in the funnel. Conversions is way down in the funnel. You want to optimize for that. How much do you want to spend per order? I just recommend putting your maximum CPA. So let's go back to Test This Kitchen and see what our maximum CPA is that we calculated back in, I think it was module 1. Our maximum CPA is $10.16. We've changed it because we changed the price. So now it's down to $5.16. And so we changed the price to lower it back down because we're off season. And we still want to make some sales because we dropped down to pretty much no sales. And so let's go back to this. Oop, 516. Forgot to memorize that number. So I'll pay $5.16 to get a sale back because I want to get sales velocity. And so we're just going to do an image, but you can also do a video in this format as well. We're going to search for our product to advertise. You can even add the variations in here. We're going to click on audiences, purchases, remarketing. I'm going to remove all of these. And then you're going to go to purchases, remarketing, advertised products. Your ads will be shown to shoppers who previously purchased your advertised products. If you don't select that, it's going to go after a lot of different things. So we'll add that in there. And so you can add different things in here. You can put your logo, you can put your headline, and let's add it. Chef hat and apron. Set for kids. There you go. And then you can always include a different image too. So maybe that one will catch their eye a little bit more. Then you can see the different placements. You can see where all it goes. And then we're going to launch this campaign. So with this campaign, I'm going to go a little lower in budget just because, actually, no, it needs to be 10. Oh, not 510. That would be bad. All right. And then we launch it. And then do that for each of your products. And that's pretty much it. It may seem crazy to go after the 20% of your products that are producing 80% of your results. And the reason we do that is because 20% of your inputs create 80% of your results. 20% of your products produce 80% of your results, your revenue. 20% of your customers produce 80% of your revenue. 20% of your search terms produce 80% of your revenue. The reason we do that is because it leads to increased profitability and increased cash flow. Now, with that being said, there will be a time when we want to start advertising for our other products. We're doing a product launch or something like that, or you just have other products that you want to start selling more of. And so I'm going to show you in this video how we do that. And it's a very predictable format, how we start to launch the other 80% of our products. So going back to I Love, let's go back to that checklist here. So going back to iLove, our top 5 products is where we focus most of our budget. And when we sold our company, we were told that we had to cut our ad spend into a third. And so to do that, we just focused on these top products. And every time they told us, you need to focus more, you need to get more profitable, we'd cut a product out, But if you have a budget that can afford to go after more products, that's what I'm going to show you how to do that in this video. And so these are the main products that are going to bring you results. Again, 12 ASINs out of 69 of ours are responsible for 81% of our revenue. That's 17% of our products produce 81% of our revenue. Only advertise for these until you have more budget. If we 80-20 one more time, even 4% makes 64% of our income. That's these top 3 ASINs made 45% of our income. So just keep that in mind when you're doing this. But there will be a time when you launch new products and when you want to push other products. And so let's talk about that. And I wanted to do this with iLove because Tessa's Kitchen is small. It's got a lot of SKUs, but it's variation based. It's a white apron in small, medium, large. It's a blue apron in small, medium, large. It's a red apron in small, medium, large. So there's not much variation there. And so let me go into the iLove search term report. And so if you ever wanted to see it, let me shrink myself down so you can really see it. So you can see all of our products here. So if you click this little icon right here, you can see how many different tabs there are. Now, I didn't do this. This was a team member of mine that did this. And you can see that there's a lot of tabs here with every product and every ASIN separated. So you can really see a little bit how much work this is. I don't like pivot tables because I like to be able to go back in here. This is from June of 2022. I like to be able to go back in here and look at things on a month-to-month basis, or maybe next year or the year after that. Because if something's happening with that product, I want to go back to see what was working. And so that's why I don't like pivot tables as much as I like these. I think these take more time up front, but they take less time in the back end. So let's jump into this. So our top products were our Mediviz eyelid wipes, right here, our Mediviz tea tree wipes, our removable mask, and then our Hydrate Lin Lash Cleanser, which is right. I don't know where it is. There it is. HOCl 1 ounce. So these were our top products. And just to kind of give you guys some dialogue into this, I talked to you guys a little bit about high converting keywords and how you want to go after those high converting keywords. So let me show you that. So this is orders divided by clicks is your conversion rate. So let's just figure that out. Orders divided by clicks. I think we deleted it. That's why I'm having to calculate it. And then we'll do that. Percentage. Go down. So let's look at this. Orders divided by clicks, which is your conversion rate. And we want to go after high converting keywords. This is a rant, by the way. This is just a side. High converting keywords that sell a lot. Now this sty treatment, you can see it's blue for a shop keyword. This word is getting a 22% conversion rate, which is huge. That's a very high conversion rate, but the ACoS is 131%. We ran this search term hot, meaning that we didn't care about the ACoS because of the sales velocity it brought. This is a 30-day search term report. And so it's getting more than 1 sale per day at that 131% ACoS at 22% conversion. And so that high conversion rate with that high sales velocity of about 1 1/3 sales per day is pushing us up in the organic ranking around every keyword around sty, not just sty treatment, but every keyword around sty. It's called a keyword silo. And Amazon's like, okay, this person's ranking for sty treatment really well and they're converting really high. We're going to push them up in all sty related keywords for this product. So that's what you want to keep in mind when you're optimizing these things. Orange is obviously our branded words. This is a branded word too. Let me change that. But here's another one, eye sty treatment, 21% conversion, 161% ACoS, but we were okay with that because the average of our ACoS was still in the range that we wanted it to be. So we ran some campaigns hot as a result because of that high conversion rate. 68% ACoS, 51% ACoS. You can see these are branded keywords though. They should be that high. Blepharitis treatment, another one, 31%. 31% conversion rate, ran it a little hot, 77%, because it made one sale every 2 days, we could probably run this even hotter if we wanted to, but we're in optimization mode at this point, unfortunately. So that's what I want you to be thinking about when you do this. And so let's say we're starting to go after some of our secondary search or secondary products. The Hydrate Eye Mask, it sold well, but it wasn't one of our top sellers. And so what we do with this one, if we were just starting out, is we'd look at our search term report that we originally had, because that will have this product on there. And we're going to look at the search terms on here to launch with. And so you can see right here, again, we can put in conversion rate. This is going to be orders divided by clicks, orders divided by clicks, and autofill. You can see that conversion rate. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a quartile build for this. And this is going to be super simple. What I'm going to do is just put ASIN, SKU, budget. And then this will be either customer search term or researched targeted ASIN. So we're looking at the search term. What we're going to do is look at, let's just do this real quick. So it looks like this is the ASIN. And we're essentially doing a launch. That's all we're doing, is we're doing a quartile build and a quartile launch for our top keywords. Going back to this SOP, make exact match campaigns for the top 10 keywords. You can go even more with budget. Then make a broad match campaign for the same keywords. We're going to upload the negative list that we created, because you're going to want to create another negative list. Then we're going to make an ATM for this product, which is an auto campaign. We're going to upload negative lists, especially phrase. So essentially what we're doing is we're doing a brand new quartile build for this product. It's not in our top 20% of products, but we're going to start advertising for it. So we advertise for a lot of products, but it was very strategic. It was when we had budget. And if we started losing budget, we'd start to decrease advertising for that product. So we're looking for high impressions, high conversion rate. High impressions, high conversion rate. Look at that ACoS too, that's pretty good. High impressions, high impressions, high impressions, high conversion rate. These are all great keywords to go after. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, brand, 9, 10. And with this one, I'd be even more aggressive, 11, 12, 13, just because look at these conversion rates. You'd be silly not to go after these, and some of these are duplicated. So maybe I'd go after these 20 right here. So that would be my quartile build. So let's do that. So there's my quartile build for this. ASIN, SKU here, budget $10 to $20 each, customer search term. Now, we're going to take this all down. Now we're going to do ASIN targeting. I don't have that in here, but actually I'm going to put it in here. So we're going to do make 10 to 20 ASIN targets. And you can follow previous training when we looked at a search term and try to dominate all those ASINs. Or if you have a search term report, you've already seen results with ASINs, do that as well. So sponsored products, product targeting ads, AKA ASIN targets. And you can go after more with budget. All right, same thing. We're going to look at this search term. Again, remember, this is not a product that's in our top 20%. And so that's why we're just doing a brand new quartile build for it based on an old search term report from when we first launched. And I may show you at the end just how we can maybe pull some search terms as well and find some. But again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I'm not going to go with 8 because it's only one order. So we're not going to do that one. So So take that one away. This one's 2 orders. I'll take that one away too. So we got 6 that we want to go after. So here's 6 of those product targeting. Same thing. So 6 is good. I mean, that's a good start, but you can see right here, we go back up to the top, 24%, 19%, 22% conversion rate, 26% conversion rate. So high conversion rate. Not going to help out with organic ranking as much because these are going to be on product targeting pages. These are going to be on product display pages because they're product targeting ads. All right, so what do we do with these? We're going to go to Quartile. We're going to come here, go to Management, Account, Create Campaigns, choose Action. We're going to launch Exact Match campaigns. So all the search terms that we determined, copy these, put them in. Let's take a look at bid. So we can come over here. Let's look at what our cost per click was right here. I know these are ASINs, but I'm just going to kind of grab a bunch of these. And then what we can do is click this. You can see the average is about 357. And so that's about what we want to go after. So I'll come over here. We'll do 357 because these are exact match campaigns, high converting. We want to show up for them. We're going to hit create. Then we're going to come over here. Same thing. Grab these ASINs from the Quartile build. Put a little column just to help avoid confusion. Grab all these ASINs. Grab all these search terms. Come over here. Going to go to broad. Going to paste those in there. 357 was our average cost per click. I don't want to go that high with a broad campaign, so I'll probably go $1 lower. So 257. Then I'll hit create now. Then I'll create. Going to cancel. We're then going to create an ATM, automatic campaign. We're going to come over here, product SKU budget, highlight it, and that's it. Create now. Then we're going to come in here again, and finally, make sponsored product targeting ads. If you're showing some, not a big deal if you're not. Come back over here, sponsored product targeting ad, right there. Same thing here. We're going to look at, let's just grab a couple of these so you can see 305, 359, 309, 289, average of 313. So I'm going to click that, 313. Then I'm going to hit save, create now. And that's it. Essentially what you're doing is you're doing a Quartile build from a previous search term report for when you were advertising for that product. And you don't have to limit when you initially launch with Quartile to just the top 20%. If you have budget, go after the whole thing, go after everything. So just keep that in mind. It's not a hard, firm rule. It's just if you're overwhelmed, this tells you what to focus on. All right, now that those are launched, you then need to go into the broad match, into the auto campaigns, upload your negative phrase lists. So make sure you do that because it's going to save you thousands of dollars. Let's go back to the SOP. Start with your best sellers, and then with budget left over, start to build out other products. Focus on the high conversion rate for keywords. Exact, broad, auto. Upload negative lists for the broad and auto. Make your product targeting ads if you have some in your search term report, and upload those. I emphasize it so much. Watch these campaigns daily for out of control spending. And then what you want to do is after you watch them daily, move them to your weekly optimization strategy, the pausing and the negative keywords. And so just make sure you're doing that. And that's right here. Let's make sure you're pausing, negatives, and so on.
All right, that is it. That is the entire Amazon PPC automation strategy That is our entire full course, our entire SOP. That is everything that we have out there for you and for the world. So hey, if you enjoyed this, give us a like and share this with someone that you might think will benefit from it. If you guys have any questions for me, put them down in the comments below and let me know what you think. I enjoy feedback. I like getting feedback. It helps us make these better in the future. And don't miss our next massive live video. We do one of these massive live videos once a month. The next one's going to be about brand growing. And so how we grow our e-commerce brands. We're actually in the process. We just went into an LOI today to buy a brand, and we're going to be walking you guys through the process of how we're building that brand, what we're doing for that brand to build it. And pretty much you're going to be seeing an inside scoop of our meetings. So Deacon is going to be the operator. I'm going to be the CEO, and we're just going to show you what we're doing to build this company. So subscribe to the channel if you guys want to see that, because it's going to be fun. We're going to do short form videos. We're going to do long form videos. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to show you how we're going to take this brand. It's doing about $160,000 a year. We plan on taking it to 10 million a year. And we're going to show you exactly how we're going to do that. But if you enjoyed this video, make sure you let me know down in the comments below and like this video. And then if you want our free Amazon PPC Masterclass, sign up at profitablepineapple.com. If you want to join us in how we show you how to do all this automation and we coach you through it, that's our mastermind. We open it up every 10 weeks. We let 10 people in. The next one is already halfway full. Go to profitablepineapplefarm.com, profitablepineapplefarm.com. Sign up to join the waitlist, respond to one of those emails, and get in. You need to get in now because it's almost full already. All right. Thank you guys all for this. This is fun. I enjoyed doing it, and let me know if you guys have any other questions below.